Chapter 1343 Treasure Hunters. What a pity! Seeing that the lightning tribulation had been scared into fleeing, Zhang Xian shook his head in disappointment. After converting his Heaven's Path Shunqi to lightning attribute, he was indeed able to absorb the lightning energy to advance his cultivation swiftly. But upon witnessing how happy he was absorbing the surrounding lightning energy, his clone also began absorbing as well. And the result of that was the sight which everyone had just seen. Seeing how furiously its energy was being devoured, the lightning tribulation was terrified, and it immediately turned around and fled. For the lightning tribulation, the existence of fear to all cultivators, to end up running away instead. There was no way they would have believed such a thing to be possible if they hadn't seen it unfolding before their very eyes. However, even though the lightning tribulation didn't have any sentience, considering how it had the ability to grow stronger in accordance to the strength of the one undergoing the ordeal, it wasn't too surprising to think that it would have the ability to avert danger as well. Given how furiously he and his clone were absorbing its energy, it was only natural that it would be frightened. I should have absorbed more while I could. I only managed to advance my cultivation up to leaving Aperture Realm Advanced stage, and I'm not done cultivating my Heaven's Path Golden Body yet. My physical body is only on par with half-saint high-tier artifacts at the moment. Zhang Xian shook his head and sighed deeply. He was still thinking that given how huge the lightning tribulation was, he would at least be able to master the Heaven's Path Soul Art and Heaven's Path Golden Body. Who could have thought that it would suddenly turn around and run away? Oh well. At the very least, I did manage to advance my fighting prowess considerably. With my current strength, I should be able to match Saint 6 Dangran Dominion Realm Pinnacle experts even without using the 3 swords of Lingshu. In fact, even half-phantasmal space experts shouldn't pose too much of a threat to me. Zhang Xian consoled himself. In this short period of time, not only did he manage to raise his Zhenqi cultivation to Saint 5 Dan leaving Aperture Realm Pinnacle, he also managed to advance his soul cultivation to leaving Aperture Realm Advanced stage, and his physical body achieved a level of resilience comparable to half-saint high-tier artifacts. All in all, they added up to a several-fold increment in his fighting prowess. Previously, there was no way he would be able to defeat the puppet of the Jia Corridor without using the 3 swords of Lingshu, but with his newfound strength, he would be able to crush the latter with just a single finger. In fact, even if he stood on the spot and allowed the puppet to attack him freely, the latter would still be unable to inflict the slightest bit of injury on him. And of course, if he were to use the 3 swords of Lingshu, he would be able to match even Saint 7 Dan intermediate stage experts. If he were to face Luo Xinqing once more, even if he was still no match for the other party, at the very least, he wouldn't be as powerless as he was previously. All right, I'll be heading off to rest first. Remember to inform me the next time something as good as a lightning tribulation occurs. I haven't had my fill yet. The voice of Zhang Xian's clone echoed in his mind. As soon as the lightning tribulation showed signs of fleeing, his clone had decisively returned back to the myriad ant-hive nest in order to prevent anyone from noticing his presence. Zhang Xian nodded. Just like how Zhang Xian's fighting prowess had grown substantially from absorbing the energy from the lightning tribulation, his clone had also benefited greatly from the earlier free buffet. In fact, it seemed like his clone had grown by a greater degree at that. In the first place, his clone was forged out of the 9 Hearts Lotus, which was invulnerable to lightning. Due to the immense amount of lightning energy it had absorbed, it gained the ability to infuse the power of lightning in its attacks, thus resulting in a significant enhancement in its fighting prowess. Even without crossing hands, Zhang Xian was well aware that he was no match for his clone in his current state. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh deeply once more. Others might think that he possessed decent talent, but the truth was that he was someone who couldn't even match up to his disciple, subordinate, his girlfriend, and even his own clone. Was there anyone in the world who was as pathetic as him? He couldn't help but feel deeply stifled within. It felt like the long year he had spent cultivating had been all in vain. Are you all right? When Zhang Xian finally returned back to Luo Xinqing and the others, he saw that everyone was staring at him with looks of disbelief. I'm fine. Zhang Xian nodded before grumbling indignantly. If not for that coward fleeing so quickly, I would have definitely taught it a good lesson. The crowd. Let me introduce this bunch over here to you. Knowing that they would only feel more stifled if they were to continue chatting about the topic, Luo Xianqing gestured to the other three and introduced them. You should know by Hongyin by now. She's a genius from the Demonic Tunist Guild headquarters. This towering fatty over here is a prodigy from the Yuan clan, Yuan Xiao. And last but not least, this shorty over here is a genius from the Yun clan, Yun Lianhai. Pleased to meet all of you. Zhang Xian clasped his fist and greeted them. Indeed, people of a certain social standing did tend to hang out with those of the same standing as them. The Yuan clan and Demonic Tunist Guild headquarters. He had never heard of the Yun clan before, but given how the shorty was able to fit into their group as well, the Yun clan must be a rather formidable power as well. As for this young man over here, he's Zhang Xian, Zhang Shi. I met him yesterday while I was taking the 8-star Formation Master examination. I believe you all should have gotten a good glimpse of his capabilities by now. Luo Xianqing said. Of course, of course. The others quickly nodded in agreement. Not only did the young man manage to shatter by Hongyin's formation plate with ease, he even sent the lightning tribulation fleeing in fear. They had no idea of knowing what the young man did in the storm clouds to produce such an inconceivable outcome, but just based on what he had accomplished so far, they dared not to underestimate him anymore. Brother Luo, you haven't explained why you brought me here yet. Seeing that he had received the acknowledgement of the crowd, Zhang Xian turned a doubtful gaze toward Luo Xianqing and asked. He was in the midst of a networking event in the elite division when Luo Xianqing suddenly dragged him here. Despite all that had happened, he still wasn't too sure what the latter was up to. Luo Xianqing sealed the surroundings with a wave of his hand in order to prevent others from eavesdropping in before whispering with a hushed voice, just a while ago, I discovered a blessed land, and within it, I found a growing Dongshu gourd. Dongshu gourd? Zhang Xian frowned. Despite the huge number of books he had read, he had never read of the Dongshu gourd before. Dongshu gourd is a treasure of nature. Using the earth veins as its roots, it absorbs the essence of the sun and the moon, and it takes 10,000 years before it flowers and another 10,000 years before it bears fruit. In each earth vein, there can only be one Dongshu gourd. As a result of that, Dongshu gourds are extremely rare and valuable. If one can cultivate it and fuse it into one's body, the chances which one would be able to achieve a breakthrough to Saint 8 Dan would be increased by at least 50%. Luo Xianqing said, 50%? Zhang Xian widened his eyes in astonishment. Beyond Saint 5 Dan, while cultivation resources were still as important as always, the cultivator must also achieve a deep understanding of the surrounding heaven and earth and the spatial laws too. As such, any artifact which could increase one's chances of success by 10% or 20% would be highly sought after by all cultivators. It was unimaginable for an item to be able to raise one's chances of achieving a breakthrough to Saint 8 Dan by 50%. Indeed. However, the blessed land I have found is fraught with dangers, and it'll be difficult for me to succeed alone. That's the reason why I gathered everyone here, and as long as I can obtain the Dongshu gourd, I'll compensate all of you handsomely for your efforts. Luo Xianqing said with a sharp glint in his eyes. The Dongshu gourd would a crucial factor in determining whether he would be able to achieve a breakthrough to Saint 8 Dan or not. He was determined to obtain it, by hook or by crook. Hearing those words, Zhang Xian nodded in realization. He thought that they had gathered here to challenge some kind of trial, but that was clearly not the case now. Luo Xianqing had invited all of them here to engage their help in obtaining the Dongshu gourd. Is there a powerful formation guarding the Dongshu gourd, or something? Zhang Xian asked. Considering how his cultivation paled far in comparison to the rest of the group, the only reason he could think of why Luo Xianqing would invite him here was due to his proficiency in formations. There's a grade 8 pinnacle formation around the Dongshu gourd. I'm not too sure who set the formation up, but I have attempted to breach the formation twice, but failed on both occasions. Luo Xianqing replied with a nod. As one of the top clans on the Master-Teacher continent, the Luo clan should have plenty of capable formation masters. It shouldn't be too difficult for you to engage the help of a couple of them to help you breach the grade 8 pinnacle formation, right? Zhang Xian asked doubtfully. Given the strength and standing of the Luo clan, putting aside a grade 8 pinnacle formation, they would surely have talents who could easily decipher grade 9 formations as well. Why would Luo Xianqing seek his help instead? The situation is not that easy. The blessed land I spoke about has strict restrictions on it. Those whose ages are over 40 or cultivations are at Saint 8 Dan or above are prohibited from entering. If one were to forcefully barge in, there's a very good chance that the blessed land would collapse inward, thus causing the treasures within to disappear for good. Luo Xianqing said with a bitter smile. There's such a restriction? Zhang Xian was taken aback. Suddenly, a thought came to his mind, and he asked, is it be possible that the blessed land is an ancient domain left behind by an old expert? As Luo Xianqing had said that the Dongshu gourd was a treasure of nature, he instinctively assumed that the blessed land it was located in would be a natural terrain as well. However, the presence of a formation and restrictions sounded too much like a man-made work. Of course, the Dongshu gourd can grow in natural conditions too, but as soon as it starts to flower, the aura that it emanates will swiftly draw others to it. Under such circumstances, there's no way it would be able to survive until maturity. Luo Xianqing replied. I see. Zhang Xian nodded. Treasures like the Dongshu gourd were extremely valuable. If it wasn't guarded by a formation or something of the sort, there was no way they would have been able to get a shot at it. This is how it is. So, I would like to formally invite you to join our team, and regardless of whether we succeed or not, I'll compensate you with a pinnacle spirit stone and a half-saint high-tier artifact for your efforts. Luo Xianqing said. Pinnacle spirit stone? Those 3 words immediately sparked up a radiant glow in Zhang Xian's eyes. Putting aside that Luo Xianqing was his future brother-in-law, a close kin of Luo Ruoxin and soon-to-be close kin of his, just on the pinnacle spirit stone itself, there was no way he would turn down this mission. After all, that was what he was lacking the most at the moment. If he could obtain even a pinnacle spirit stone, he wouldn't have to worry over a lack of spiritual energy for quite a while. At the very least, it should be sufficient for him to reach Saint 6 Dan, or if luck had it, perhaps even Saint 7 Dan as well. That's right. I don't have the pinnacle spirit stones on me yet, but I have already applied for them from my clan. They should be here by the time we return from the blessed land. Luo Xianqing continued. All right, I'll accept your offer. Without much hesitation, Zhang Xian expressed his agreement. Other than the pinnacle spirit stone, there were also several other reasons why he chose to accept the mission. Firstly, through the shared experiences they would have while trying to obtain the Dongshu gourd, they should be able to swiftly grow close with one another. And as long as he could take down this future brother-in-law of his, he just might be able to convince the other party to bring him to meet Ruoxin. Of course, from his previous experiences, it was apparent that Luo Xianqing was a sisgon. Until they grew sufficiently close enough to one another, it was best for him not to speak of or express any interest in Ruoxin before the latter. Otherwise, all of his efforts could very well be undone. Also, given that he had already been dragged here and learned of such a confidential secret, there was already no room for him to back down. Otherwise, should the news leak out somehow, he would definitely be the first suspect. Good. You are still lacking in strength at the moment, but worry not. I'll protect you, so just follow closely behind me. You just have to make a move when we reach the grade 8 pinnacle formation. Seeing that he had managed to bring Zhang Xian to his team, Luo Xianqing heaved a sigh of relief and patted the young man on the shoulder with a peal of hearty laughter. A cost of his domineering attitude in the sanctum of sages, he didn't have too many friends. He did know quite a few individuals who were skilled in formations, but he didn't feel safe revealing the existence of the Dongshu gourd to them. After all, the significance of the Dongshu gourd was simply too great to Saint 7 Dan cultivators. It would be a disaster if his own teammate were to sabotage him at the last moment. On the other hand, even though Zhang Xian possessed extraordinary capability as a formation master, his cultivation wasn't too high, and he didn't have a powerful background either. Such a person was easier for him to control, which was the reason why he chose Zhang Xian eventually as well. Zhang Xian nodded. To be honest, with his current strength, if he were to utilize all of his means, he was confident that he would at least be on par with the rest of the team. But well, it was still best for him to maintain a low profile wherever possible. Otherwise, as awe-inspiring he would be after using all of his trump cards, he would only end up with the others putting their guard against him and his means. That would only put him in an even more dangerous position in the future. Besides, his strongest trump cards weren't really suited to be shown in public either, such as vicious. Since we are going to be working together, allow me to give you a brief introduction of these three's abilities so that we can better collaborate with one another later on, Luo Xinqing said. Bai Hongyin specializes in demonic tunes and formations. You should have seen her prowess for yourself earlier, so I won't elaborate too much about that. Yuan Shao boasts superior defenses, such that it would be no exaggeration to call him a human shield. As for Yun Lianhai, his fighting prowess is slightly beneath the rest of us, but he's from the Sage clan, Yun clan. And as you might know, the Yun clan specializes in seeking out treasures, and they are known around the Master-Teacher continent as a clan of treasure hunters. Treasure hunters? Zhang Xian was taken aback. There's such an occupation in the world? Chapter 1344, the Zhang clan's secret one, indeed. The activation of their bloodline can grant them heightened sensitivity toward treasures, allowing them to perceive the presence of treasures even through obstacles such as formations. Luo Xinqing nodded with a hint of envy in his eyes. For this reason, despite being only a Tier 2 Sage clan, the standing of the Yun clan is not beneath that of the Shui clan and the Mu clan. Cultivators required a huge deal of resources in order to advance their cultivation, and there were countless treasures and ancient domains that had been hidden by old experts using all kinds of mystical means. Just the ability to perceive the presence of treasures through formations was already an ability that would leave countless brimming with envy. Is that considered a unique occupation? Zhang Xian asked in curiosity. Of course not. They are only able to seek out treasures through their bloodline, so it's impossible for them to propagate such an ability to the masses. Luo Xinqing chuckled. I see. Zhang Xian nodded in realization. Kong Shi had determined that in order for a certain heritage to be considered a unique occupation, it had to meet two requirements. Firstly, it needed to form a complete, individual system with a perfect heritage. Secondly, it had to be able to be available to the masses, such that most cultivators would be able to learn it. Herbologists met the second requirement, in the sense that most cultivators were able to learn it, but there were simply too many different heritages in order to form a complete and wholesome system. As for the Yun clan, they probably had a complete heritage, but due to their capability being built on a bloodline, ordinary individuals were unable to learn it, so it could not be considered a unique occupation. It seems like there's no way for me to learn it then. Zhang Xian shook his head regretfully. What he lacked at the moment were cultivation resources. If he could gain the ability to perceive the presence of treasures, he would be able to easily gather the resources he required to advance his cultivation. However, since it was only limited to the bloodline of the Yun clan, it seemed like there was no way for him to learn it. As powerful as the Library of Heaven's Path was, there was no way it could allow him to imitate the bloodline ability of others. If it was a unique occupation, there would surely be countless willing to die to learn it. Luo Xinqing nodded. After a moment of chatter, Zhang Xian gained a deeper understanding of the strengths of the group. His future brother-in-law was the strongest of all with a cultivation of Saint Seven Dan Phantasmal Space Realm Pinnacle, followed by Hongyin at Phantasmal Space Realm Advanced Stage. The one who boasted the strongest defensive prowess turned out to possess the weakest offensive power in the group, such that even subduing Yun Lianhai would be a trouble to him. But at the same time, due to his superior defensive prowess, even Luo Xinqing would have trouble defeating him. All right, let's set off now. After gaining an understanding of each member's strengths and weaknesses, they swiftly got onto the back of the seven-colored divine crane. With a resounding chirp, the divine crane warped into a flash of 7 colors and soared into the horizon. There were no protective formations or structures on the 7-colored divine crane, so there was nothing to guard one against the unrelenting assault of the wind resulting from the swift movement of the divine crane. As Saint Seven Dan experts, Luo Xinqing and the others were unaffected by the wind, but they could not help but be surprised to see that Zhang Xian was completely unfazed by it as well. Even if the young man had made a massive breakthrough to leaving Aperture Realm Pinnacle, There should have been a huge gap between his fighting prowess and theirs. To be able to stand steadily before the raging winds despite his lacking cultivation, it was apparent that the young man's astounding talent did not just stop at formations. Given Brother Zhang's deep understanding of formations and decent strength, you must have achieved quite a result in the Mountain Gate examination, right? The shorty, by Lianhai, asked with a rather unnerving grin. The others also directed curious gazes over as well. Most senior students who had reached their level of cultivation had already grown disinterested in the affairs of the freshmen, so very few of them paid heed to the entrance examinations. As a result, despite the huge commotion that Zhang Xian had caused, they were completely unaware of it. I did just all right, Zhang Xian replied. I'm ranked 50th, just enough for me to get into the elite division. You are 50th? Yun Lianhai was shocked. Just who in the world is in your cohort? To think that we would have so many formidable freshmen this year. With the level of proficiency in formations the young man before him had, he should have been able to easily get into the top 3. Why would he only be 50th? That was a really dangerous position to be in. The slightest carelessness could have spelt the loss of his candidacy for the elite division. There are indeed quite a few talented students in their cohort. Before Zhang Xian could reply, Luo Xinqing had already spoken up. You should have heard of the Zhang clan's Zhang Yu before, right? He's in the same cohort as them. Zhang Yu? You mean the lad who possesses Earth-tier bloodline? I have met him once, and he's indeed a formidable individual. In time to come, there's a good chance that he could reach a level on par with you. Humph! Luo Xinqing harumphed in displeasure upon hearing those words. There's no need for you to get so mad at that. Even though there have been many talented individuals among the Zhang clan in recent years, none of them come close to comparing with the little princess of your Luo clan. Yun Lianhai chuckled softly. Speaking of the little princess, a hint of admiration unwittingly crept into the depths of his eyes. Clenching his fists tightly beneath his sleeves, Zhang Xian asked with feigned nonchalance, Brother Yun, is the little princess you speak of the renowned figure who managed to cultivate the dimension silencer? Indeed. I'm referring to Xuanqing's younger sister. Paying no heed to Luo Xuanqing's darkened complexion, Yun Lianhai began gossiping enthusiastically. Speaking of which, Xinqing, I heard that your younger sister has been betrothed to the young prodigy of the Zhang clan since her birth. May I know if that young prodigy is really as talented as everyone makes him out to be? Shut your mouth. Luo Xinqing bellowed as he glared at Yun Lianhai with narrowed eyes. I warned you never to bring up this matter before me, or else don't blame me for getting nasty. The fatty, Yuan Xiao, shrugged nonchalantly at Luo Xuanqing's rage. Regardless of whether we speak of the matter or not, that is a decision made by the elders of both clans. Your rage won't change anything. As an offspring of the Yuan clan, which was second only to the 3 great sage clans, he was well informed of the matter concerning the betrothal between the little princess of the Luo clan and the young prodigy of the Zhang clan. He knew that the overly affectionate brother was afraid that his younger sister would be unhappy after marrying into the Zhang clan, but as the offspring of one of the strongest sage clans, there were some responsibilities that they simply could not shirk off. Such an important decision was bound to have received the mutual consensus of the elders of both clans. Not even the head of the Luo clan had the power to reverse the decision at this point. I might not be able to change anything from my side, but I can at least try to pull some strings from the other end. If I ever get my hands on that fellow, I'll definitely pummel him until he backs down from the engagement. Luo Xinqing gnashed his teeth furiously. Why do you have to make things difficult for yourself? Yun Lianhai sighed deeply. If that young prodigy of the Zhang clan is really as great as the legends make him out to be, the purity of his bloodline will be a match for even that of your younger sister. Do you really think that you'll be a match for him? Luo Xuanqing's face flushed crimson. As powerful as he was well aware that he came nowhere close to matching his younger sister. Even though his younger sister was more than a decade younger than him, her cultivation and fighting prowess had already reached a level far beyond his. If that young prodigy of the Zhang clan was really a genius of the same caliber as his younger sister, there was no way he would be a match for the other party. At this point, the silent Bai Hongyin suddenly chirped, speaking of the young prodigy of the Zhang clan. I happen to have overheard of some secrets surrounding him. Are you all interested in hearing them? Secrets? Everyone quickly turned their gazes over, and even the cold-faced Luo Xianqing pricked up his ears to listen in as well. 20 years ago, my teacher was invited to the Zhang clan as an honorary guest. One night in his accommodation, the head of the Zhang clan suddenly knocked on her door, requesting her to follow him to save someone. Bai Hongyin said with a contemplative look in her eyes, seemingly trying to recall the conversation she had with her teacher back then. The head of the Zhang clan? Are you referring to the Xingming sword saint? Yuan Shao asked with a hint of respect in his voice. Indeed, that's him. Bai Hongyin nodded. Back then, my teacher was extremely perplexed by his actions. As a demonic tunist, she was an adept in treating and curing others, so it was bewildering to her why the head of the Zhang clan would suddenly request her presence. However, as soon as she saw the patient, the answer was immediately apparent to her. The person who was ill was an infant. My teacher couldn't tell whether the infant was poisoned or what, but his soul was in an extremely feeble state, about to dissipate at any moment. The Xingming sword saint wanted my teacher to play a demonic tune to stabilize his soul. The crowd nodded. Demonic tunes could crumble a person's mental fortitude and destroy their mind, but at the same time, it could also reinforce one's soul and induce a significant rise in one's cultivation. It would be unwise to feed medicine to a weak infant, so in such a scenario, it was indeed much more suitable to engage the help of a demonic tunist than a physician. My teacher agreed to make a move, but the effects weren't too pronounced. Nevertheless, the Xingming sword saint still compensated my teacher handsomely for her assistance. Following that, my teacher was escorted out of the residence, and she has no idea what happened to the infant afterward. Coming to a realization, Yuan Shao could not help but ask, are you trying to say that the infant that your teacher treated back then is likely the young prodigy of the Zhang clan? Well, there's no way to tell for sure anymore, but considering how coincidental the timing was and the fact that the Xingming sword saint invited my teacher over personally. But thinking again, given how the young prodigy was assessed to possess unmatched purity in his bloodline even when he was still in his mother's womb, there should be no doubt that the Zhang clan would devote all of its resources into protecting him. It's unthinkable that anyone would be able to breach the tight defenses of the Zhang clan and harm him. Bai Hongyin analyzed with a confused frown. My teacher didn't think too much into the matter then, but since that encounter then, it seems like no one has seen the young prodigy in public. Thus, she couldn't help but harbor some doubts about the matter. If nothing was wrong with the young prodigy of the Zhang clan, how could he have hidden from the sight of the world for 20 whole years? Not to mention, to even opt against enrolling into the sanctum of sages? There were indeed too many doubts shrouding the young prodigy that one could not help but think deeper into. If the person whom your teacher treated 20 years back was truly the young prodigy of the Zhang clan, that would mean that someone severely injured him shortly after he was born. It's really hard to believe something like that to be true. Yuan Shao frowned. As offspring of sage clans, they knew how protective their clans were toward offspring who possessed the purest of bloodlines. This was the first offspring in the several dozen millenniums history of the Zhang clan to possess a bloodline comparable to their founder, so how could they possibly allow anyone to harm him right after his birth? Zhang Xian could not help but ask, could it be the work of internal rivalry within the Zhang clan? If the person who was severely ill back then was truly the young prodigy of the Zhang clan, that would truly be for the best. Naturally, the worse state the young prodigy was in, the more unworthy he was of marrying Luo Ruoxin. Impossible. A sage clan like the Zhang clan pays particular heed to its reputation and prestige. There's no way internal strife, or anything of that sort could happen in their midst. The one who spoke up was Luo Xianqing. As a genius of the Luo clan, he was deeply aware of how sage clans operated. But just because the Zhang clan pays particular heed to its reputation and prestige doesn't mean that it's impossible for such a thing to happen. Who knows? There might just be an ambitious elder who would attempt to assassinate the young prodigy out of desire for the position of clan head. As a librarian in his previous life, Zhang Xian had read plenty of books and stories. This was a common plot in most family strife. Before Luo Xianqing could speak, Yuan Shao shook his head and replied, "You aren't from a sage clan, So you aren't aware of the rules that govern us. I can tell you very clearly right now that the situation you have proposed is impossible to happen. Impossible to happen? Zhang Xian blinked in incomprehension. Power could blind the eyes of others, and not even 9-star master teachers were infallible to that, let alone the elders of the sage clans. How could anyone guarantee that it was impossible for such a thing to happen? There was bound to be a reason such a plotline became a cliché. Seeing the look of confusion on Zhang Xian's face, Yuan Shao shook his head once more. You might not be able to comprehend it if I explain it from our perspective, so why don't I phrase it this way instead? You should know that there's a sanctum head to our sanctum of sages, right? Chapter 1345 The Zhang Clan's Secret 2. I do. Zhang Xian nodded. Not only was he aware of that there was a sanctum head to the sanctum of sages, he was also the only candidate in line for that position. There's a set of unique selection criteria in order to decide one's eligibility to become the sanctum head. Those who are unqualified will not be able to inherit the heritage of the sanctum of sages. You should have heard of this too, right? Yuan Shao asked. Zhang Xian nodded in response. In order to become the head of the sanctum of sages, one must possess the eye of insight, be a master teacher, have an upright, humble, and low-profile personality, be of noble character, and possess dashing looks that were second to none in charisma that could capture the hearts of others. It was only after clearing all of that criteria that Sage Kuei finally bestowed the sanctum head token to him. Without achieving those factors, there was no way he would have been a candidate for the position of sanctum head. Such is the same for the heads of sage clans. Only those whose bloodline has reached a certain level of purity are qualified to become the next head of the clan. One can't just claim authority within the sage clan on the basis of strength alone. Take the current head of the Zhang clan, for example. In fact, the Xingming Sword Saint is only the stand-in clan head of the Zhang clan at the moment. The real clan head is the young prodigy. In the past several millenniums, he's the only one whose bloodline has reached the level of purity necessary to become the head of the Zhang clan. Yuan Shao said. The same goes for the Luo clan as well. Even though Brother Xianqing possesses a pure bloodline as well, it's still insufficient for him to inherit the position of the clan head. The real head of the Luo clan is his younger sister. It's just that his younger sister is still too young at the moment, so everything is still being managed by the elders for the time being. Zhang Xian came to a realization. The situation in the sage clans was indeed rather similar to his current circumstances. Even though the Sanctum of Sages had a deputy sanctum head who was managing the affairs for the time being, once Zhang Xian broke the seal on the sanctum head token and became the real sanctum head, there would be no one who could steal his position from him. This was the rule that Kong Shi had set, and this was in accordance with the virtue of propriety that Kong Shi had preached. No one would dare undermine Kong Shi's ideology, especially not in a place where his heritage was passed down. Otherwise, the public would immediately turn against that person, and that person would be criticized and insulted for their immoral actions for many years to come. So, it's impossible for any clan member of a sage clan to turn against the incumbent clan head in an attempt to wrestle power away from him. Not to mention, with the sheer purity of the bloodline that the young prodigy possesses, his maturity will only bring the Zhang clan to greater heights in terms of power, bringing every single member greater honor and prestige. Just who would be so foolish as to foil their own future by harming the young prodigy? Yuan Shao explained. Zhang Xian scratched his head in embarrassment. He really did not think that even the powerful sage clans would be restrained by so many conventions. If everything that Yuan Shao had said was true, it was indeed not too likely for anyone to have assaulted the young prodigy of the Zhang clan. I heard this secret from my teacher many years ago, and to be honest, I can't verify whether the details are exactly as I remembered them or not. Bai Hongyin shook her head. Furthermore, for a clan as big as the Zhang clan, there would at least be several thousand infants who are born in the same year, and we can't discount the possibility that the infant my teacher encountered is a child of the Xingming Sword Saint's friend. With over several dozen millenniums of history behind it, the Zhang clan had already grown to become a massive empire by itself. The population of the entire clan was so numerous that it was impossible to count all of them, and the family structure of both the main family and the side family had grown incredibly complicated. Each year, the clan would usher in several thousand new members, so there was no way to ascertain for sure that the person whom Bai Hongyin's teacher had treated was definitely the young prodigy. Furthermore, it was a ridiculous notion to think that a peerless genius that the Zhang clan had never seen before ever since the time of its founder would actually be left on the verge of death not too long after his birth. That's true. Everyone nodded. All right, let's not discuss the Zhang clan anymore. Knowing that it would be pointless to talk about this matter, especially since they had no way of verifying it anymore, Bai Hongyin turned her gaze to Luo Xinqing and asked, "Brother Luo, I heard that the little princess left the sanctum of sages a while ago. Has she returned yet?" Upon hearing those words, Zhang Xian's eyes immediately lit up, and he anxiously turned his gaze to Luo Xinqing. Her words eroded all grudge and anger Zhang Xian had felt toward her, leaving nothing but gratitude instead. "She has long returned," Luo Xinqing replied with a slight nod. "She has returned? Wonderful. If there's a chance, do bring me to meet her. Despite being fellow students of the inner sanctum, I still haven't got a chance to meet her yet," Bai Hongyin said excitedly. Even though it had been 2 years since the little princess arrived in the Sanctum of Sages, and she had left behind countless records as well, there actually were not too many people who had truly met her before. There were only countless rumors of her floating around in the Sanctum of Sages, some praising her unparalleled beauty and others in awe of her talent. She has been in seclusion ever since her return, desperately cultivating non-stop as if she has offended someone powerful. Even I am unable to meet with her, let alone others. Luo Xinqing shook his head and sighed deeply. Desperately cultivating non-stop? But she's already so powerful. Zhang Xian exclaimed beneath his breath as he felt a sharp pain stabbing into his chest. Back at the Qiuwu Palace, the young lady had hesitated for a very long while before accepting his confession. Most likely, she had known then that it would be difficult for her to go against the engagement, and it was unlikely that there would be a happy ending for the both of them. Nevertheless, she still courageously took a leap of faith and accepted him. But this acceptance came at a price. It would mean that she would have to defy the orders of the elders of her clan, and in order to do so, she had no choice but to desperately immerse herself in her cultivation in the hope that she could soon wield the strength to dictate her fate. Otherwise, she could only be swept along by the pace of others. Noticing the huge fluctuations in Zhang Xian's emotions, Luo Xinqing shot a narrowed glance over. "You seem to be very interested in my younger sister." For a moment there, Zhang Xian thought of coming clean and telling him, "Your younger sister has already agreed to become my girlfriend." But at the last moment, he eventually abandoned the idea. Putting aside whether Luo Xinqing would be able to believe his words or not, even if the other party did, this matter would only turn in a catastrophe. Just thinking about it, the fiancé of the young prodigy of the Zhang clan had fallen in love with an unaffiliated cultivator with a humble background. That was bound to cause a huge uproar, and if things went wrong, he might even be putting more on Luo Ruoxin's plate for her to deal with. She was already cultivating hard for their future together, so naturally, he could not possibly allow a moment of recklessness to drag her down. "Just wait till I break the seal and become the real sanctum head of the Sanctum of Sages. With such a position, no one will dare underestimate me anymore." Zhang Xian took in a deep breath and suppressed his agitation. What was more important for him at the moment was to cultivate humbly and strive to break the seal on the sanctum head token as soon as possible. He did not fear trouble, but it would be unforgivable if he caused more trouble for Luo Ruoxin in the midst of doing so. Driving his state of mind, Zhang Xian swiftly returned to a state of composure before replying with a smile. "The fame of the little princess has spread far and wide. I heard of her affairs back when I was still in the Qingyuan Empire, and to be honest, I have nothing but praise and admiration for her. That's why I can't help but be rather curious about her affairs." "Humph, that had better be the case. If I learn that you harbor any kind of thoughts toward my younger sister, even though we are acquainted with one another, rest assured that I'll pummel you to the point that you won't even be able to recognize which way's up." Luo Xinqing harumphed with a voice dripping with threat. Of course. Zhang Xian nodded with a bitter smile. To be threatened by his future brother-in-law? Just what was this? At the same time, he felt incredibly glad that he had stopped himself from blabbering earlier, or else he could very well have been lying on the ground, bruised all over. All right, let's not talk about that anymore. After chuckling softly, Yun Lianhai changed the topic. Right, Zhang Shi. In your cohort, other than Zhang Yu, there's another student who possesses incredible talent despite not being from any sage clan. If I recall correctly, his name should be Feng Zi. Do you know him? Feng Zi? I know of him. He's the person who was ranked in first place for the Mountain Gate examination this time around. Zhang Xian nodded. According to what I know, he seems to be the direct disciple of one of the Grand Elders of the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters. Indeed, there is a total of 3 Grand Elders of the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters, and their whereabouts are usually a mystery. To be able to become one of their direct disciples, I must say that Feng Zi's luck is really good. On top of that, the person who took him in is the person who is the strongest of the 3 Grand Elders, Yang Shi. Yun Lianhai remarked in envy. Yang Shi? That familiar name made Zhang Xian instinctively turn his gaze toward Yun Lianhai. Indeed, Yang Shi, Yang Xian. Yun Lianhai replied. Yang Xian? Zhang Xian's body stiffened. Chapter 1346 Killing in 10. All along, Zhang Xian had been introducing himself as Yang Xian's disciple. He did not think there would be really such a figure since it was a name that he had come up with, but to think that there would actually be such a huge coincidence. To think that there would actually be a master teacher named Yang Xian in the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters, and he was even one of the 3 Grand Elders. Just how lucky did he have to be to meet with such a coincidence? It was no wonder Luo Qingxin panicked upon meeting and hearing the name Yang Xian. It was not that he had impersonated Yang Xian well. There was really such a person in real life. That was why the other party was horrified and panicked. Throughout his journey, as long as he reported Yang Xian's name, the Master Teacher Pavilion would immediately suppress all news concerning him. Most likely, they had seen that it involved one of the 3 Grand Elders of the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters and decided that it would be best for them to keep out of the matter. So that's the reason. He had thought that his disguise was so good that he managed to fool everyone into thinking that he had a powerful backer, and that was why no one dared to lay their hands on his Heaven's Path divine art and Heaven's Path techniques. But it turned out that there was really a Yang Xian in the world. Everything had only gone smoothly for him because he had borrowed the other party's reputation to bolster his authority. How can there be such a huge coincidence in the world? Zhang Xian could hardly accept this fact all of a sudden. He knew that it was only on a whim that he came up with his Yang Xian persona, and it was simply too much of a coincidence for the persona he had created to actually be a real person. Could it be the Library of Heaven's Path? Zhang Xian thought in alarm as he dived his consciousness into his mind. He returned to the entrance of the Library of Heaven's Path and stared at the 4 words inscribed on the plaque above the massive gates. They emanated an aura of ancient history, reminiscent of an artifact that had lived through the eons, traversing from world to world. It was hard to describe the sensation that those words evoked, but the closest phrase that he could think of was the solemnity of age. Perhaps this might be what they mean by the threads of destiny? There's a certain trajectory that the world gravitates toward under the will of the heavens. Even a decision made seemingly at a whim could have far greater implications than one can ever imagine, Zhang Xian thought as his body tensed up. He had no idea why he would feel like that, but his intuition was telling him that this matter was far more than a coincidence. Perhaps the Library of Heaven's Path might have even influenced his subconscious mind to mouth out those 2 words. He suddenly felt like the will of the heavens was omnipresent, and it was gradually guiding him along the road it wanted him to tread on. The authority of the heavens is inviolable. The will of the heavens is absolute. Zhang Xian suddenly felt a shiver run through his body as a possibility came to his mind. I might control the Library of Heaven's Path, but what if the heavens want to destroy me one day? Will I be completely helpless then too? Zhang Shi? Zhang Shi? What's wrong? Just as Zhang Xian's thoughts were wandering, a voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Lifting his gaze, he saw Yun Lianhai looking at him with a worried expression. Zhang Xian quickly suppressed his apprehensions and fears and replied with a smile. I'm fine. For someone of his state of mind, it was not too difficult for him to conceal his emotions from the eyes of others. The Library of Heaven's Path was his greatest secret, and he could not allow anyone to learn of its existence. I was just surprised to hear that Feng Zi would have such a background. Zhang Xian scratched his head awkwardly. Indeed. I was almost as shocked as you when I first heard of the news. The Grand Elders of the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters were deeply elusive figures, and each one of them was more secretive than the others. Yun Lianhai nodded before leaning forward with a look of curiosity. Right, Zhang Shi. Someone as young and talented as you should also have a capable teacher, right? May I ask who your teacher is? The fact that the other party was not from the Zhang clan, and yet possessed cultivation on par with the geniuses of the Zhang clan, was more than enough to tell that he had the backing of a strong teacher. Hearing those words, Zhang Xian's lips twitched. If it had been in the past, he would have unhesitatingly replied, "My teacher is Yang Xian." However, with Yang Xian's real direct disciple, Feng Zi, being in the sanctum of sages, it would only be a matter of time before his lie was exposed if he said such words. Noting Zhang Xian's silence, Yun Lianhai quickly waved his hand to shrug the matter off. It's fine if it's inconvenient for you to answer my question. I know that there are some old hermits out there who dislike their students using their name to brag before others, so there's no need to worry. He had only intended it to be a casual question. If the other party felt uncomfortable replying to that, he had no intention of pressing for a response. After all, everyone had their own secrets, and it was not like they were close friends. It was understandable that the other party harbored some reservations about revealing his background to him. Zhang Xian clasped his fist. Thank you for your understanding. It's nothing, Yun Lianhai replied with a smile. The group chatted for a while longer before dispersing to do their own things. Zhang Xian calmed down his unnerved heart before sitting on the ground to reinforce his newfound strength. It was meaningless for the current him to think about matters that were too far ahead. It was not as if he could make a difference in this moment anyway. The best thing he could do at the moment was quickly raise his strength in preparation of what was to come. Ultimately, there was nothing to rely on but cold, hard strength. In silence, the group swiftly advanced toward their destination. During this period of time, Zhang Xian had tried to sound Yuan Shao out for some news regarding Yuan Tao, but as Yuan Shao had not returned back to the Yuan clan over the past year, he did not know too much about the genius who had recently returned to their clan. In response to that, Zhang Xian could only sigh deeply in disappointment. It was 5 days later that the seven-colored divine crane finally arrived at a meandering mountain range, which extended as far as the eye could see. After the past few days of hard work, Zhang Xian had managed to fully reinforce his cultivation. He was not able to make any breakthroughs without the relevant cultivation technique manuals and spirit stones on hand, but having adapted to his power, his fighting prowess still grew a fair amount. If Jian Qinsheng were to challenge him with his strength lowered to 100th once more, there was a very good chance that Zhang Xian would be able to kill him before he could even react to his move. The Dongshu gourd is hidden over there. Luo Xinqing gestured to the area beneath him as he instructed the seven-colored divine crane to stop near a valley. Turning their gazes downward, the crowd saw a long gorge that slithered through the vicinity like a gigantic anaconda. It was conspicuous from where they were currently situated, but had they been anywhere else, their sight would have definitely been impeded by the towering mountain cliffs all around, causing them to overlook this gorge. A land that naturally harnesses wind and water. It's the type of terrain where spirit veins tend to form, Zhang Xian noted internally. With his knowledge as an 8-star pinnacle formation master, he could tell that the gorge beneath them was the center line that connected the entire mountain range together, thus forming a natural deposit of spiritual energy. But on second look, a frown emerged on his forehead. However, it seems like someone has altered the terrain in a manner that prevents its spirit mines from developing. Places where spiritual energy tended to gather, such as the gorge beneath them, would usually result in the development of spirit mines over time. Zhang Xian could not tell for sure whether it was due to someone's intentional action or some sort of natural fault, but the earth veins beneath had been completely destroyed. While they could still gather the surrounding spiritual energy, it had already become physically impossible for spirit mines to form. While Zhang Xian was still analyzing the situation contemplatively, Luo Xinqing said, "Let's head down," following which, the divine crane began descending, and before long, the group was standing at the entrance to the valley. This place is called the Valley of Earth Spirits. Due to the rich spiritual energy harnessed within this area, there are many saint beasts who choose to reside in this area, and there's no lack of Saint 8 Dan experts among their ranks. As such, we can't afford to fly straight in. Otherwise, if we catch the attention of any Saint 8 Dan beasts, there's a good chance that we'll lose our lives here, Luo Xinqing explained grimly. Hearing those words, Zhang Xian was astonished. The seven-colored divine crane was already the strongest saint beast that he had seen so far, but to think that there would be plenty of beasts that were stronger than it within the valley. The master-teacher continent was far larger than he had thought, and there were countless experts hidden all over the world. It would be foolish of him to gauge it by what he had seen so far. But thinking again, if not for the powerful saint beasts guarding the valley, it would be impossible for the Dongshu Gourd to remain undiscovered for such a long period of time. Try your best to rein in your aura when we enter later on. Make sure not to leave any traces behind. Otherwise, we could very well meet with trouble even before arriving at our destination, Luo Xinqing instructed solemnly. He then moved on to instruct the divine crane to keep a lookout for them from afar and cover them should any unexpected situations happen before leading the way into the valley. The remaining members of the group quickly followed suit. Due to Zhang Xian's cultivation being the lowest of the group, he was positioned at the center so that they could protect him should any unexpected situation arise. The gorge was unnervingly calm. Stepping in, all they could hear was the moaning of the wind flitting through the gorge. The spiritual energy within the gorge was indeed considerably more concentrated than the rest of the mountain range, but due to the deficiencies in the terrain, it was impossible to concentrate the spiritual energy at one point. Nevertheless, it was still a decent area to cultivate in. Following closely behind Luo Xinqing, Zhang Xian warily assessed his surroundings with his eye of insight. He could see surges of spiritual energy slowly flowing forward peacefully like a stream. Is such an environment really sufficient to fuel the growth of the Dongshu Gourd? The more Zhang Xian studied his surroundings, the more perplexed he became. He was not too sure what requirements the Dongshu Gourd needed to be in to mature well, but according to what Luo Xinqing had said, it could only grow in the presence of a spirit vein. There was indeed a spirit vein flowing through the gorge, but the deficiency in the terrain had weakened it so much that he felt hesitant to call it a spirit vein anymore. Perhaps noticing the doubtful look on Zhang Xian's face, Luo Xinqing sent a telepathic message over. Actually, we are already in the midst of the formation that ancient experts set up. We are already in the midst of a formation? Zhang Xian was astonished. Given that he had already mastered the 8-star Heaven's Path formation art, there was no way he could not have realized that they were standing in the midst of a formation, unless the formation had reached grade 9. A grade 9 formation? Just how powerful was the ancient expert who had left behind the Dongshu Gourd? That's right. This formation serves to alter the flow of the spiritual energy in the surroundings, rendering it impossible for one to find the real spirit vein and locate the Dongshu Gourd. If not for this, the Dongshu Gourd would have long been harvested by someone else. Luo Xinqing explained. It's also out of sheer luck that I managed to find this place. Luck? Zhang Xian shook his head. It would have been hard to discover this with luck alone. Even he was unable to notice any anomaly in the surroundings with his eye of insight activated. The notion that one would discover the possible presence of a Dongshu Gourd in the area based on sheer luck itself was improbable. Well, to be honest with you, I heard of this matter from my younger sister. Reading is a huge hobby of hers, and she loves to put clues together to make deductions about the various places, Luo Xinqing remarked proudly. Through a certain formation and a detailed map of the entire mountain range, she deduced that there's a high chance that there is a grade 9 hidden formation located in this region, and I took note of it back then. After which, I came to examine this area carefully, and as expected, there was indeed something amiss about this gorge. Several dozen millenniums was a very long duration, even with the long lifespan of cultivators. If it was possible to find this location on sheer luck, someone would have found the Dongshu Gourd long ago. It was only with the help of his ridiculously talented younger sister that he was able to zone in on this gorge. Your younger sister was able to deduce all of this with just a formation and a map in hand? Zhang Xian was shocked. As expected of his girlfriend, her eye of discernment and analytical prowess were indeed nowhere weaker than his. Zhang Xian hesitated for a moment before sending another telepathic message. Right, Brother Luo. I have something that I am really curious about that I would like to ask you. Feel free to speak, Luo Xinqing said with a slight nod of his head. I was wondering, given how powerful the Luo clan is there really a need for the little princess, the head of the Luo clan, to be betrothed to the young prodigy of the Zhang clan? Zhang Xian asked with a frown. This was something that had been plaguing his mind over the past few days. The purity of one's bloodline determined one's standing in the sage clans. Since Luo Ruoxin was the head of the Luo clan, was there really a need to go to the point of forcing her to marry the young prodigy of the Zhang clan? Was that not equivalent to entrusting their entire clan to the hands of the Zhang clan? Luo Xuanqing's face darkened upon hearing those words, and he uttered with a dangerous edge to his voice, "Who told you to ask such a question?" In an instant, Zhang Xian felt a surge of cold air pressing up toward him as overwhelming killing intent pressed down on him. Spirit veins are similar to ley lines, somewhat similar to underground rivers where spiritual energy tends to gather. Whereas spirit mines are places where spiritual energy crystallizes to form spirit stones, presumably requiring the presence of certain conditions, such as high temperature and high pressure, similar to how most other ores are formed. Chapter 1347 Zhang Xian, the Formation Master. This killing intent was so powerful that it felt palpable, permeating through his skin and into his soul, causing his body to stiffen uncontrollably. With eyes narrowed in alarm, Zhang Xian's mind swiftly whirred into action. This was not the first time he had asked about Luo Ruoxin's affairs, but back then, Luo Xinqing had not shown such an agitated response to his question. Could there really be some kind of secret involved? As if oblivious to the threatening aura that Luo Xinqing was emanating, Zhang Xian replied with an innocent smile, "I just find the matter rather bewildering." Luo Xinqing stared at Zhang Xian intently, as if trying to find any falsehood in his words. However, all he saw was an earnest smile from an honest man, so he eventually released the killing intent that he was emanating with a harumph and coldly said, "This is a matter between our Luo clan and the Zhang clan. As an outsider, you shouldn't get too involved in this matter. Understood?" "Yes, Brother Luo." Zhang Xian nodded. Luo Xinqing might not have said anything at all, but his very response told Zhang Xian a very important fact. The two clans were determined to go through with the betrothal by hook or by crook, and no one would be able to stop them. It was apparent to all how doting and protective Luo Xinqing was of his younger sister, as well as how much he abhorred the Zhang clan. But even so, he was still unable to do anything to terminate the engagement between both clans. Most likely, there were other factors that made it critical that the engagement carried on as planned. This is really a huge dilemma. Zhang Xian rubbed his glabella in distress. His previous thought was that as long as he could become the sanctum head of the sanctum of sages, he would be in a position not beneath that of the head of the Zhang clan. On top of that, given that Luo Ruoxin and he were in love, there should have been a good chance that he would be able to gain the approval of the Luo clan. However, it seemed like there was a need to reassess the current situation now. Despite being the head of the Luo clan and possessing extraordinary strength, she was still unable to struggle free from the engagement she had with the Zhang clan. He would really have to look into this matter when he got back. Whoa. While Zhang Xian was still deep in thought, a sound similar to the buzzing of a group of mosquitoes suddenly echoed through the air. Bai Hongyin narrowed her eyes and exclaimed with a hushed voice, "Crimson-tail wasps." Shortly after Bai Hongyin's exclamation, an entire legion of wasps, each roughly around the size of a longan, suddenly pressed in their direction in the form of an ominous, black cloud. Crimson-tail wasps? Zhang Xian's heart skipped a beat after hearing those words. This saint beast was detailed in some of the beast tamer books that he had read. The crimson-tail wasp was small, and its strength was not too frightening, typically being only at Saint 3 Dan to Saint 4 Dan. However, what was frightening about it was the potent poison it carried on its sting. In a group, even a Saint 7 Dan expert could easily be poisoned to death in a moment of carelessness. What was worse was that they tended to hide within mountain forests in legions. In a sense, they were even more frightening than Saint 8 Dan beasts. The killing intent that Luo Xianqing released earlier has alarmed them. Zhang Xian swiftly realized what was going on. They had concealed themselves really well ever since entering the mountain valley, keeping their auras tightly reined in within their bodies. Under normal circumstances, they should have been able to bypass the detection of most saint beasts, and yet, a legion of crimson-tail wasps was suddenly heading their way. Most likely, the crimson-tail wasps had felt threatened by the earlier burst of killing intent and decided to seek out and kill the source of the threat. Looking at the fearsome cloud of wasps heading in their direction, Yun Lianhai's face suddenly turned ghastly pale. What should we do? It was a rather unnatural reaction for an expert of his caliber. It seemed like he had an innate fear toward life forms that carried poison in them. We'll cause too much of a commotion if we engage the crimson-tail wasps in a battle, and that would likely draw in even more powerful foes. More importantly, there are simply too many crimson-tail wasps. Putting aside the question of whether we'll be able to eliminate all of them or not, crimson-tail wasps have a group defensive mechanism that prompts it to release poison clouds upon their death. Once the poison clouds build up to a certain concentration, we'll be doomed as well. Bai Hongyin swiftly analyzed the situation for the group. The crimson-tail wasps were the very enemies that they feared encountering in the valley. The crimson-tail wasps were currently standing in their way from advancing deeper into the valley, but killing them was not an option, and there was no way they would be able to circumvent the entire legion safely. It was truly a helpless situation they were in. There's no choice, let's just retreat out of the valley and find a way to get rid of them outside, Luo Xianqing instructed decisively. As a member of the Luo clan's main family, as well as a future leader of the Luo clan, Luo Xianqing definitely was not as rash and hot-headed as he appeared on the surface. In times of adversity, he would weigh his options rationally and make the most logical choice on the spot. Very well. Knowing that this was the best course of action they could take, the group immediately began retreating. After fleeing barely several hundred meters, with a shake of his head, Zhang Xian remarked, "It doesn't seem like we'll be able to make it in time." Following which, another legion of crimson-tail wasps suddenly appeared right in front of them with a resounding buzzing noise that left one with goosebumps. As Saint 3 Dan to 4 Dan beasts, there was no doubt that the crimson-tail wasps possessed intelligence. It was not easy for a meal to walk onto their plate, so they had made preparations beforehand to corner their prey. There's no other choice. Knowing that a fight was inevitable, Luo Xianqing roared, "Prepare for battle. Zhang Shi, I'll be counting on you to set up an aura isolation barrier to prevent the shock waves or sounds from the battle from leaking into the surroundings. Bai Hongyin, use your demonic tunes to hinder their communication so that they won't be able to arrange themselves in formations and collaborate with one another. Yun Lianhai, use your secret art to determine the whereabouts of the Wasp King. Yuan Xiao, your body boasts the highest defensive capability and immunity to poison, so I'll need you to follow me later on to strike down the Wasp King. Once the Wasp King is killed, the remaining crimson-tail wasps would fall into confusion. We can make use of the opportunity to escape." The crowd nodded grimly. Yes. Hearing how concise and rational Luo Xianqing's commands were, each of them aimed right at the flaws of the enemies, Zhang Xian could not help but nod in approval. Were it to be anyone else in his position, they would have already lost their nerve. However, not only was Luo Xianqing able to remain perfectly calm, he was even able to instantaneously capitalize on everyone's strengths to craft the ideal plan to cope with the danger they were facing. The geniuses groomed by the Sanctum of Sages were indeed on a whole new level, reacting completely differently from the others in times of danger. After seeing that everyone had received his commands, Luo Xianqing bellowed, "Move!" At the same time, he lifted his hand and closed his palm. As if falling under his control, the surrounding space suddenly turned incredibly viscous, and even the slightest of movements would be met with the greatest of resistance. "Zhang Shi, I'll fend off the wasps for the time being, but I won't be able to last too long like that, so I need you to set up the formation as soon as possible." "I understand, just that." A hint of embarrassment suddenly surfaced on Zhang Xian's previously solemn face, and he looked at the group around him awkwardly. Do any of you have grade 8 formation flags? He had cleared the 8-star formation master examination just 1 day ago, and he had not had time to purchase any grade 8 formation flags yet. If he could afford some in the first place, that was, you don't even have any formation flags? Bai Hongyin face twitched upon hearing those words. The expert formation master whom Luo Xianqing had specially invited into their group actually had no formation flags at all. The other members of the group could not help but feel a little lightheaded. Their journey had barely started, but everything was already looking so grim. Here, take mine. Exhaling deeply in frustration, Bai Hongyin flicked her wrist and threw roughly 500 to 600 formation flags over to Zhang Xian. As one who specialized in formations, it was a given that she would bring large quantities of formation flags wherever she went in case of emergencies. Of course, considering that she was a genius from the Demonic Tunist Guild, there was no questioning their quality too. Thank you. Zhang Xian swiftly grabbed all of those flags as he drove his shenqi. So. The next moment, the flags flew out in all directions. Seeing how Zhang Xian tossed all of the flags out without even giving them a second look, Bai Hongyin's face flushed scarlet in fury. I only have that many flags. If you throw all of them out at once and fail to form a formation, we'll have no choice but to force our way through using brute. But before she could finish her sentence, a huge congregation of mist suddenly settled into the surroundings. A formation had been successfully formed and activated. Grade 8 Aura Isolation Formation, typically used to prevent any noise, shockwaves, or any sort of intangible disturbances from traveling in and out of the formation. He's already done? Bai Hongyin gulped in awe, but that hardly helped alleviate the hoarseness in her throat. Not only was she in such a state, even Yun Lianhai and Yuan Shao were completely dumbstruck as well. Even though Luo Xianqing had showered plenty of praise upon Zhang Xian about how swift he was in setting up formations, the sight before them was still too inconceivable. It was simply beyond the limits of their imagination. To complete a grade 8 formation within less than a breath, could 9-star formation masters even set up a grade 8 formation that quickly? After all, setting up a formation was a very complex business. It involved analyzing the surrounding geographical terrain, environment, strength of the opponent, diffusion of power, and many other factors. Yet, to finish it in the blink of an eye without even assessing any of those conditions, or was his mind capable of processing all of that complex information in an instant? Recalling that they were still in the midst of a battle, Bai Hongyin swiftly shook herself out of her shock and whipped out her zither, preparing to play an offensive demonic tune. However, she suddenly realized something then, and she widened her eyes in astonishment. Wait a moment, this formation doesn't seem to have just concealed our presence. It seems to harness the effects of a beguilement formation as well. Look, those crimson-tail wasps are clearly in a disorientated state, traveling aimlessly around the area. To her shock, she realized that the formation did not just isolate their presence from the rest of the world. It seemed to be trapping all of the crimson-tail wasps within it as well, not allowing even a single one of them to escape. This was extremely significant to their current situation. If even a single crimson-tail wasp got away, they could possibly draw the powerful saint beasts in the valley over to save their comrades. Oh, you gave me quite a few flags there. There were still some remaining after I finished the Aura Isolation Formation, so I compounded a beguilement formation while I was at it. Zhang Xian replied with a cheery smile. You compounded a beguilement formation while you were at it? Everyone's cheeks convulsed wildly after hearing how casually Zhang Xian spoke of the matter. Within a short span of less than a breath, that fellow actually set up 2 formations. And as if that was not enough, the both of them were compounded upon one another. Overlapping 2 formations on top of one another was a task that was many times more complicated than just setting up just a single formation. Many more variables and factors had to be taken into account when making the calculations. Even expert formation masters would have to spend several months working with multiple compasses in hand, and yet, that fellow was actually able to achieve it on a whim. Bai Hongyin felt a searing pain on her cheeks, as if someone had just dealt a tight slap to her face. She was considered a genius formation master as well, but compared to the other party, she felt like she was not anything at all. It was almost as if she was a complete amateur standing before a professional. Yun Lianhai also quickly shook himself out of his shocked state before asking, with this beguilement formation, those crimson-tail wasps shouldn't be able to get away. With that, we shouldn't have to fight them anymore, right? The others were dazed for a moment before hurriedly nodding in agreement. Indeed, their goal was not to kill these crimson-tail wasps, but to bypass them so that they would not hinder the group from finding the Dongshu gourd. Since they were already trapped by the beguilement formation, there was no reason for them to fight anymore. They could just walk away, and the disoriented and trapped crimson-tail wasps would not be able to stop them. That won't do. Luo Xianqing shook his head and said, a formation that is set up on a whim won't have sufficient spiritual energy to sustain it for too long. Soon, it will run out of energy and deactivate. We might be able to get away from them now, but if we encounter them once more in the depths of the valley, we'll be in a far more dangerous position. Formations required a constant input of spiritual energy in order to remain active. This was similar to how a carriage required a horse to drive it. Once the horse ran out of strength, the carriage would not remain moving for long. The beguilement formation might have been able to last for quite a while if it was only trapping one or two crimson-tail wasps, but there was an entire legion of them in here. Under their furious thrashing, the beguilement formation would only deplete its spiritual energy faster than ever. By Luo Xuanqing's estimate, it should be collapsing very soon. Rather than be placed into an even more dangerous situation later on, it would be much wiser for them to get rid of the threat then and there, while they still had the upper hand. Run out of energy? Brother Luo, that won't be a problem. I also noticed that problem while I was setting up the formation earlier, so I compounded a spirit-gathering formation on top of that. With the spirit-gathering formation drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy to fuel the other formations, I think it should have no trouble running for several hundred years. Zhang Xian quickly clarified. You even compounded a spirit-gathering formation on top of that? The others staggered upon hearing those words. They quickly turned their gazes over to assess the formation, and indeed, it was as sturdy and stable as it could get. It seemed like there was an endless source of spiritual energy fueling its power depletion. The crowd felt as if their minds had just blown up. A triple compounded formation, and finished in a breath at that. Brother, are you high? It took a long while before the deeply stifled Luo Xianqing was able to find his words once more. Since that's the case, it should be safe for us to leave then. He had prepared so many contingency plans, but in the end, he did not get a chance to use any of them at all. Just by throwing out a pile of flags, the young man had already resolved the crisis they were facing. This left him with a crushing feeling of defeat. Leave? Isn't it a huge waste to leave behind so many formation flags? Zhang Xian blinked in confusion. These formation flags were of top-notch quality, and every single one of them was worth a bomb. It would be too wasteful to toss away such a huge fortune here. What other choice do we have? These crimson-tail wasps produce poison clouds upon their death. Even if we manage to slaughter every last one of them, we'll also suffer heavy damage, Luo Xianqing said with a frown. Heavy damage? Why would that be the case? There were still some spare formation flags after setting up those 3 formations, so I decided to add in a slaughter formation. It will activate automatically once the formation gathers sufficient spiritual energy. All we have to do is wait here, Zhang Xian replied with the same cheery smile. Chapter 1348 I am a physician. There were no words that could describe the shock that the other members of the group were feeling. In fact, they might even have started to feel numb to it already. There was an exponential rise in the difficulty for each additional formation overlapped on a compounded formation. Even the most talented of 8-star formation masters that they knew of would require a minimum of 4 months to set up the most basic grade 8 double compounded formation and 16 months for the most basic triple compounded formation. As for a quadruple compounded formation, without at least 2 decades of work, there was no way one could succeed. Yet, with just a shake of his hand, the young man before them managed to set up 4 of them in less than a breath. His comprehension of formations could not just be defined with the word formidable anymore. It was already beyond their imagination, reaching the realms of terrifying. Bai Hongyin could not help but ask, Zhang Shi, did you really just clear your 8-star formation master examination just a few days ago? I did. I took it together with Brother Luo, and it was really quite troublesome. Recalling the examination he had that day, Zhang Xian shook his head. Troublesome. In this instant, Luo Xianqing was seriously contemplating whether he should never speak to the young man ever again. From looking through the formation blueprint to activating the formation, it took you only 5 breaths. And you freaking call that troublesome? If anyone was troubled by that examination, it should be me. Even until now, my 8-star formation master emblem hasn't arrived. The slaughter formation is about to execute. Zhang Xian suddenly interjected. While they were chatting, the slaughter formation that he had set up seemed to have absorbed sufficient spiritual energy, and with a brilliant burst of light, it began to whir into action. The next moment, countless bursts of sword chi shot forth. All the others could see was innumerable cold glints flashing before all of the Crimson Tail Hornets collapsed to the ground, severed into 2. How powerful! Witnessing the might of the slaughter formation, the others felt shivers running down their spine. Even though it was only a grade 8 primary slaughter formation, it was complemented by a beguilement formation and spirit gathering formation, which raised its prowess to an unbelievable extent. Even for them, they would require a great deal of effort before they could break out of the formation. Something is wrong. Luo Xianqing suddenly noticed something. Considering the powerful might of the slaughter formation, why are the Crimson Tail Wasps floating stationary in the air, allowing the sword chi to slice right through them? Even if their sense of direction has been confounded by the beguilement formation, their innate sensitivity to danger should still prompt them to dodge the sword chi. You're right. What's going on? Luo Xuanqing's words had jolted everyone into realization as well. As formidable as a grade 8 slaughter formation was, it should not have the power to kill Crimson Tail Wasps so easily. Yet, the situation before them. The Crimson Tail Wasps were floating around idly, as if they were completely oblivious to the assault of the slaughter formation. This was a really mystifying situation. Oh, regarding that, I had set up an illusory formation as well. These Crimson Tail Wasps aren't too powerful, and their minds aren't too resilient. As such, they are particularly susceptible to illusory formations. Zhang Xian replied with a light chuckle. Again? Luo Xuanqing's cheeks twitched intensely, and unable to stand it anymore. He asked, just how many formations did you compound in here? He had only expected Zhang Xian to set up a single formation to prevent sound and shockwaves of combat from leaking out. Yet, he actually ended up performing far beyond expectations, setting up 5 formations on top of one another. Just how many more were in there that they did not know of? Well, didn't you all say that the Crimson Tail Wasps would release poison clouds upon their death? I implemented a gathering formation to channel the poison clouds together. Other than that, I also set up a compression formation. Considering how the poison of the Crimson Tail Wasps could kill even a Saint 7 Dan expert, if I can just extract some, I should be able to sell it for quite a hefty sum. Zhang Xian continued calculating with his fingers. Oh, there's also a formation to search for the Wasp King. Since that fellow is the king, it's bound to have many valuable parts to it. However, I still am not too sure how powerful the Wasp King is, so out of safety considerations, I set up a confinement formation so that I would at least be able to trap it should I fail to kill it. Other than that, there's also a visibility formation for us to look through the mist, a ventilation formation to ensure that we receive fresh air so that it won't feel too suffocating here. Oh, and not to forget, a temperature regulation formation as well so that we can watch the show comfortably. I think that should be all. After saying those words, he turned back to the crowd and saw Luo Xianqing and the others with their mouths wide open. They were all looking at him as if he was a monster. It took a long while before they managed to recover from their shock, but even so, a stifling sensation still continued to suffocate their chests. Talking to that fellow felt almost as if they were stabbing a dagger into their own hearts. Their current feelings could totally be described in 5 words. Screw this *T, I'm out. Brother Luo, I heard that the little princess is quite a proficient formation master as well. Bai Hongyin turned to Luo Xianqing and discreetly asked, is she able to set up formations this quickly too? She's unable to do it that quickly. Luo Xinqing replied while gulping. But again, my younger sister didn't spend too much time studying each occupation either. She simply masters them too quickly. Well, perhaps except for pill forging, I guess. His younger sister was not just a highly talented cultivator. She also grasped each of the occupations extremely quickly. What took others several decades to master, she could become proficient within just several months and reach the peak. The only supporting occupation that she was slightly lacking in was pill forging. This was just like how formations were what he was the worst at. He had to take the 8-star formation master examination 3 times before he managed to barely scrape by. I see. Bai Hongyin nodded. A moment later, she turned to Zhang Xian and asked out of curiosity, Zhang Shi, are you proficient in pill forging? I'm afraid I can't really forge pills. Zhang Xian shook his head dejectedly. He had a tight grasp over the various theories and knowledge concerning pill forging, but he lacked the skills to put this knowledge into practice. Otherwise, he would not have to engage the help of others each time. Upon hearing that, the others heaved a sigh of relief. Considering how monstrous he already was in the field of formations, he would really be inhuman if he was equally formidable in the other supporting occupations. At the very least, the fact that he could not forge pills showed that he was not infallible. Wait a moment, don't you have the 7-star apothecary emblem? Luo Xinqing asked with a doubtful frown. Back then, the fellow had even whipped it out to flaunt to him that he had received the emblem through special application. That was one memory that he would probably never forget. Regarding that, I really am unable to forge pills. I only managed to be promoted through clearing the pill debate examination, Zhang Xian explained. Pill debate. Another bout of lightheadedness assaulted Luo Xinqing. At this point, he really wanted to bang his head on the wall. There was no apothecary who did not know that pill debate was many times more difficult than the pill forging examination. The clearance rate for the pill forging examination was at least several dozen in 1,000, but there might not even be a single apothecary out of a group of 100,000 who would be able to clear the pill debate examination. A moment later, after sensing that the formation was not moving anymore, Zhang Xian told the other members, all right, all of the crimson-tail wasps are dead. The others did a swift sweep of their surroundings, too, and as expected, all of the crimson-tail wasps had collapsed to the ground. With a quick scanning of his formation, Zhang Xian's eyes lit up in excitement. I have managed to capture the Wasp King too. Let's head over to take a look. After which, he hurriedly advanced forward. Fearing that they would make a misstep and end up being attacked by the formation, the other members of the group followed tightly behind him. Not long later, they saw a withered crimson-tail wasp floating in the air, seemingly on the verge of death. In terms of appearance and size, this wasp was actually not much different from the others, making it nigh impossible to differentiate it from the rest. Zhang Xian activated his Eye of Insight to conduct a closer examination of the Wasp King. While the other crimson-tail wasps were at St. 3 Dan to 4 Dan, the Wasp King wielded a cultivation of St. 6 Dan Grand Dominion Realm Pinnacle. The Wasp King's poison is too strong. I think it would be best to just kill it so that needless trouble doesn't arise from this, Luo Xinqing proposed. Even ordinary crimson-tail wasps could kill St. 7 Dan experts when sufficient poison built up. Given how this one was able to become the Wasp King, its poison was bound to be far more potent. Just to be safe, it would be best to kill it quickly. After all, it would be a disaster if any single one of them was pricked. Yes, its poison is indeed rather potent. Zhang Xian nodded as he reached out to grab the crimson-tail wasp between his forefinger and middle finger. Be careful. Seeing that Zhang Xian actually used his bare hands to grab the Wasp King, cold sweat immediately trickled down everyone's back. Wong. At that moment, an unexpected change occurred. The seemingly debilitated Wasp King dived forward, and the venomous sting on its tail shot straight toward Zhang Xian's skin. Puha! A small incision was made on Zhang Xian's forefinger, and the venom immediately flowed into his bloodstream. The Wasp King had actually been feigning weakness all along. As soon as it saw that Zhang Xian was going to grab it, it immediately leaped up to retaliate. That's the Wasp King's life-bound venomous sting. It's known to be lethal to even St. 8 Dan cultivators. This is really bad. There's no antidote in the world for it. Seeing how Zhang Xian had ended up being stung in his moment of negligence, everyone's face paled in fright. The crimson-tail wasp's life-bound venomous sting was a weapon that even 8-star pinnacle physicians were helpless before, and any cultivator of Saint 8 Dan and beneath would die within moments after being stung. Without a doubt, the countdown to the death of this genius formation master had already started ticking. Pada. While everyone was panicking, the Wasp King suddenly collapsed to the ground. It convulsed twice before breathing its last breath. Even at its death, its eyes were widened in indignation. The Wasp King has been poisoned to death? Everyone leaped in shock. It was apparent from the situation that not only did the Wasp King fail to poison Zhang Xian, it even ended up being poisoned to death instead. Zhang Xian scratched his head awkwardly, unsure of how he should explain the situation. The Wasp King's assault was so sudden that he did not even have the time to react before the sting was plunged into his finger. At the same time, the Heaven's Path Zhenqi flowing through his body also ended up entering the Wasp King's body, and as a result of that, the Wasp King died. You are a poison master? Everyone turned to Zhang Xian with shocked faces. Zhang Xian was at a loss as to what to say. The Wasp King attempted to poison him, only to be poisoned to death instead. This situation had unfolded right before their eyes, so there was very little he could say to vindicate himself. If I said that it died on its own, would you believe me? Zhang Xian asked hesitantly. The others shook their heads. All right, I'll tell you the truth then. Driving his state of mind, Zhang Xian calmly explained, Actually, I am a physician. Prior to entering the valley, I swallowed some antidotes. The Wasp King tried to kill me, but it ended up being afflicted by the poison of the antidote I consumed, thus resulting in its death. Poison masters were capable of poisoning others to death, and so could physicians. It was just that the former specialized in the concocting of poison, whereas the latter sought to create medicine. Nevertheless, both occupations still intersected at some points. Physician? Antidote? Just what kind of antidote could possibly poison the Wasp King to death? The others frowned in disbelief. It's this one. Zhang Xian flicked his wrist and took out a pill. This one. The others took the pill and examined it closely. Before long, deep frowns were etched onto their foreheads. No matter how they looked at it, it was only an ordinary antidote pill. Could such a thing really be able to poison even the Wasp King to death? If you don't believe me, you can give it a try. There are many poisonous substances in the area, so you can just take a few breaths here and there to test the potency of the antidote. Zhang Xian shrugged. Forget it. We'll believe that you are a physician. The eyebrows of the others twitched upon hearing Zhang Xian's words. Who in the right mind would willingly ingest poison, even to test out the effects of an antidote pill? In any case, every single one of them had their own secrets keep. There was no reason for them to pursue the matter to the very end. All right, let's go then. Seeing that the others had given up on interrogating him, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. With a wave of his hand, he swiftly retracted the formation flags in the surroundings, and after a moment of hesitation, he eventually decided to chuck the carcass of the Wasp King into his storage ring as well. While the carcass of the Wasp King was not of much use to him, he could always use it to deal with others. After retracting the formation flags, their surroundings returned to absolute silence. It seemed like their earlier battle did not draw the attention of other saint beasts. The group heaved a sigh of relief. Holding the antidote that Zhang Xian had passed them tightly, Luo Xinqing hesitated for a moment before carefully storing it in a jade bottle, after which he hurriedly headed to the front of the group once more and began leading the way forward. Chapter 1349, Soulbinding Golden Bead. These are your formation flags. With a wave of his hand, Zhang Xian passed the pile of formation flags back to Bai Hongyin. You can keep them for the time being. They are much better off with you than with me, Bai Hongyin replied. After witnessing the other party's proficiency in formations, she knew that the formation flags would be put to much better use in the other party's hands. Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. Thank you. These formation flags were indeed of much use to him. If he could only kill a half-phantasmal space expert with his current strength, with these formation flags in hand, as long as he could catch the enemy off guard, Even a phantasmal space realm intermediate stage expert could be cornered by him. After their previous encounter with the crimson-tail wasps, the group was far more careful than before. They continued advancing deeper into the valley for 4 hours straight. Within those 4 hours, they got into several small skirmishes with Saint Beasts, but thanks to Zhang Xian's formations and the superior fighting prowess of the group, it did not take them too much effort to resolve those situations. At some point in time, Luo Xinqing suddenly stopped behind a massive boulder and gestured to the area ahead of him. The Dongshu Gourd is located in the cavern just ahead. Tracing the trajectory of the valley, the others soon saw an average-sized cavern appearing before their eyes. Due to the lush vines that grew along the cliff, the entrance was concealed to the point that only small slits could be seen. If one did not pay close attention, one would have overlooked the presence of the cavern easily. This place doesn't seem to be any different from the other areas, though, Bai Hongyin said with a confused frown. In her view, there was nothing unique about the cavern. There was no astoundingly powerful aura or concentration of spiritual energy. It felt no different from the other parts of the mountain range. Would something as valuable as the Dongshu Gourd really be inside? That's because there's an aura isolation formation around his cavern. Otherwise, someone else would have long harvested the Dongshu Gourd, Luo Xinqing said. The others also nodded in agreement after hearing these words. Indeed, if the cavern emanated a powerful aura or had a high concentration of spiritual energy, even the Saint Beasts would have charged in upon noticing it to dig out the treasure within. Let's head in then. Why are we waiting out here? Yun Lianhai urged excitedly. As a qualified treasure hunter, his blood raced in exhilaration upon hearing that the treasure was right before them. We can't head in right now. We have to wait till nighttime, Luo Xinqing informed the group through Zhenqi telepathy. Nighttime? Why? Yun Lianhai was baffled by Luo Xuanqing's words. The others also could not understand why Luo Xinqing wanted to wait till nighttime before making a move. One must know that they were currently in the midst of a valley where Saint 8 Dan beasts lurked. Every additional second there put them in greater danger. A netherworld azure dragon beast lives in the cavern, Luo Xinqing explained. Netherworld azure dragon beast? Bai Hongyin and the others narrowed their eyes in astonishment. Noting the changes in the expressions of those around him, Zhang Xian could not help but ask, is it a really formidable saint beast? So far, his knowledge of beast taming had only reached 6 star. While he had read quite a variety of books and come to learn of some of the more formidable saint beasts, he still was not too well versed with the rarer and more elusive saint beasts. The netherworld azure dragon beast is a saint beast that possesses the bloodline of the dragon tribe. Just by reaching maturity, they would already achieve a strength on par with Saint 8 Dan experts, Yuan Shao explained grimly. Saint 8 Dan? Zhang Xian's expression turned grave. To be honest, he had never seen a saint beast of that tier before. If he could just tame one of those, he would stand a much better chance in the struggle against the Zhang clan for Luo Ruoxin. Indeed, even with all of our strengths combined, we won't be a match for that fellow, so it would be best for us to wait till nighttime so as to not draw its attention, Luo Xinqing said grimly. Due to their innate talents and superior physical prowess, Saint 8 Dan beasts tended to wield fighting prowess far stronger than Saint 8 Dan cultivators. Even though they were offspring of powerful clans and organizations, possessing multiple means up their sleeves, they were still insufficient to deal with the netherworld azure dragon beast. Saint beasts of that tier should possess a keen awareness of their surroundings and be able to perceive even the slightest disturbance in their surroundings. Is there any difference between entering now and at nighttime? Zhang Xian asked. Saint beasts would also unlock their spiritual perception at Saint 2 Dan, allowing them to be impervious to the reduced visibility of nighttime. At Saint 8 Dan, the netherworld azure dragon beast could be considered one of the strongest saint beasts in the world. So what difference would day and night make to it? It's because I have this artifact. Luo Xinqing flicked his wrist, and a jade container appeared in his palm. He pried it open lightly. An array of brilliant light flickered out. Sitting at the center of the jade container was a golden bead. It was made of a material that Zhang Xian could not recognize, but its radiance was amazing. What is it? Bai Hongyin asked. It seemed like Zhang Xian was not the only one who did not recognize what the golden bead was. This is a soul-binding golden bead that I had someone specially craft for me, Luo Xinqing replied. Soul-binding golden bead? The Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast possesses the dragon bloodline, and due to that, it's particularly sensitive to golden, shiny objects. So, I specially had this artifact forged so as to capture its attention. Look at the formation marks inscribed on top of it. It's carved in a way to induce drowsiness if one stares at it for an extended period of time, Luo Xinqing explained. However, in the day, sunlight would compromise the effectiveness of the soul-binding golden bead, making it harder to draw the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast's attention. So, it would be best to wait till nighttime. The crowd nodded in realization. It was no secret that those of the dragon bloodline possessed a crazed fancy for objects that were particularly shiny or dazzling. As long as they used the soul-binding golden bead well, it could indeed lead to exceptional results. Once they lulled the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast to sleep, they would be able to bypass it safely as long as they proceeded carefully. Brother Luo, can I allow me to examine your soul-binding golden bead? Zhang Xian asked. Here you go, Luo Xinqing said as he tossed the golden bead over. Catching it, Zhang Xian began examining it closely. He had to admit that it was an exquisite work. The person who had forged the bead must have been an 8-star celestial designer at the very minimum. Flaws. A book materialized in the Library of Heaven's Path. Soul-binding golden bead, forged by 8-star celestial designer Jiang Feifei. The book detailed the origin of the soul-binding golden bead, its effects, and its flaws. Seeing that Zhang Xian was studying the soul-binding golden bead closely, Luo Xinqing asked in curiosity, Zhang Shi, are you well versed in the artifacts of celestial designers too? I have read quite a few books regarding that, so I do know a thing or two about that field. Zhang Xian nodded. He was still a 6-star celestial designer at the moment, not having taken the examination ever since leaving the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy. 6-star celestial designers could already be considered professionals in the field, but in comparison with the true experts in the Sanctum of Sages, his mastery and knowledge could only be considered minor at the very most. Oh, since you are well versed in celestial designer artifacts too, what do you think about my soul-binding golden bead? Luo Xinqing asked in interest. Since there was some time to waste before nighttime, he was curious to see how much this genius formation master knew about celestial designing. Zhang Xian hesitated for a moment before speaking up. Judging from the exquisiteness of the work, I deduced that this artifact was forged by an 8-star celestial designer. However, as exquisite as the work is, there are still quite a number of flaws in it, so I am a little apprehensive as to whether it will be sufficient to deal with a Saint 8 Dan beast or not. He had to admit that the soul-binding golden bead was well designed, such that it could easily lull any Saint 7 Dan beasts to sleep. However, if it was used against a Saint 8 Dan beast, it probably would not be that simple. I spent a heavy price to get the genius celestial designer of the inner sanctum to forge it for me. There are no saint beasts possessing the dragon bloodline that could resist its allure and remain unfazed by the effects of the formation marks on it, Luo Xinqing declared confidently. Out of safety consideration, he had even had the elders in his clan appraise the soul-binding golden bead after it was forged, and the response he had received was that it was highly effective against Saint 8 Dan beasts. The formation marks do harness the secrets of the soul, which makes it highly hypnotizing to humans. However, I can't say for sure whether it'll have the same effectiveness when used on a saint beast. After all, the soul of a beast is vastly different to the soul of a human. When you engage the help of the genius celestial designer, did you tell the person that you were intending to use the artifact to deal with a Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast? Zhang Xian asked. This. Luo Xinqing was taken aback by Zhang Xian's questioning. As this involved the confidentiality of his mission to acquire the Dongshu Gourd, he had only told Jiang Feifei that he was intending to use the soul-binding golden bead to deal with a Saint 8 Dan expert, not specifying the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast in his request. He had thought that as long as it could work on Saint 8 Dan experts, it should not have any trouble with Saint Beasts too. In proportion to their physical mass, Saint Beasts tend to possess larger and stronger souls than humans. Nevertheless, as long as the soul-binding golden bead is well used, it's not entirely impossible for it to lull the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast to sleep. However, it would probably require quite some time, so it might not be as convenient as you thought it to be, Zhang Xian said. As long as it succeeds in lulling the netherworld azure dragon beast to sleep, the duration doesn't matter. Luo Xinqing shook his head. As long as he could knock out that massive fellow, what would an additional hour or two matter? He had already made half a year of preparations for the Dongshu Gourd. Another day or two would not make a difference to him. Zhang Xian was silent for a moment before replying. Considering that it's a Saint 8 Dan beast we are dealing with, every second will spell a greater degree of danger. What I'm trying to say here is that if you have any other alternative means, it would be best to use it instead. Counting solely on the soul-binding golden bead won't be a safe option. Standing before a Saint 8 Dan beast was almost equivalent to being in the same room as a ticking time bomb. It would be one thing if they succeeded in lulling the netherworld azure dragon beast to sleep, but what if they were to fail? Alternative means? Can you forge an even better soul-binding golden bead? Luo Xinqing asked impatiently. Zhang Xian shook his head in response. Due to the limited number of celestial designer books he had read, he was not too sure what he could do to resolve the flaws in the soul-binding golden bead. Then, what's the point of saying so much? I had to look through many books before I was able to discover this method to deal with saint beasts possessing the dragon bloodline. All right, there's no need to say anything more. Let's just give it a try first. If it doesn't work out, we'll just have to resort to forceful measures. Even if we are unable to kill the netherworld azure dragon beast, as long as we can stall it for a few hours, we should still be able to harvest the Dongshu Gourd, Luo Xinqing said. In any case, his goal was to obtain the Dongshu Gourd, not to kill the netherworld azure dragon beast. Even if they could not knock out the latter, as long as they could find a way to stall it for some time, it was still possible for them to succeed in their mission. All right then. Having no better solution in mind either, Zhang Xian could only go along with the current plan. The group continued discussing for some time to sort out their plan to deal with the netherworld azure dragon beast. Just as they were about to rest up to prepare themselves for the battle later in the night, Zhang Xian's eyebrows suddenly shot up. Someone is here. Someone is here? The crowd frowned. They were all Saint 7 Dan experts, but even they did not perceive anyone's presence. How would the young man know? I left some small formations while making my way here. As long as someone comes into their vicinity, they will activate and alert me, Zhang Xian explained. His spiritual perception was far larger than that of ordinary cultivators, but of course, he could not possibly tell them that. So, he could only find another excuse. Who is it? Luo Xinqing asked. I don't know either. They are currently making their way over here. They should be emerging from behind that boulder over there soon, Zhang Xian said as he pointed behind him. Luo Xinqing immediately turned around to stare at the boulder behind him, and right after, a couple of figures emerged from behind the boulder. It's him? Luo Xuanqing's face immediately turned livid. Who are they? Zhang Xian asked. Luo Xinqing clenched his fists tightly and narrowed his eyes. They're from the Zhang clan. Zhang Heng. Chapter 1350. I'll poison him to death. Zhang Heng? Why is he here? Yuan Zhao's face immediately darkened. Bai Hongyin and the others also frowned upon hearing that name. He is? Zhang Xian asked in confusion. Of the Zhang clan members, he had only heard of Zhang Yu and the young prodigy. He had never heard of Zhang Heng before. Brother Luo and Zhang Heng are geniuses who entered the sanctum of sages in the same cohort. They have always competed with one another, and their relationship. Yuan Shao took a glance at Luo Xinqing before whispering with a suppressed voice, "They are not too amiable." Not too amiable? Hearing those words, Bai Hongyin burst out laughing. More like mortal enemies. No matter what they do, they just have to compare with and outdo the other. If Luo Xinqing destroys a hall, that fellow would run off to destroy too. Just think of all the trouble they have caused throughout the years. She did not bother lowering her voice, so Luo Xinqing heard her words loud and clear. His face immediately reddened in embarrassment. He wanted to retort, but he found that there was nothing he could say. Destroys a hall? You are saying that Brother Luo's reputation of being a king of destruction is intentional? Zhang Xian was shocked. Of course not. Luo Xinqing harumphed in displeasure. It's just that I was too focused on winning and forgot to hold back a little. too focused on winning? If Zhang Hong clears a trial in 10 minutes, Luo Xianqing would desperately do everything he could to clear the trial in 9 minutes. Of course, there's no way he would be able to control himself when he's going all out. Bai Hongyin uttered leisurely. It was indeed hard to control one's strength when one was attempting to break a record, so it was inevitable that mishaps would occur. Looking back, Zhang Xian found that even though he had caused a fair bit of destruction as well, he was at least in control of himself. He never caused trouble for the sake of it, and more often than not, they were all freak accidents resulting from unfortunate coincidences or misunderstandings. In comparison to Luo Xianqing, he felt like he was just a gentle lamb. If that's the case, does this mean that Zhang Hong heard news about the Dongshu gourd and came here to stick his nose into the matter as well? Zhang Xian asked with a frown. Given that Zhang Hong and Luo Xianqing were rivals of one another, their cultivation was likely around the same level as one another. If Zhang Hong was really there to meddle in the matter, things could get really troublesome for them. Don't worry, I have only told you about the matter concerning the Dongshu gourd. There's no way he could know about that. He's here for something completely different, Luo Xianqing replied confidently. Oh. The others were slightly surprised by Luo Xuanqing's words. What other business would Zhang Hong have there other than the Dongshu gourd? The Sanctum of Sages was at least several million li away, so he could not possibly have been there to sightsee, could he? Look at the group with him. Zhao Sun and Zhao Yi from the Beast Tamer Hall, Li Hong from the Celestial Designer Guild, and Yuan from the Physician Guild here. If I'm not mistaken, he's here to tame a saint beast, Luo Xianqing replied. Tame a saint beast? Yun Lianhai pondered for a moment before widening his eyes in realization. Now that you mention it, I do remember hearing something related to that. Not too long ago, Zhang Hong posted a beast taming mission, offering 3 jade spirit essence for helpers to aid him in the taming of a saint beast that possesses the dragon bloodline. Could it be that the saint beast he is hoping to tame is the netherworld azure dragon beast? I also recall something like that. Everyone was taken aback by those words. Even Zhang Xian was slightly surprised. A few days ago, Sun Chang had told him that there was a beast tamer mission that offered generous rewards. He had intended to take it up, but he had eventually forgotten about the matter because he was in a rush to report for the elite division. Who would have thought that the mission was actually posted by Zhang Hong? More importantly, to think that they would meet one another here. That seems to be the case. Luo Xianqing said as a sharp glint flashed across his eyes. That's way too much of a coincidence. Indeed, just as we were planning to deal with the netherworld azure dragon beast, they suddenly arrived here to tame it. Brother Luo, could this actually be your doing? Everyone quickly turned their gazes toward Luo Xianqing. Considering how many saint beasts there were in the world, it was far too much of a coincidence for them to meet one another in somewhere as remote as this. It was hard to believe that Luo Xianqing did not play a part in orchestrating this matter. Who else could it be? Luo Xuanqing's lips crept up gleefully. That fellow constantly keeps a tab on my whereabouts. So, I knew that it was only a matter of time before he found out what I'm up to no matter how discreet I am. In order to prevent the secret of the Dongshu gourd from getting out, I went around buying beast taming tools and had the soul-binding golden bead forged so as to create an image that my goal is to tame the netherworld azure dragon beast. Who could have known that fool would really fall for my ploy? The crowd glanced at one another. Such a thing was possible? But thinking again, everything made sense. There had always been bad blood between the both of them, so it was only natural that Zhang Hong would attempt to sabotage Luo Xuanqing's efforts after learning that the latter was intending to tame a Saint 8 Dan beast. Smart, Zhang Xian remarked. This was truly 2 birds in a stone. Not only did he manage to turn Zhang Heng's attention away from his real goal, he even managed to get the latter to clear away the danger for him. Regardless of whether Zhang Hong would successfully tame the netherworld azure dragon beast in the end or not, he would surely be a great aid to them by helping them distract the latter's attention, thus opening a gap for them to sneak past the latter. As expected of an offspring of the Luo clan, his future brother-in-law Shure was skilled in scheming against others. Hidden beneath his reckless, brash exterior was a calculative, black-hearted soul. After coming to realize what was happening, Yun Lianhai's eyes glowed in respect as he asked, since he's intending to tame the netherworld azure dragon beast, should we hide ourselves and wait for the two to engage one another first before heading in? He had been feeling a little apprehensive about how they would deal with the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast should the soul-binding golden bead fail to work its wonders. Since Zhang Hong was willing to confront that beast in their place, they were more than willing to sit back and enjoy the show. That won't do either. Luo Xinqing shook his head. I have competed with Zhang Hong for many years, and as much as I hate to admit it, I can roughly fathom his train of thoughts. Most likely, he realized that I was on my way here, so he quickly chased over here as well. He will become suspicious if I am nowhere to be seen. Furthermore, if he chooses to explore the cavern further, there's a good chance that he will notice the existence of the Dongshu gourd as well. What should we do then? Yun Lianhai asked. Simple, Luo Xinqing said with a sharp glint in his eyes. Aren't they intending to tame the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast? We'll act as if we are hindering them while luring the Saint Beast over to them. Once they have their hands preoccupied with it, we will be able to do whatever we want. Good idea. The others quickly gave their approval to that course of action. Since they were putting on a show, they should go all the way. Since you are here, don't you think that you will be letting down the audience if you don't make a move? So, why don't I set the stage for you? It will be two birds with one stone like that. Not only will your vanity and pride be satisfied, I can also reap the fruits of victory at the same time. It was apparent that Luo Xinqing had an idea in mind from how confident he was. So Zhang Xian asked, Brother Luo, do you have a plan in mind? Of course. Luo Xinqing nodded. My plan is for us to split into two teams. One team will aim to hinder their advancement, whereas the other will engage the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast and act as if they are trying to tame it. Once Zhang Hong realizes that I am a step ahead of him, he will surely panic and hurriedly make a move, and the rest will be simple. The others nodded upon hearing his plan. Considering that Zhang Hong knew that Luo Xinqing was there to tame the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast, he would surely realize that something was off if Luo Xinqing allowed him to engage it without hindering him. Since that was the case, it would be best for them to struggle a bit and enrage the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast while they were at it before passing the mess over to Zhang Hong. With Zhang Heng's strength and means, the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast would not be able to kill him. However, it would be able to give him a hell of a time and stall him, thus preventing him from stopping them from obtaining the Dongshu gourd. Since everyone agrees that there's no problem with this, I'll start making arrangements. Seeing that the crowd approved of his idea, Luo Xinqing first turned to Zhang Xian and Yuan Shao and said, The two of you will proceed ahead to engage the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast. Yuan Shao, you possess stronger defense, so you should take the front line, whereas Zhang Shi will support you from the back with his formations. If that bastard Zhang Hong hasn't appeared, we still might have some trouble dealing with the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast, but since he just has to stick a leg into my business, there's no need for us to hold back against him anymore. Try to make the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast as angry as you can later on. We'll find a way to make Zhang Hong take over. Got it? Zhang Xian and Yuan Shao nodded. The instruction was actually rather simple. He and Yuan Shao were in charge of pulling the aggro of the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast until Zhang Heng's group appeared. As for Hong Yin and Lianhai, follow me. We'll be engaging Zhang Hong and his group. Remember, we must try our best to stop them from advancing. Luo Xinqing said. After saying those words, he began making his way over Zhang Heng's group, and by Han Yin and Yun Lianhai followed behind. We should make a move, too. Seeing that the others had left, Yuan Shao walked past the boulder and carefully entered the cavern. Zhang Shi, you should set up your formation over here first. It doesn't have to be too strong, just sufficient to trap the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast for a short while. Meanwhile, I'll try to draw it out of the cavern and into your formation. That should suffice for our part, Yuan Shao told Zhang Xian telepathically as he proceeded ahead. Zhang Xian nodded in response. That was indeed the simplest way to go around doing that. Their goal was not to tame or kill, but to anger that huge fellow. After trapping the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast, we'll have to rush over to assist Luo Xinqing and the others. Zhang Hong isn't a weak opponent. Even in the inner sanctum, he is considered one of the strongest experts. The battle between the both of them is spectacular even by the standards of the inner sanctum. I'm sure you'll be able to learn a lot from spectating their battle, Yuan Shao said with a hint of excitement in his voice. Cultivators loved to watch duels between true experts as they were a good opportunity for them to reflect on themselves and learn new things. Luo Xinqing and Zhang Hong were figures who stood at the very top of the inner sanctum, so naturally, a fight between them was worth watching. All right, Zhang Xian nodded indifferently. To be honest, he was not too interested in the fight between the two of them. As his cultivation had not reached Saint Seven Dan yet, there were bound to be many details that he would not really be able to make sense of. Besides, he would definitely have to invoke the Library of Heaven's Path in the midst of watching the battle, and he was certain that he would feel so disgusted that he might even puke once he saw all of those ridiculous flaws in their techniques. What? You aren't interested? Seeing through Zhang Xian's thoughts, Yuan Shao chuckled. Are you thinking that a fight between the both of them will just be another ordinary spar? You are greatly mistaken then. Whenever the two of them cross blows, each and every single move they make is sharp and deadly. Sharp and deadly? Zhang Xian was astounded. Just what kind of grudge do they have to go that far? As fellow students, surely there could not be a reason for such animosity. You are really unaware of the matter? Well, I guess that's to be expected, considering how you have only arrived at the Sanctum of Sages a couple of days ago, Yuan Shao said with a nod. He swiftly scanned his surroundings, and after confirming that there was no one around, he said with a hushed voice, according to rumors within the Sanctum of Sages, it's said that Zhang Hong intends to court the little princess of the Luo clan. Wait, where are you going? Before Yuan Shao could finish his story, the young man behind him suddenly turned around and left. I'm going to poison that Zhang Hong to death, Zhang Xian uttered coldly. Yuan Shao. Chapter 1351. The Shameless Zhang Clan. Despite being filled with indignation, Zhang Xian eventually decided against going. With a deep frown, he asked in a doubtful voice, isn't the little princes of the Luo clan already engaged to the young prodigy of the Zhang clan? As an offspring of the Zhang clan, does that Zhang Chun really intend to vie for his clan head's bride? He definitely wouldn't dare do something as brazen as vying for his clan head's bride. Just that. The young prodigy has been missing for a very long time, and there are some rumors going around. Yuan Shao warily scanned his surroundings once more, and after confirming again and again that there was no one eavesdropping on their conversation, he secretly sent a telepathic message to Zhang Xian. It said that even if the young prodigy doesn't appear by the 3rd month of the next year, the Zhang clan will still send an outstanding offspring with pure bloodline of around the same age to complete the marriage ceremony. And Zhang Chun happens to be in the list of candidates. In the end, what's important is for the marriage to go through, by hook or by crook. There's actually such a matter? Zhang Xian's face reddened in fury, and he nearly exploded on the spot. Even though he had been displeased about Luo Ruoxin's engagement with the young prodigy in the past, he had still been able to reluctantly tolerate it given that both parties were top-notch geniuses from their respective clans. But the young prodigy was simply showing blatant disrespect for Luo Ruoxin over here. Not only did he disappear irresponsibly into thin air, he even wanted to find others to replace him in the engagement. That was far too much. It was not like Luo Ruoxin was a commodity for sale. Did the Zhang clan think that just anyone would be worthy of her? How could the #1 sage clan of the Master Teacher continent be so shameless? If I have a chance to visit the Zhang clan, I swear that I'll raise up a storm there, or else my surname isn't Zhang. Zhang Xian vowed in his heart with gritted teeth. But again, that is only hearsay. I can't guarantee its authenticity, so do take it with a pinch of salt. Yuan Shao explained with a frown upon noticing that something was wrong with Zhang Xian's complexion. The little princess of the Luo clan isn't just supremely talented. She's also renowned for her unparalleled beauty as well. There's no one who wouldn't be charmed by her after catching a glimpse of her allure. Zhang Chun had the honor of meeting her once, so I guess it wouldn't be too surprising for him to be infatuated with her. And as you know, Luo Xinqing is an overly affectionate brother. How could he remain calm upon seeing that Zhang Chun is lusting over his younger sister? Due to that, whenever they start fighting, there's no one who can pull them apart. Recalling the previous few times that the two of them battled with one another, Yuan Shao could not help but cower a little. Even though he boasted nigh invincible defense, He knew that he would be no match for Luo Xinqing once the latter activated his bloodline ability. The reason that human-shaped tornado had left so many managerial elders with a splitting headache was not just due to his aptitude in causing destruction. More importantly, it was due to the overwhelming fighting prowess he commanded. Suppressing the fury in his heart, Zhang Xian waved his hand. Got it. I'll set up a formation here, so you just have to lure the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast over, and I'll immediately activate the formation to have it trapped temporarily. That fellow dared lust over his girlfriend? He would have to see just how formidable that fellow was. If that fellow was not up to standards, he would have him poisoned to death. It happened that he had just acquired the poison essence of the Crimson-Tail Wasp King, so he could poison even a Saint 8 Dan expert to death. Considering how Zhang Chun was roughly around the same cultivation realm as Luo Xinqing, he should not be able to withstand the effects of the poison either. All right, Yuan Shao nodded. With a grim look, he lowered his body and began rolling toward the cavern as a round ball. Upon reaching the entrance of the cavern, he had to struggle a bit before he could squeeze his way in. After seeing that Yuan Shao had entered the cavern, Zhang Xian took a deep breath before waving his hand, and several hundred formation flags immediately floated into the air. Due to the limitations of his cultivation, he was only able to set up grade 8 primary formations. Anything beyond that would be putting far too great a strain on his strength. But the problem was that it was impossible to trap a Saint 8 Dan beast without a grade 8 intermediate or even advanced formation. My cultivation is still far too lacking. If one were to just look at Zhang Xian's current understanding of formations, setting up a grade 8 pinnacle would not pose a problem to him. In fact, even grade 9 primary formations would not be too much trouble. However, his lacking cultivation was a problem that no amount of understanding of formations could resolve. In order to set up a grade 8 intermediate formation, he would require the ability to construct phantasm space. No amount of zhenqi could substitute that. Zhang Xian's mind quickly spun into action, and in just the blink of an eye, a formation surfaced in his thoughts. It's not viable for me to set up a formation to confine the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast in for long, but if it's just trapping it for an hour or so, I should be able to do it with the Talopsis Confinement Formation. Even though the Talopsis Confinement Formation was just a grade 8 primary formation, it had the remarkable ability to seal all of one's senses, and this included spiritual perception. Those who stepped into its area of effect would find themselves plunged into complete darkness, leaving a feeling of helplessness and despair arising from the bottom of their hearts. It was said that the elder who designed the formation had once captured 108 owl-type saint beasts that were adept in navigating through the darkness. By the time his formation was constructed, every single one of them was trapped within it, unable to escape. It was not particularly effective against human cultivators, who could navigate their way through using a compass or the sort, but it was definitely a powerful weapon to deal with saint beasts. Of course, he would be being too optimistic to think that it could trap a Saint 8 Dan beast for too long, but an hour should not be too difficult. I'll choose this one then. Zhang Xian swiftly imagined a few scenarios to gauge the viability of this course of action, and he eventually came to the conclusion that the Talopsis Confinement Formation was the most suitable one of the formations that he could construct. Thus, he flicked his fingers. So. Formation flags darted across the air, falling into place in the surroundings. They dived forcefully into the various gaps in the nearby boulders or soil, disappearing from sight. It did not matter whether formation flags were located above ground or underground. As long as they accurately harnessed the flow of spiritual energy from the surroundings, there would not be too much difference in the prowess of the formation. After this was done, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief and began waiting patiently for Yuan Shao to return with the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast. But after waiting for roughly 10 minutes or so, Yuan Shao still did not appear. A frown emerged on Zhang Xian's forehead. All Yuan Shao has to do is pull the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast over. Should it really take such a long time? I should head over to take a look. Deciding to check out the situation, Zhang Xian began making his way over to the cavern. However, before he could even walk through the entrance, an overpowering shockwave suddenly burst forth from within. His eyes narrowed in alarm, and he hurriedly executed the unbounded Voyager and retreated from the scene. Pung. However, Zhang Xian's reaction was still a little too slow. The powerful shockwave struck him forcefully from the back. Pooh! A sweet sensation gripped his throat, and he was sent flying into the nearby cliff, smashing out a huge hole in it. From the impact of the collision, Zhang Xian felt his entire body being strained to its limits. The muscles throughout his body were mostly torn, and it felt as if his bones were on the verge of being shattered into innumerable pieces. A pain that was so excruciating that it seemed to stab right into his soul assaulted him. It was just a brief instant, but Zhang Xian had already sustained severe injuries. If not for his recent breakthroughs, especially the enhancement of his physical resilience through the cultivation of the Heaven's Path Golden Body, which made his body as strong as a half-saint high-tier artifact, there was a good chance that he might have died on the spot. Who is it? Zhang Xian roared as he swiftly drove his Heaven's Path Shinqi to heal his injuries. At the same time, he pushed his palm against the wall to turn himself around, wanting to see who the culprit was. However, before he managed to do so, he suddenly felt goosebumps rising all over his body once more. Another shockwave wielding crushing might was pressing down on him. It seemed like the other party was intent on forcing him into a corner. Damn it! Knowing that he could very well lose his life if this shockwave were to strike him, Zhang Xian hurriedly activated his dominion. With his cultivation reaching leaving aperture pinnacle, his dominion no longer spanned over a radius of 1 meter. Instead, just like a normal Grand Dominion Realm primary stage cultivator, it covered a radius of 5 meters around him. On top of that, the power of his dominion was extremely compact, making it far stronger than a Grand Dominion Realm primary stage cultivator's. The emergence of his dominion managed the incoming attack significantly, but before Zhang Xian could heave a sigh of relief, cracks suddenly began creeping across his dominion. Gotcha! Gotcha! They swiftly consumed his entire dominion before eventually shattering it with a resounding explosion. Pooh! Another spurt of fresh blood spilled forth from Zhang Xian's mouth as the incoming shockwave pushed him further into the cliff, threatening to reduce him into a lump of meat paste. The other party is simply too strong. At the very least, they must be a Saint Seven Dan pinnacle expert. Zhang Xian thought as a chilling sensation arose in his heart. After the 2 consecutive blows they had traded, it was apparent that Zhang Xian was in an absolutely disadvantageous position. In fact, he did not even manage to catch who his opponent was throughout the entire encounter. This deeply reminded him of the plight that he had been in when he first met Luo Qingxin. In face of the devastating strength that the other party wielded, Zhang Xian found a hint of helplessness arising in his heart. Just who in the world are you? Knowing that there was no time to be wasted, Zhang Xian flicked his hand as he roared, "Puppets, block him!" Hoolah! The 100 or so puppets he had in his storage ring immediately emerged in the area. These were the puppets that he had managed to tame from the vicious of the northern marshlands. While most of them were only at the leaving aperture realm, their combined strength was still a sight to behold. Boom! As soon as the puppets appeared, they immediately positioned themselves in a formation before launching an assault on the fellow who had attacked him from behind. After becoming an 8-star formation master, Zhang Xian had made some rearrangements to the collaborative formation of the puppets, thus bringing their prowess to a whole new level. Sonic booms erupted here, and there under their powerful might. Back then, while the puppets were using the offensive formations of the Combat Master Hall, they had been able to defeat the Saint 6 Dan primary stage pavilion Master Yu with ease. With their current enhanced ability, even dealing with Saint 7 Dan opponents was within their means. So. What was frightening about them was how relentlessly their attacks fell, reminiscent of the endless waves of an ocean. However, before they could reach their full strength, another powerful force burst forth once more. It was a strength that carried the imposing air reminiscent of an avalanche. It felt as if, no matter how one struggled, there was just no way to escape from it. Pong 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 pong. Amid a series of sonic booms, the collaborative formation of the puppet was forcefully torn apart, following which, the puppets were sent flying one after another. With astounding force, they were slammed into the cliff face around the area, incapacitating them for good. So, while the puppets were sent flying one after another, a slight buzz suddenly sounded in the air. At some point in time, a sword had appeared right above them. It warped into a streak of light blue as it charged forth with incredible prowess. It was apparent that this sword had been charging up for a very long time. Its emergence swiftly caused a massive vortex to gather in the area, and it took just an instant for it to appear behind the assailant. Lingshu sword. Zhang Xian knew from the start that the puppets would be no match for the assailant, so he had hidden the Lingshu sword among them to ready the true killing strike. Even though he had no time to execute the sea-severing sword, the Lingshu sword was still a blade that was no weaker than Saint Seven Dan experts. Its assault clearly displayed its superior might, and it charged forth with strength that threatened to slice even the world apart. Wang. Zhang Xian thought that this assault would send the assailant into a panic, but then he suddenly heard a slight buzz, following which, the structure of the surrounding space warped, and it felt as if the Lingshu sword had fallen into a folded space, resulting in a complete termination in their telepathic link. Saint 8 Dan. Zhang Xian thought as his body stiffened in horror. Chapter 1352. I'll accept your challenge. At Saint 8 Dan Dimension Sundering Realm, cultivators would gain the ability of dimension sundering, allowing them to temporarily isolate spaces from the world and establish dominance over it. This ability would usually be manifested in their dominion, and it would completely sever any telepathy links, making it impossible for other cultivators to even communicate remotely with their weapons within their sphere of control. At the same time, any attacks that were launched into the dominion would simply run out of control, like a boulder being thrown into the sea. To draw a comparison, if one could be said to have gained a primary control over the space around them at Grand Dominion Realm and Phantasm Space Realm, at Dimension Sundering Realm, their strength would have already fully matured, granting them the strength to create their own personal space. As long as they willed it, they could steal a space from the world and establish their dominance over it. The strike launched by the Lingshu sword was indeed powerful, such that even Phantasm Space Realm experts would falter before its might. However, against Dimension Sundering Realm experts, its strength was truly lacking. Wong 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 wong. The Lingshu sword trembled nonstop in horror, but no matter how it struggled, it was unable to advance or retreat in the slightest. It was as if it was a nail hammered into a wall. Vicious, prepare to make a move too. Zhang Xian was astonished by the situation as well, but he knew that panic would be of no use to him. He immediately entered the heart of Tranquil Water State and established communication with Vicious within the Book of Heaven's Path. Unless pushed to it, he would never tap into the power of Vicious, his clone, and his poison master abilities. Once those means were used, he would have no choice but to kill his opponent. There was no second alternative to that. He had thought that he could cope with just his puppet and the Lingshu sword, but clearly, the assailant who had attacked him far exceeded what he could cope with those means. Thus, he could only resort to his trump card. Knowing the perilous situation Zhang Xian was in, Vicious swiftly replied, "Yes, master." At Zhang Xian's will, a finger suddenly materialized behind the assailant. Hula! With a seemingly light tap, a mysterious power shot forth from the finger, and the dominion began shattering as if a mirror. Even though Vicious cultivation was only at Saint Seven Dan Pinnacle, and even subduing Luo Xianqing would pose some difficulty to him, he was still a figure who had once stood at the very top of the master-teacher continent, so his eye of discernment and experience were still spectacular. On top of that, the assailant had his hands full dealing with Zhang Xian's puppets and suppressing the rampaging Lingshu sword. As a result, the assailant actually ended up being caught off guard by Vicious' attack. Gotcha! Gotcha! As the dominion swiftly approached its limits, Zhang Xian also felt the overwhelming force that was pressing down on him abruptly releasing, so he quickly pushed himself out of the cliff and turned around to face the assailant. What he was met with a 30-meter-long dragon-shaped beast floating nearby. Its body was grayish in color, and its eyes were dyed crimson. It emanated an aura of imposing authority. Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast? Getting. Zhang Xian's heart skipped a beat. He had thought that Luo Xianqing and the others might have lost, and Zhang Chun and the others had proceeded over to make a move against them. However, who would have thought that the person who was making a move on him was actually the saint beast they were supposed to be dealing with? If it was standing here, Didn't that mean that there was nothing in the cavern at all? It was no wonder Yuan Shao still was not out yet. Most likely, he was still busy looking through the empty cavern, unaware of the fact that the massive beast that he was looking for was not inside at all. A Saint 8 Dan beast. It was only natural that his means did not work on the other party. Against an expert of such a caliber, there was indeed very little that he could do. The Netherworld Azure Dragon beast harumphed coldly. Brazen fools, do you really think that you are able to tame me? Its voice was not too loud, but it seemed to echo endlessly within one's mind, reminiscent of the reverberations of a bell. Zhang Xian's heart shuddered upon hearing those words, and he quickly spoke up to refute that claim. How could someone of my strength possibly dream of taming you? I think there must be a misunderstanding somewhere. Why would that huge fellow suddenly speak such words? Saint beasts were proud, lofty individuals, which made taming them an incredibly difficult act. This was also the reason 8-star beast tamers were particularly respected in the master-teacher continent. Under normal circumstances, in order to tame a saint beast, one would need to prepare all kinds of gifts and find a way to befriend it. Only after one had reached a certain level of intimacy with the saint beast would they extend an invitation to it. As such, even for 8-star pinnacle beast tamers, it would take several years before they were able to tame a Saint 8 Dan beast. And yet, to be told such words when they had not even done anything yet. Just how did the situation come this? Saint beasts hated the notion of submitting to others. It was one thing if the other party was stronger than them and helpless to retaliate, but for a leaving Aperture Realm pinnacle cultivator to even dream of taming it, it was no wonder the Netherworld Azure Dragon beast was enraged. Huh. What other business can you possibly have here if that's not the case? Someone has already told me that your group plans on enslaving me to make me a tool to further your ambitions. The Netherworld Azure Dragon beast roared furiously, and its voice caused the entire ground to tremble. Someone has told you that? Zhang Xian was taken aback for a moment before his eyes widened in realization. It must be that Zhang Chun. It was just a moment ago that he had thought that Zhang Chun was foolish to have been played by Luo Xinqing, but from the looks of it now, it seemed like they were the ones who were being played. He had specially paid a visit to the Netherworld Azure Dragon beast beforehand to inform it that someone wanted to tame it. Firstly, he would be able to obtain the other party's goodwill through that, and secondly, he would be able to turn the Netherworld Azure Dragon beast against Luo Xinqing, making it impossible for the latter to tame it. As expected of someone from the Zhang clan, he was indeed as shameless as he could get. Just that. If you want to pick a bone with someone, look for Luo Xinqing. Why are you assaulting me instead? Feeling deeply stifled, Zhang Xian hurriedly waved his hands and said, I'm not the one who's planning on taming you, but the person who told you that is. His name is Zhang Chun, and he's intentionally saying those words to use you against. Humph. None of you humans are trustworthy. Boom. Before Zhang Xian could finish his words, the tail of the Netherworld Azure Dragon beast suddenly swept in his direction with devastating force. Hoolah! At the same time, he felt as if the surrounding space had turned into a vortex, firmly holding him in place, preventing him from fleeing. Knowing that he only had himself to rely on in this critical juncture, Zhang Xian desperately willed, Flaws. Woo! A book materialized in the library of Heaven's Path, and touching it, a huge influx of information flowed into his mind. The Netherworld Azure Dragon beast cultivates independently, so its comprehension of the dimension's sundering realm isn't too deep. After reading the content in the book, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Despite being a Saint 8 Dan beast and wielding frightening power, the Netherworld Azure Dragon beast had a fatal flaw. Due to cultivating independently, its comprehension and ways of manipulating spatial laws were rather narrow, thus limiting the prowess of its offense. Vicious. Upon realizing that, Zhang Xian swiftly sent the information that he had received over. With a slight sway, Vicious' finger seemed to have flitted through space. The next instant, it suddenly appeared at the flank of the Netherworld Azure Dragon beast, and it pierced forward once more. Kacha! The dominion of the Netherworld Azure Dragon beast, which harnessed the power of dimension sundering, dissipated once more. not expected a leaving Aperture Realm Pinnacle Cultivator to possess the means to undo its attacks twice. The Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast widened its eyes in confusion. Even though it had cultivated independently, that did not mean that it had never encountered human cultivators before. It knew that it was abnormal for a leaving Aperture Realm cultivator to possess the strength to undo its attack, and it didn't expect the latter to be able to see right through its flaws either. Along with the dissipation of the power, Zhang Xian felt the pressure weighing on him disappearing once more. Knowing that it would be dangerous for him to remain in the vicinity of the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast, he decisively flitted 100 meters away through the unbounded Voyager. There was no way he would be able to defeat the massive fellow with his current strength, so he could only stall for time and wait until Luo Xianqing and the others returned. While the strength of those fellows was beneath the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast, they should still be able to defeat the latter if they were to coordinate closely with one another and exploit its flaws. There is really something weird about the finger you have here. Harumphing coldly, the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast swept its tail over once more. Having its power of dimension sundering foiled twice, it was curious to see whether the other party had managed to do so through sheer luck or real strength. On the other hand, Zhang Xian knew that there was no way he would be able to withstand the other party's attack, so he had vicious aim his attack at one of the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast's flaws once more. Gotcha! Just like before, the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast's dominion was shattered. The Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast widened its eyes in disbelief. You are able to see through the flaws in my dominion? If it had been an expert of the same caliber who managed to achieve this feat, it would not have thought much of the matter. However, a mere leaving Aperture Realm Pinnacle nobody actually succeeded in crushing its dominion thrice. This had really piqued its intrigue. Seeing that the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast had actually stopped its attack, a thought swiftly arose in Zhang Xian's head, and he spoke with an imposing tone. Of course, I am a master teacher. Not only am I able to see through the flaws in your dominion, I can correct them as well. As long as I offer you guidance on your cultivation, your strength will be far greater than it is now. He did not plan for this at the start, but if he could convince the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast into becoming his tamed beast now, the remaining problems would be resolved. Not only so, he would also be able to make use of the strength of the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast to teach Zhang Chun a lesson. He had long thought that that fellow was an eyesore. You offer me guidance? The Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast pondered for a moment before calmly replying. If you can defeat me with your own strength, I'll acknowledge you as my teacher. Defeat you with my own strength? This finger over here has a completely different aura from yours, so it should be a type of artifact, right? As for these puppets and sword, they are just external tools. If you can defeat me without relying on any of these, putting aside becoming my teacher, I'll even acknowledge you as my master. The Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast said. Despite being only at leaving Aperture Realm Pinnacle, the young man before it was actually able to see through the flaws in its dominion easily. If it could receive the young man's guidance, it might just really be able to achieve heights far beyond its imagination. Of course, the young man would have to display strength worthy of becoming its teacher and master first. Otherwise, as a proud saint beast who had the dragon bloodline flowing through its veins, how could it bow down to others easily? Defeat you? Zhang Xian frowned. To be honest, even his clone was no match for the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast, let alone him. Beyond Primordial Spirit Realm, every difference in Cultivation Realm would result in a vast difference in fighting prowess. This was especially apparent between the Phantasm Space Realm and the Dimension Sundering Realm. They were truly worlds apart from one another. Even while utilizing all of his means, he was only just able to fend off the other party through exploiting the other party's flaws that he had found using the Library of Heaven's Path. If he fought the other party barehanded, victory was clearly impossible. Wait a moment. I can use that on it, right? A thought suddenly came to Zhang Xian's mind, and he swiftly raised his head to look at the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast. Since your name is Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast, that should mean that you possess rather concentrated dragon bloodline, right? If the other party really possessed the dragon bloodline, perhaps he might just be able to win by his skills. Indeed, the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast said proudly, since that's the case, A confident smile crept onto Zhang Xian's lips as he gazed down on the netherworld azure dragon beast with the disposition of an expert from above. If you can withstand this call of mine, I'll consider it as my loss. Call? The netherworld azure dragon beast was slightly taken aback by the abrupt change in disposition of the young man. That's right. Zhang Xian nodded. Then, he took in a deep breath and spoke. Moo, Mao. Two sounds echoed resoundingly through the air, following which, the netherworld azure dragon beast's body suddenly began convulsing. Pada! It collapsed to the ground with white foam spilling out from the edges of its mouths. Chapter 1353 Give him a taste of the floor. The 8 notes of heavenly dragon that he had learned back then allowed him to subdue any beast possessing the dragon's bloodline, as long as it had not reached the purity of a pure-blooded dragon. At the start, he had been a little apprehensive at using the 8 notes of heavenly dragon, as he thought that it would not be too effective against a Saint 8 Dan beast. On top of that, it also expended a great deal of his zhenqi, which would only result in his weakening. Yet, contrary to his expectations, it worked much better than he predicted. If only he had known that it would be like that, he would have just done so right from the start and spared himself some pain. You are a pure-blooded dragon? While Zhang Xian was still in thought, the convulsing netherworld azure dragon beast stared at him with deep terror reflected in its eyes. The hierarchy within the dragon tribe was extremely strict. Even though it was known as the netherworld azure dragon beast, it was still far from matching up to a real member of the dragon tribe. I am not a pure-blooded dragon, but as long as you submit to me, I can help you refine your bloodline and make you stronger. Zhang Xian walked over with a domineering attitude, as if saying that he would use the 8 notes of heavenly dragon against it once more if it dared say no. It did not take too long for the netherworld azure dragon beast to lower its head. I'll submit. The fact that the other party was able to voice out the 8 notes of the heavenly dragon meant that the young man was definitely associated with the pure-blooded dragon, even if he was not one of them. Submitting to such a figure was not only not a shame, it could be said to be a blessing even. He would have to be a fool not to grasp such an opportunity. Seeing that the netherworld azure dragon beast had agreed to it, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. He had come here only to help Luo Xianqing find the Dongshu gourd, but who would have thought that he would end up taking in a Saint 8 Dan beast instead? However, this was good too. Among the student populace, there were not many who would be able to defeat the netherworld azure dragon beast. With such a tamed beast, he would be able to stand unmatched in the sanctum of sages. Within the cavern, Yuan Shao was still slowly advancing. Knowing that there was a Saint 8 Dan beast in the cavern, he dared not use his spiritual perception too far nor fly for fear of alarming it. He could only cautiously advance, relying solely on his sense of sight to detect danger. However, the cavern was simply too big. Despite advancing for 10 whole minutes, he still had not reached the end of it. Just where in the world is the netherworld azure dragon beast? After walking a little longer and finding himself back at the entrance of the cavern, Yuan Shao frowned. He had already walked an entire lap around the cavern, so why was the netherworld azure dragon beast still nowhere to be seen? Could it be that it was out hunting and was not back yet? It would be wonderful if that was the case. He would be able to set up a formation at the entrance of the cavern and activate it as soon as the netherworld azure dragon beast returned to trap it. This way, he would not have to endanger himself by luring it. If that's the case, I should hurry out to inform Luo Xianqing and the others of this matter. With this thought in mind, he extended his spiritual perception throughout the cavern and swiftly swept across it. As expected, the netherworld azure dragon beast was really nowhere to be seen. Thus, he quickly made his way out of the cavern. The fact that the netherworld azure dragon beast was not around meant that they could not rely on it to deal with Zhang Chun and the others anymore, so there was no point for them to wait anymore. Squeezing out of the entrance of the cavern once more, he was just about to beckon Zhang Xian over when he suddenly saw a massive figure lying on the ground, licking the young man's feet subserviently. This? Yuan Shao widened his eyes in horror, unable to believe what he was seeing. Zhang Shi, what is going on? How in the world did something like this happen? It's one thing for the netherworld azure dragon beast which he had been searching all around the cavern for, to be outside, but for it to be lying before Zhang Xian, licking his feet subserviently. Am I dreaming? Oh, the netherworld azure dragon beast happened to meet with me while it was on its way back to the cavern, and I happened to be free, so I decided to tame it, Zhang Xian replied. You decided to tame it? Yuan Shao nearly fainted on the spot. That's a Saint 8 Dan beast. It's a figure that we would have to flee as far as possible from when encountering it, and yet, to just decide to tame it. Furthermore, how long has it been? 10 minutes? 20 minutes? In any case, it hasn't even been 30 minutes yet. Suppressing the frenzy that was threatening to turn him hysterical, he looked at Zhang Xian deeply for a long while before asking, You are skilled at beast taming too? I did clear the beast tamer examination, Zhang Xian replied with a nod. At that very moment, Yuan Shao felt so stifled that he was not even sure what he should say anymore. It was one thing for that fellow to possess inconceivable prowess in terms of formations, but for him to wield such formidable capabilities as an apothecary, physician, and now a beast tamer as well. Really, was there anything in the world he was incapable of? With the danger of the netherworld azure dragon beast resolved, there was no longer any point in them remaining there. So, Zhang Xian waved his hands and said, Let's head over to check up on Brother Luo and the others. Considering how there could be formations within the cavern, and that Yuan Shao dared not use his spiritual perception for fear of alarming the netherworld azure dragon beast, it was understandable that he was oblivious to the commotion outside. However, Luo Xinqing and the others should not have been too far either, so they should have heard the commotion. Yet, for none of them to attempt to come over to check things out, it could only mean that either things were really tight on their side or something had already happened to them. Thus, the both of them quickly headed over to where Luo Xinqing and the others were. Before even arriving, they could feel a powerful gale rushing at them, and pebbles and boulders were flying all around. However, perhaps out of fear that their fight would draw in even more saint beasts, there was an intentional attempt on both sides to suppress their strength such that the shockwaves of their attacks would disappear after traveling a certain distance. Walking through the various boulders flying around the area, Zhang Xian and Yuan Shao soon saw two figures exchanging blows in the air. Every single move they executed harnessed astounding might. Even someone of Zhang Xian's prowess would hesitate to close in on them recklessly. Zhang Xian could recognize that one of the figures belonged to Luo Xinqing. So he turned to Yuan Shao and asked, Is he Zhang Chun? The person whom Luo Xinqing was facing was a young man in his 30s. He had thick, bushy eyebrows and a pair of long and slender arms. He commanded a wholesome power that seemed to have very few openings for one to exploit. Just like Luo Xinqing, he was at St. Seven Dan Pinnacle too. Yuan Shao nodded. Zhang Xian took a closer look at the battle, and just as Yuan Shao had said, the blows that both parties were using were indeed vicious and callous. However, it seemed like both parties were extremely familiar with one another, such that they could actually predict the move of the other party in advance. As such, despite how dangerous the battle was, neither side was actually able to harm the other, even slightly. On the contrary, they felt like brothers of the same lineage, trying to feed one another moves. To the side, Bai Hongyin and Yun Lianhai were standing opposite two people from Zhang Chun's side with their arms crossed before their chests, watching the battle interestedly from the sidelines. Yuan Shao walked up to Bai Hongyin and Yun Lianhai and asked with a suppressed voice, Why did the both of them start fighting with one another? Was the plan not to put on a show to stop Zhang Chun's advancement? Why did Luo Xinqing end up fighting so seriously with the other party? We tried to stop him, but Zhang Chun proposed that they settle the problem through force, saying that the winner would gain the right to tame the netherworld azure dragon beast, whereas the loser would have to scram as far away as he could. Provoked by those words, Brother Luo ended up fighting with him. However, as they are on the same level and are simply too familiar with each other's moves as well, the battle has dragged on till now, Bai Hongyin explained. Then, she suddenly recalled a matter and asked with a frown, Where is the netherworld azure dragon beast? You didn't lure it over? Regarding that, recalling what he had seen earlier, Yuan Shao was not sure how he could explain this matter to Bai Hongyin. So he shook his head and said, It would be best for you to ask Zhang Shi instead. Bai Hongyin shot Yuan Shao a perplexed look. but she still turned to Zhang Xian and asked, Zhang Shi, how did the matter with the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast go? Oh, I fought with it earlier and… Zhang Xian was just about to explain the matter that had just happened when a powerful shockwave suddenly burst forth from ahead. In the sky, Zhang Chun forcefully pushed Luo Xianqing away before retreating from the battlefield. Then, he noticed Zhang Xian and Yuan Zhao's figures and frowned. The both of you are actually fine? The Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast had clearly marched off angrily to deal with the two of them, so how could they have returned completely unharmed? Zhang Chun's words made Luo Xianqing realize that there was something amiss with the situation as well, and he questioned, What do you mean by that? Xianqing, that fellow met with the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast before us and told it that you were going to tame it in order to provoke it. This way, it would harbor hostility toward us and attack with the utmost aggression if we were to ever encounter it, Yuan Shao explained. Zhang Xian had already explained the matter to him while they were making their way over, and this made him realize that he had fallen for the other party's ploy too. Indeed, I did meet with the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast before you. I knew that you were intentionally trying to block my way, but tough luck for you, that happened to work in my favor. You know, I was actually quite curious to see how powerful an enraged Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast would be. Zhang Chun chuckled heartily, admitting to the matter forthrightly. However, he still could not help but direct questioning gazes toward Zhang Xian and Yuan Shao. The both of you should have encountered with the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast, so how can you be completely fine? It was no wonder he was perplexed by the matter. The Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast was a Saint 8 Dan beast, and even he would be no match for it when it was in an enraged state. Yet, those two actually managed to escape unscathed from its clutches. This was simply illogical. His plan had been to intentionally stall Luo Xianqing from saving the others, thus causing two of his companions to sustain some injuries and be incapacitated. After which, he would lure the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast over to deal with Luo Xianqing. Through this, not only would he be able to sabotage Luo Xianqing, he would be able to earn the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast's goodwill too. If the two of them managed to return unscathed, could it mean that they did not manage to meet with the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast? Instead of answering Zhang Chun's question, Zhang Xian instead asked, You are Zhang Chun? That's right. Who are you? Zhang Chun asked with a frown. For a mere leaving Aperture Realm Pinnacle fellow to address him directly with such an insolent tone, he sure had guts. You don't need to know who I am. I heard that you have intentions of courting the little princess of the Luo clan. Is that true? Zhang Xian asked. What are you getting at? Zhang Chun asked with narrowed eyes. He turned to Luo Xianqing and asked coldly, Luo Xianqing, is he your man? Zhang Shi. Hearing how his younger sister had been brought up, a frown emerged on Luo Xuanqing's forehead as well. Zhang Xian turned to Luo Xianqing and said with a firm voice, Brother Luo, just tell me if he harbors any inappropriate thoughts toward the little princess. Humph, he's just a toad lusting over the flesh of a swan. How could someone like him possibly be worthy of my younger sister? Luo Xianqing was not sure what Zhang Xian was getting at either, but hearing about the matter between Zhang Chun and his younger sister still made him harumph in displeasure. In the first place, he was already filled with many dissatisfactions about the Zhang clan, especially with the disappearance of the young prodigy. Yet, that bastard Zhang Chun still dared to harass his younger sister. If not for the limitations of his strength, he would have had Zhang Chun pummeled to the point where not even his parents recognized him. Since Brother Luo has said such words, he really does deserve a beating, Zhang Xian said with an affirmative nod, seemingly making up his mind on something. Deserve a beating? Ha! You were thinking of beating me up? Zhang Chun was still wondering what this nobody was up to, but upon hearing that the other party was dreaming of beating him up, he felt so enraged that he actually began laughing instead. He was one of the top experts in the inner sanctum, as well as an influential offspring of the Zhang clan. There was no one who would not shudder before his wrath. And yet, a leaving Aperture Realm nobody actually uttered such arrogant words to his face, showing a complete disregard for him. Zhang Shi. Luo Xianqing was bewildered by those words, too. Did someone knock Zhang Xian silly earlier? Zhang Chun was a figure who even he had trouble defeating, and that young man actually declared that he would give the other party a beating? Oh, you are smarter than I thought. I thought that I would have to repeat those words a few more times before you were able to get my point, Zhang Xian replied condescendingly. You. Very well. I hope you possess the strength to back up the arrogant words you have spouted here. With a cold sneer, Zhang Chun flicked his hand, and an overwhelming pressure immediately crushed down upon Zhang Xian. Give him a taste of the floor. Zhang Xian snapped his fingers leisurely, showing complete nonchalance toward Zhang Chun's offense. Roar. The next moment, a massive shadow abruptly covered the entire area above them, following which, something reminiscent of a whip suddenly swept over with frightening speed. Pong! Before Zhang Chun could even process what was going on, he had been sent flying into a nearby cliff, creating a huge pit in it. Chapter 1354 The Strength of the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast. There was a moment of complete silence as everyone stared at the sky with a dazed look in their eyes. The Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast. Is heeding Zhang Shi's commands? Luo Xuanqing's lips twitched as he finally awoken from his dazed state. He had seen that massive fellow from afar the first time he came over, and it was incomparably ferocious. Most Saint 8 Dan cultivators would struggle to be a match for it. It was for that reason that he had gone to the extent of forging out the soul-binding golden bead to knock it out so that he could sneak into the cavern without facing the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast. It was a complete coincidence that Zhang Chun appeared just then, so he had decided to lure the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast to the latter instead. But before they could even carry out that plan, the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast had suddenly flown over itself, and from the looks of it, it seemed like it was completely devoted to carrying out Zhang Xian's orders, not daring to disobey them in the least. Luo Xinqing quickly turned his gaze over to Yuan Shao, seeking an explanation. Perhaps harboring the same thoughts in mind as well, the others also turned their gazes over. Don't look at me. I don't know what's going on either. Facing the gazes from the crowd, Yuan Shao could only shrug helplessly as well. Earlier, I went into the cavern to search for the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast, intending to taunt it and lure it out, but I wasn't able to find anything at all in the end. But as soon as I walked out of the cavern, I saw the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast lying right before Zhang Shi, licking his feet. I have no idea what happened in the time that I was gone. You say that it was licking Zhang Shi's feet? Luo Xuanqing's eyebrows shot up in astonishment. Are you saying that Zhang Shi has already tamed the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast? Just look at that. Is there even any doubt about it? It should be apparent to anyone who isn't blind. Yuan Shao exclaimed. But Luo Xinqing did not dare believe what he was seeing. It has only been 20 minutes so far, and he has already managed to tame a dimension-sundering realm Saint Beast despite being at leaving Aperture Realm Pinnacle himself? Fast in terms of forging pills? Possible. Fast in terms of neutralizing poison? Possible. Fast in terms of setting up compounded formations? Arguably possible. But taming beasts required the cultivation of intimacy and feelings between the beast and the beast tamer. To succeed in such a short period of time, are you actually some kind of love guru? Not even 9-star beast tamers could accomplish something like this. Seeing the disbelief in Luo Xuanqing's eyes, Yuan Shao asked, before meeting this fellow, would you have believed it if someone told you that it's possible to set up a grade 8 formation faster than one can activate a formation plate? This, Luo Xinqing was stifled. Coming from the main family of the Luo clan, he had seen plenty of formidable formation masters. In fact, he had many opportunities to meet with and interact with 9-star master teachers too, but not even they were able to set up formations that swiftly. Even his younger sister, who was known to possess unparalleled talent, could not come close to that speed. Would you believe it if someone told you that it's possible for one to remain completely fine after being stung by the Crimson-tail Wasp King and even poison the latter to death? Yuan Shao pressed his point on. Would you believe it if someone told you that it's possible for a cultivator to send a lightning tribulation fleeing in fear? Luo Xinqing did not know how he should respond to those words. All along, he had viewed his younger sister as the very peak of talent in the master-teacher continent, and he was only second to his younger sister. However, upon seeing this fellow, he realized that he might have been too narrow-minded. The world sure was far bigger than he had thought. While Luo Xuanqing's group was discussing with hushed voices, Zhang Chun pushed himself out from the cliff face and flew over with a furious look on his face. Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast, what are you doing? We have a deal with one another. He had not thought that the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast would turn against him all of a sudden. Deal? That doesn't matter anymore. Since my master has asked me to give you a taste of the floor, I have no choice but to imprint that flavor in your mind. Come, be obedient and don't fight back. The Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast replied nonchalantly as it sent another tail whip toward Zhang Chun. Previously, that human had promised it valuable treasures in exchange for a truce. However, since it had already acknowledged a master, it could not possibly commit acts that were contrary to its master's orders. Kacha, driving its dimension-sundering realm strength to its limits, the surrounding space around it seemed to have suddenly froze in place, thus hindering Zhang Chun's attempts to retreat. As a result, it ended up being slammed into the cliff face once more. This time, his state was even worse than before. His internal organs had been jolted out of position, and several of his bones had splintered. Before he could climb out from the cliff face, a sudden spurt of blood escaped from his mouth, and his face paled. Zhang Chun swallowed a pill, and after recovering slightly from his severe wounds, he pushed himself out from the depression in the cliff and stared at the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast with gritted teeth. You actually acknowledge this fellow as your master? In order to tame this fellow, he had prepared many good items, and he had been extremely confident of success. Yet, who would have thought that within a short span of 20 minutes, the Saint Beast was actually tamed by another person and even launching a barrage of attack against him? How dare you speak of my master in such disrespectful terms? You are courting death. The Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast narrowed its eyes menacingly as it swept its tail over furiously. The might of its assault was far stronger than the previous 2 times, such that it nearly burst even the space in the valley itself. In the form of a black streak, its tail appeared before Zhang Chun, carrying might so imposing that it threatened to tear him apart. Zhang Chun instantaneously realized that there was no way he would be able to withstand that attack with his current strength, so he gritted his teeth, whipped out a jade token, and crushed it without any hesitation. Wong. A series of ripples reminiscent of flowing water appeared before Zhang Chun, and in the face of the water-like barrier, the might of the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast's tail whip vanished without a trace. Grand Cosmos Protective Amulet. What an extravagant move! Yuan Shao remarked in astonishment. Grand Cosmos Protective Amulet? Zhang Xian repeated doubtfully. It's a protective amulet that only 9-star master teachers are capable of forging. Once activated, as long as the opponent's cultivation isn't beyond St. Nine Dan, one will be able to withstand any assault with ease, Yuan Shao explained. As expected of a genius from the Zhang clan, to think that they would have such an item in their possession as well. Zhang Xian was astounded as well. The fact that the protective amulet could only be forged by 9-star master teachers, and that it could withstand the attack of any opponent whose cultivation was not beyond St. Nine Dan was sufficient to show that the artifact was of immense value. Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast, don't think that I am afraid of you. You might be strong, but you'll need far more than that to kill me. Seeing as his protective amulet successfully intercepted that devastating attack, Zhang Chun heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, however, he could not help but feel a pinch in his heart. He had spent a heavy price in order to obtain the protective amulet, and it could almost be said to be the most valuable artifact he had on him. It was his final trump card to fall back on in a critical situation, but who would have thought that he would have ended up using it there? Paying no heed to Zhang Chun's fury, the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast continued flicking its tail over, causing the water-like barrier to ripple endlessly. Seeing that the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast was relying solely on brute force, Zhang Xian shook his head. You won't be able to break the protective amulet that way. Follow my instructions. Gather your strength in your tail, and pierce the 0.3 chi left of the intersection of the ripples. Yes. Hearing that, the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast nodded before gathering all of its might at its tail and piercing it forward at a point. Kacha! A shattering sound echoed in the air, and as if a balloon popped by a needle, the ripples in the air abruptly burst. Pooh! With his protective amulet destroyed, Zhang Chun swiftly succumbed to the overwhelming might of the netherworld azure dragon beast. His chest deflated inward as his body was slammed into the air, and fresh blood spewed endlessly from his mouth. This time, it was not just Luo Xianqing and the others who were shocked speechless. Those who had come along with Zhang Chun also widened their eyes in disbelief, unable to believe what they were seeing. No matter how strong a protective amulet was, it was still impossible for it to provide absolute defense. After all, it was only an artifact. There was no way it would possess the flexibility to adapt to situations like a 9-star master teacher. However, an artifact on the level of the Grand Cosmos Protective Amulet would have already been refined to the point where no one of Saint Nine Dan and beneath would be able to see through its flaws. Yet, that young man was actually able to see through it with just a look. Just how is that possible? Zhang Chun flew out from the cliff face and furiously roared. Who in the world are you? This is a grudge between me and Luo Xianqing. Are you certain that you want to barge into this matter? Do you understand the consequences of your actions? Blood could be seen trickling down the edges of his lips, and a look of absolute fury was reflected on his features. Taming the netherworld azure dragon beast should have been a competition between him and Luo Xianqing, and that young man should only have been an assistant recruited by Luo Xianqing. Typically speaking, he would not even have bothered to spare someone of that young man's caliber a second glance, but to think that the young man would actually cross him time and time again. Do you know what the consequences of offending the Zhang clan are? With just a word from me, I can make it so that every single thing you attempt to do in the Sanctum of Sages will be fraught with difficulty. Do I know the consequences of my actions? Of course I do, Zhang Xian replied nonchalantly before turning his gaze to the netherworld azure dragon beast once more. Continue pummeling him. I don't want to hear the slightest rubbish from his mouth anymore. Yes. The netherworld azure dragon beast nodded before abruptly charging forward. Despite its immense size, its speed was truly no joke. In the blink of an eye, its sharp claws were already right before Zhang Chun. With its medium of attack switching from its tail to its claws, the offensive might of the netherworld azure dragon beast instantaneously surged by a significant degree. Not expecting the young man to actually disregard him, choosing adamantly to make a move on him despite all that had been said, Zhang Chun felt so enraged that he could have vomited blood. He swiftly flicked his wrist and drew a sword before piercing it forward to defend against the netherworld azure dragon beast's offense. Zhang Chun's swordsmanship was vastly different from the two sword quintessences that Zhang Xian had comprehended. His movements were simple and concise. There was no particular elegance or beauty to them, but for some reason, his swordsmanship felt extremely heavy, and it carried an unstoppable momentum to it, as if a comet falling from the high heavens above. Not too bad, I must say, Zhang Xian remarked. The sword that Zhang Chun wielded was at least on par with the Lingshu sword, which meant that it was a saint high-tier artifact at the minimum. Furthermore, he could tell that the other party possessed an understanding of swordsmanship that was far deeper than Shui Qianrou's, at least reaching the level of half-quintessence. It was no wonder the other party was able to draw with Luo Xianqing in a battle. His strength was indeed not to be underestimated. However, as frightening as his strength might have been, it was still far from matching up to the Saint 8 Dan netherworld azure dragon beast. The claws continued advancing forward, unimpeded by the sea of sword chi standing in its path. Then, with a light grasp, pong, the sea of sword chi immediately dissipated without a trace. Wong. With a resounding clang, Zhang Chun's sword was knocked into the cliff face, and Zhang Chun himself coughed a mouthful of blood. 8 bones of his rib cage had shattered under the impact, and crimson blood dyed his body. Knowing that he could very well lose his life if this continued, Zhang Chun bellowed, "You lot, listen to my instructions. We'll fend off that massive beast together." Yes. The other 4 young men who had accompanied him there swiftly flew over. These 4 were roughly around the same strength as Yuan Shao and the others, each of them reaching Saint 7 Dan. If the 5 of them were to put their strength together, they would indeed be a match for the netherworld azure dragon beast. Who, collaborating with one another, The 5 experts swiftly formed a light noose and hooked it around the neck of the netherworld azure dragon beast. Zhenqi bind? They have really come prepared. Bai Hongyin harumphed coldly. What's a Zhenqi bind? Zhang Xian asked. It's a technique that high-tier beast tamers commonly use. In essence, it's a noose formed by putting the Zhenqi of a huge crowd together to bind a beast. Once caught within the Zhenqi bind, it will be difficult for even a Saint 8 Dan beast to be able to struggle free. Bai Hongyin said. Many high-tier beast tamers use this method to capture a saint beast before slowly taking their time to make the beast submit to them. Hula. While they were speaking, the Zhenqi bind finally tightened around the netherworld azure dragon beast's neck. In response to that, the netherworld azure dragon beast roared furiously and raised its claws to tear it apart. Pong! The Zhenqi bind was torn apart. The 5 experts immediately felt a suffocating sensation assaulting their chests, and as if being struck by a massive hammer, all of them plummeted down from the sky. Even with the prowess of all 5 of them combined, they were still no match for the netherworld azure dragon beast. Chapter 1355 One-on-One. So that's Saint 8 Dan. Looking at how the netherworld azure dragon beast was able to deal with the 5 experts with absolute ease, Luo Xinqing felt deeply envious. Having comprehended the power of dimension sundering, Saint 8 Dan experts were able to tear a rift in the world and create their own miniature world when they activate their dominion. Within this miniature world, they were the absolute conquerors. Unless one had achieved the same level of cultivation as them, otherwise there was no way to defeat them. Zhang Chun might be one of the strongest students of the inner sanctum, but even he didn't wield the ability to breach this gap in strength. Truly formidable. Zhang Xian uttered in agreement too. He thought that the netherworld azure dragon beast had used its full strength against him previously, but from the looks of it now, it hadn't even brought out a tenth of its true strength back then. Otherwise, he would have been crushed into minced meat before he could even bring out vicious finger. If I could wield such strength too, I would be in a much better position to ask for Luo Ruoxin's hand in marriage in the Luo clan. A glint flashed across Zhang Xian's eyes. Saint 8 Dan might not mean much to top-notch sage clans like the Luo clan, but it was already a representation of the top-tier fighting prowess of the master-teacher continent. Considering how he was only 20 this year, if he could reach that level before the time for Luo Ruoxin's engagement, he should be able to make the Luo clan take him seriously. Boom, boom, boom. While Zhang Xian was still contemplating over such thoughts, the netherworld azure dragon beast swiftly struck out at the 5 experts, slamming all of them into the nearby cliff. Lad, what hero are you if you can only rely on your tamed beast to fight with us? Do you dare to fight me one-on-one? Knowing that the odds were not in his favor, Zhang Chun spat through gritted teeth. You want to fight me one-on-one? Ha, a Saint 7 Dan pinnacle expert like you is actually challenging me. A Saint 5 Dan cultivator, to a one-on-one? You sure are a hero. Zhang Xian sneered disdainfully. While he wielded the strength to rival opponents stronger than him, he knew that he was still a far way off from matching up to a Saint 7 Dan pinnacle expert. Naturally, he wouldn't be so foolish as to fall for Zhang Chun's taunting. He would only be asking for a beating if he were to accept that duel. I'll suppress my cultivation down to your level, Zhang Chun added. Zhang Xian waved his hand derisively. I'm not free. As a beast tamer, the strength of his tamed beast was considered as a part of his strength too, so there was nothing dishonorable in his actions by the conventional standards of the master-teacher continent. Since he was able to make their life a living hell without making a move, there was no need for him to soil his hands at all. On the other hand, seeing that nothing that he said was working, Zhang Chun was on the verge of going berserk. As an individual who was born with astounding talent, his life had always been smooth sailing, be it back in the Zhang clan or at the Sanctum of Sages. He had never suffered such grievances before. You coward! Zhang Chun clenched his fists so tightly that his fingers nearly fractured from the pressure. The netherworld azure dragon beast was simply too strong. It would be nigh impossible for them to defeat it. Even if he were to utilize the power of his bloodline, he would only be able to barely escape. However, The price that he would have to pay for tapping into his bloodline was extremely heavy, such that he dared not to use it lightly. As such, the best solution out of the current predicament he was in was to defeat that young man. As long as he could subdue that young man instantaneously, not only would be able to exact vengeance for the humiliation he had suffered, he would also be able to force the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast to obey his commands and teach Luo Xinqing a lesson too. Otherwise, if others were to learn of the humiliation he had been put through here, how could he possibly uphold his position and honor in the Sanctum of Sages? You're right, I'm a coward. Zhang Xian nodded. Zhang Chun staggered on the spot. Other cultivators, especially ones that were as young as them, would turn blind in rage and charge forth furiously as soon as they heard those words. Yet, the fellow before him was actually able to remain completely nonchalant to his provocations, and the smug look on his face even suggested that he was proud of his cowardice. How could he be so thick-skinned? Tell me what Luo Xinqing gave you. I'll pay you the same price as long as you are willing to have a duel with me. Zhang Chun took in a deep breath and said, since that fellow had followed Luo Xinqing here to help him tame the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast, it was safe to assume that the latter would have offered him handsome rewards in exchange. Right now, he was offering the same sum of money just to have a duel with him. Surely that fellow wouldn't turn him down with such a generous offer. As long as that huge fellow didn't make a move, teaching a mere leaving Aperture Realm Pinnacle cultivator would be a walk in the park for him. Brother Luo gave me 5 Pinnacle Spirit Stones. If you can take out that many too, not only will I have a duel with you, I'll even allow your entire group to come at me simultaneously. Upon hearing Zhang Chun's offer, Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. Once again, Zhang Chun was stifled speechless. You were going to say 1 Pinnacle Spirit Stone just now, right? I clearly heard you say 1. It is just a moment ago that you were professing your cowardice haughtily, but as soon as I said that I will pay you for it, you immediately accepted the offer and even said that the 5 of us can come at you together. Do you really need to be that greedy? Fine, I'll pay you 5 Pinnacle Spirit Stones. However, I don't have any of it with me at the moment. As long as you agree to have a duel with me, regardless of whether you win or lose, I'll apply for those 5 Pinnacle Spirit Stones as soon as I return to the Sanctum of Sages and compensate you. Even though Zhang Chun felt so furious that he could explode, he still forced himself to calm down. Hearing that Zhang Chun didn't have any Pinnacle Spirit Stone with him, Zhang Xian hesitated for a moment before saying, why don't you write down a debt note first to indicate that you owe me 5 Pinnacle Spirit Stone? Once I obtain the debt note, I'll have the duel with you. Very well. Afraid that Zhang Xian would back out, Zhang Chun didn't dare to hesitate for too long before making a decision. He took out a paper, bit his finger, and wrote a line of words on it. This is a debt note writing using my blood, so it contains the power of my bloodline. There's no way for me to shirk off the debt with this. Zhang Xian took the debt note and examined it closely. It was only after confirming that there was no trick hidden within the debt note did he finally nod his head in satisfaction. He turned to the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast and said, let go of them. Yes, the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast replied. The power of dimension sundering which was trapping the Zhang Chun's group in place dissipated. Hoo. The 5 of them immediately plummeted to the ground, but fortunately, they still managed to stabilize their posture in midair, thus avoiding an embarrassing fall to the ground. Take this. Zhang Chun took out a jade bottle and poured out 5 pills. He gave one each to the other members before swallowing one himself, and only then did he feel his injuries alleviating slightly. The Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast was simply too powerful. Even with the 5 of them collaborating with one another, they still came nowhere close to being a match for it. All right, suppress your cultivation. Zhang Xian allowed them a long moment of recuperation before uttering nonchalantly, I know. Suppressing his cultivation, Zhang Chun's aura swiftly fell from that of a Saint 7 Dan Pinnacle to one that was of equivalent level to Zhang Xian, Saint 5 Dan leaving Aperture Realm Pinnacle. The suppression of his cultivation might have led to a dip in his fighting prowess, but at the same time, it also helped to alleviate the severity of his injuries as well, thus enhancing his mind, spirit, and soul. Since it's a formal duel, I hope that you can obey by our agreement earlier. I won't unseal my cultivation, but similarly, you shouldn't have the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast interfere in the duel either. Zhang Chun harumphed coldly. Of course. Zhang Xian replied. That's good then. A cold glint flickered across Zhang Chun's eyes as a hint of savagery emerged on his face. Currently, the only thing that was holding him back was the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast. As long as the latter didn't make a move, a mere leaving Aperture Realm cultivator couldn't possibly pose a threat to him. With his superior comprehension of battle and talent, he would be able to crush the other party with ease. Even though the young man had managed to tame the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast, Zhang Chun felt that the other party had used some kind of unique means instead. Over the many years of heritage, beast tamers had come up with many innovative ways to make powerful beasts submitting to them, and there were a handful of them which didn't require one to possess too high of a cultivation. As such, he didn't have too high of a view of Zhang Xian's fighting prowess either. Let's begin. Zhang Chun bellowed as he prepared to make his move. Hold it for a moment. Zhang Xian suddenly interjected. What's wrong? Are you having regrets now? You must be joking. I just want to suggest having the other four of your companion to suppress their cultivation and join the battle as well. I fear that you'll be crushed if you were to face me alone. Zhang Xian shook his head and said. It was not that he was looking down on Zhang Chun, but it was simply a fact that there would be no one of the same cultivation realm who could possibly be a match for him. He had already made the other party write a debt note for him, so the least he could do was to offer the other party some benefits in return for the pinnacle spirit stones. After all, he was a principled man. Zhang Shi. It'll be best not to underestimate Zhang Chun. Even amongst Saint Seven Dan experts, there are very few who could match him. Luo Xinqing couldn't help but advise. As one who had competed with him for the longest of time, he knew very well what Zhang Chun was capable of. In the first place, it was already worrying how Zhang Xian had accepted a one-on-one match with Zhang Chun, and yet, he was still insisting on a 1-on-5. Wasn't he being a little too conceited over here? It's fine. Zhang Xian waved his hand to gesture for Luo Xinqing not to worry. He had just reinforced his cultivation and hadn't found someone to try his hand out on yet. Since the five of them happened to be around, why not? But Luo Xinqing still wanted to persuade Zhang Xian against it. But in this moment, Yuan Shao stepped forward and interjected. Zhang Shi must have an idea in mind for proposing something like this, so it should be fine. Besides, given how Zhang Shi was able to even scare a lightning tribulation away, he might just wield the strength to subdue Zhang Chun. That's true. Nodding in realization, Luo Xinqing decided to remain silent and watch the situation first. Nevertheless, he still felt that it was important to remind the crowd to remain on their guard. Most likely, the reason why Zhang Chun challenged Zhang Shi to a one-on-one is to make use of this opportunity to capture Zhang Shi and use him against us. So, as soon as you realize that things are going awry, don't hesitate to leap forward and save him. The others nodded. Luo Xinqing had competed with Zhang Chun for many years, so his grasp over the latter's temperament and style of doing things was bound to be rather accurate. You are the one who said those words yourself. I hope that you don't come to regret your decision. Even though Zhang Chun was so furious that he could explode, he knew that the situation was currently disadvantageous toward him. Luo Xinqing and the others would surely move as soon as they realized that something was amiss. So he beckoned the others over and sent a telepathic message over. Later on, I'll be focusing on attacking that fellow. What you all should do is to help to stall Luo Xinqing and the others, along with the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast, from saving him. As long as you can keep them at bay for a single breath, I'll definitely be able to put that fellow back in his place. Hearing those instructions, the other four members of Zhang Chun's team nodded discreetly. They also felt deeply stifled after being pummeled by the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast, and if there was an opportunity to get back at the culprit, they wouldn't hesitate to play a part too. Hula. After deciding on their course of action, the four members suppressed their cultivation as well and stood in a circle around Zhang Xian, encircling the young man. Let's begin. With a resounding roar, the five of them made a move simultaneously. Even with their cultivation suppressed, their experience, eye of discernment, and reflexes as Saint Seven Dan experts still remained. Not to mention that they were still top geniuses of the inner sanctum. Their zhenqi swiftly permeated the entire valley, and it took only an instant for a barrage of sword qi, saber qi, and the sort to congregate all around Zhang Xian, leaving no space for the latter to escape at all. Formidable. The bodies of Luo Xianqing and the others stiffened after seeing this sight. In order to deal with the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast, Zhang Chun and the others had practiced a Grade 8 collaborative formation. While their cultivation was lowered to leaving Aperture Realm, the tier of their formation still remained the same. With their combined might, even a Saint 7 Dan primary stage cultivator could be killed in the blink of an eye. Will Zhang Shi be fine? Bai Hongyin asked worriedly. The others also directed apprehensive gazes over. They had completely no confidence that they would be able to withstand the onslaught of the 5 of them were they to be in Zhang Xian's place, even if they were to suppress their cultivation down to Saint 6 Dan Pinnacle instead of Saint 5 Dan Pinnacle. Thus, they swiftly drove their zhenqi, preparing to dive forward to save Zhang Xian. However, in this moment, a voice carrying a tinge of confusion sounded in the air. Is this all you are capable of after collaborating with one another? A moment later, the voice turned from one of confusion turned into one of disappointment. This sure is a huge letdown. Pung 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 pung. A total of 5 crisp echoes sounded in the air, and following which, all of the sword qi and saber qi vanished from the surroundings, and the 5 experts were sent flying in the distance like footballs. They were embedded back into the cliff face once more, and fresh blood flowed profusely down the edges of their lips. For an instant, one could see utter despair in their eyes before their heads abruptly hung loosely from their neck, passing out. This, Luo Xianqing and the others widened their eyes in horror. Turning into the direction of the voice, they saw Zhang Xian clicking his tongue in disappointment as he clapped the dust off his hand while walking back toward them with a look that seemed to be saying, "The top sure is lonely. Just when will I be able to find a worthy rival in this world?" Chapter 1356 Distorted Space. To be honest, Zhang Xian was really disappointed. He had thought that Zhang Chun, as one of the top geniuses of the Zhang clan, in collaboration with 4 other experts, should at least have been able to pose a challenge to him even when they had their cultivation suppressed down to the same level. However, as soon as they began launching attacks, he realized that he had been expecting too much from them. But thinking about it again, this was to be expected. Previously, when his zhenqi cultivation had just reached leaving Aperture Realm primary stage, he had already been able to successfully clear the Jia corridor. Now, with his physical body cultivation and soul cultivation brought up to an equivalent level, there was no way Zhang Chun and the others, no matter how talented they were, could possibly catch up. Stretching his back lazily, Zhang Xian turned back to the crowd and said, "It'll probably be an entire day before they wake up. Don't worry, I'll have the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast look after them, so they won't be harmed by other Saint Beasts. Since we have time now, let's quickly find the Dongshu Gourd." Even though Zhang Xian detested the Zhang clan for how frivolously they were treating Luo Ruoxin, it had not come to the point where he wished for their deaths. If he simply left Zhang Chun and the others lying unconscious there, it would not be long before they were eaten by the other Saint Beasts in the valley. In a sense, that could be considered indirect murder by them. By having the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast guard them, first and foremost, no Saint Beast would dare cause any trouble, and secondly, they would not dare to enter the cavern anymore even if they did regain consciousness. Suppressing the astonishment in his heart, Luo Xianqing nodded. Very well. To see his longtime rival, Zhang Chun, being knocked out so easily, this little friend that he had met just a day before sure was not an ordinary figure. Given the setback and humiliation that Zhang Chun has suffered today, there's no way he'll let this matter go easily. You must proceed carefully in the Sanctum of Sages from this day onward. If he attempts to find any trouble with you, make sure to inform me as soon as possible, and I'll help you settle the matter, Luo Xianqing told Zhang Xian telepathically as the group made their way over to the cavern. He knew Zhang Chun very well. As an offspring of the esteemed Zhang clan, as well as an 8-star high-tier master teacher, the latter would not resort to despicable deeds. However, with the power and influence the latter wielded in the Sanctum of Sages, He did not even have to resort to despicable deeds in order to make life difficult for others. For one, just a stand made by Zhang Chun was more than sufficient reason for others to shun Zhang Xian like the plague. Considering how Zhang Xian had offended Zhang Chun while trying to stand up for him, he was bound to get into lots of trouble in the future. Hearing those words, Zhang Xian nodded. In truth, while a huge part of the reason he had decided to teach Zhang Chun a lesson was due to the latter harboring lustful thoughts for Luo Ruoxin, he also felt that this was a good opportunity to win this future brother-in-law of his over to his side. In a sense, that would kill two birds with one stone. Definitely well worth the trouble he would potentially face in the future as a result of this conflict. He could feel that Luo Xinqing no longer perceived him as an ordinary talented friend but a close buddy now. Of course, it seemed to still be a little too early for him to talk about his relationship with Luo Ruoxin with the other party, but nevertheless, the deepening of their friendship would surely be of great help to him in winning Luo Ruoxin's hand in marriage in the future. In any case, his strength was not up to par yet, and he had not unlocked the Sanctum Head token either, so it was still too early for him to make a move. It would be good for him to work on Luo Xinqing for the time being instead. With the threat of the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast resolved, the group swiftly advanced into the cavern. While the entrance to the cavern was narrow, its interior was vast. The cavern seemed to extend along with the entire mountain range, meandering up and down. Xinqing, I took a look at the place earlier, but I didn't notice anything peculiar in here, Yuan Shao remarked. He had examined the entire place thoroughly while searching for the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast, but it was just an ordinary cavern within the mountain. There was nothing peculiar about it at all. Instead of replying to Yuan Zhao's remark, Luo Xinqing turned to Yun Lianhai and asked, "What about you? Did you notice anything?" Considering how Yun Lianhai was a treasure hunter and possessed natural sensitivity toward treasures, there was a good chance that he could sense something that they could not. Let me give it a try. Yun Lianhai took a deep breath and closed his eyes. A droplet of blood flew up to his glabella, and a glaring third eye abruptly opened up between his brows. It began scanning the surroundings intently. A moment later, Yun Lianhai shook his head and said, "I don't sense anything either. Is this the ability that treasure hunters possess? I guess there is really no way for me to learn that." Zhang Xian remarked in wonderment. He had used his Eye of Insight to assess Yun Lianhai's state earlier, and he had concluded that the latter was using his bloodline ability to scan the surroundings for artifacts rich in spiritual energy. However, what was unique about that ability was how it could see through obstacles, like how a compass could detect the magnetic field of an object even from a distance away. Since the very foundation of this ability lay in the unique bloodline of the Yun clan, it could be said to be an innate talent. It was not a skill that one could learn through hard work. Ultimately, while cultivation opened up a world of possibilities, cultivators were still fundamentally limited by their innate talent in many ways. Using an example from the world Zhang Xian previously lived in, it would be just like how no matter a policeman trained himself, there was no way he would be able to become a K9. With this, Zhang Xian's hopes of picking up the art of treasure hunting were dashed. "Zhang Shi, what about you?" Luo Xinqing asked. The others also turned their heads over in curiosity. It was just a short few days since they had first come to know one another, but this young man had already brought them an entire life's worth of shock. They were interested to know if this miraculous young man would be able to notice anything amiss or not. In response, Zhang Xian discreetly concentrated on the lines of insight in his eyes and began examining his surroundings carefully. Unless a formation was active, the Library of Heaven's path would not be able to perceive it. Thus, he could only rely on the Eye of Insight to search for clues. But very quickly, he shook his head and said, "I can't find anything either." As powerful as the Eye of Insight was, it was limited by his own cultivation. He was unable to discern items that were too much stronger than he was, just like how he had not been able to find Kong Shi's folded space back at the Saint Ascension platform. Seeing that they were making no progress at all, Bai Hongyin frowned in impatience. "Just where is it?" Luo Xinqing. "Stop keeping us in suspense." "Haha, I was just curious to see if you would be able to find it," Luo Xinqing replied with a light chuckle. "To be honest, I wouldn't have been able to find the location of the formation myself either. It was my younger sister who managed to deduce the rough location of the formation's life gate through a map, and I only managed to locate it by following her instructions. The little princess was able to deduce the location of the formation's life gate through a map? Everyone gasped in shock. Wasn't the little princess of the Luo clan a little too talented? It was already an incredible feat to be able to tell that there was an ancient domain here just by looking at the map, but to be able to find the rough location of the formation's life gate as well. That was really inconceivable. This is a map that my younger sister drew for me. It's using this that I was able to find the core of the formation and enter the ancient domain where the Dongshu Gourd is. Luo Xianqing flicked his wrist, and a palm-sized jade token appeared in his hand. He tapped on it lightly, and amid a brilliant shimmer of light, faint mist emanated from the jade token and shrouded the entire cavern. Vaguely within the mist, one could see rocks and crevices. In a sense, it was somewhat similar to a painting. It slowly fused together with the real world until there was no way of distinguishing the two from one another anymore. What incredible manipulation of space! Zhang Xin's eyebrows shot up in astonishment. The mist emanating from the jade token was not a type of ink or formation. It was a manifestation of a type of spatial energy. To be able to paint on space and fuse it together with reality, this was truly an incredible technique. After the mist fused fully with the cavern, the jade token floated up from Luo Xuanqing's hand and began drifting forward. The group quickly followed behind the jade token. It did not take them long to arrive before a dead end. A towering stone wall blocked their path ahead, preventing them from advancing any further. Upon reaching this point, the jade token also stopped advancing and spun on the spot. Luo Xianqing turned around and said to the group, "Due to the massive design of the formation, the life gate moves with time. It's located at a different location from where it was the previous time I was here, but since the jade token has stopped here, this should be it." Without any hesitation, Zhang Xian immediately activated his Eye of Insight to look at the space before him. There's indeed a distortion in space here. Zhang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. With the location confirmed, he was indeed able to tell that something was amiss in the area. There was a sesame-sized spatial distortion right beneath the jade token. If one was not sure where to look, it would have been practically impossible to find it. After all, it was not too rare for slight spatial distortions to arise. Even a bunch of transcendent mortal cultivators putting their might together would suffice to create a slight spatial distortion, so most cultivators would instinctively turn a blind eye to it. It was no wonder the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast, a Saint 8 Dan beast, would fail to notice the secrets hidden within the cavern despite living here for so many years. Just how in the world was one supposed to find something like this? At the same time, to be able to deduce this much just by looking at a map and even craft a jade token specially for it, Zhang Xian could not help but feel deeply pressured by the astounding capabilities that Luo Ruoxin wielded. In the past, he had not been particularly concerned about Luo Ruoxin's identity or background, choosing to confess to her solely because he liked her. However, in order to win the approval of the Luo clan, he had no choice but to face the difference in their strength and standing. And if even someone as powerful as Luo Ruoxin was not able to turn down the engagement with the Zhang clan, things were truly not optimistic for them. "No matter what, I'll definitely wed you openly as my wife." Zhang Xian clenched his fists tightly in agitation. Yuan Shao and the others stared at their surroundings with squinted eyes for a very long time, but they were still unable to find anything at all. Eventually, they could only shake their heads and give up. "I really am unable to see what is so special about this place. Why don't you just open the life gate? We'll follow behind you." "All right." Without wasting any time, Luo Xianqing raised his finger and tapped the area right ahead of him. A droplet of blood dripped out from the tip of his finger, following which he formed a few hand seals, and a unique power was imbued into the jade token. Wong. With a resounding buzz, the sesame-sized spatial distortion began rotating swiftly, reminiscent of a mini vortex. Sela. A rift was torn through space with the sesame-sized spatial distortion at its very center. At the same time, the vortex grew bigger and bigger, forming a cone-shaped spiral. "Let's enter," Luo Xianqing said. Perhaps due to having expended too much strength, Luo Xuanqing's face was slightly pale. "All right," Yuan Shao nodded. Without any hesitation, He took the lead and leaped into the cone-shaped spiral. He was the one who boasted the greatest defensive ability among their group, and considering that they were entering uncharted territory, it was a given that he should be the first one to enter. Who? His 2-meter-wide figure was still rather massive while it was at the top of the cone-shaped spiral, but as he descended, his figure grew smaller and smaller, until it was roughly the size of a needle, before vanishing into the distorted space. This was the first time everyone had seen such a bizarre sight, and their eyebrows could not help but leap up in astonishment. Is this the ability of the 4-Dan heavenly art of dimension unravel, creation? Zhang Xian frowned. Even though it seemed like Yuan Shao had become smaller after jumping into the cone-shaped spiral, in truth, it was just a visual effect arising from the distortion of light due to the bending of space. For example, it was just like how a person would appear to be different in size from a meter away and 100 meters away. Naturally, a person who was 100 meters away, no matter how tall and big they were, would appear to be as small as a sesame seed. Such was the situation over here as well. While the cone-shaped spiral appeared to be only several meters away from them, there were actually many layers of space concealed within it. In terms of absolute distance, it was likely to be several li away from them. Using space as a foundation to create stable space, and even make it so inconspicuous at that, it seems like the person who has left behind this ancient domain is likely to at least be a Saint 9-Dan cultivator. On top of that, their comprehension of spatial laws is also extremely deep, perhaps still not on par with ancient sage Qiu Wu yet, but definitely far surpassing that of ordinary cultivators, Zhang Xian thought. It was no wonder he had not been able to find anything with his eye of insight previously. This ability to manipulate space was already far beyond what someone of his level could comprehend. Let's head in, too. Seeing that Yuan Shao had entered, the others also forged ahead. Bai Hongyin leaped in first, followed by Yun Lianhai. Watching as the two of them disappeared, Zhang Xian took a deep breath before jumping into the cone-shaped spiral as well. In an instant, he felt as if he was plummeting through an abyss, heading somewhere he could hardly fathom. This Saint Ascension platform refers to the mountain he went together with Luo Ruoxin and not the one in the Qiuwu Palace. Chapter 1357, Why Aren't You My Brother-in-Law? The wind whistled deafening by Zhang Xian's ears. Even though it only appeared to be 2 or 3 meters, it felt as if he was falling from a height of several thousand meters. Not only was his speed swiftly accelerating, the pressure of the surrounding space on him was rapidly intensifying. The moment that he dived into the sesame-sized spatial distortion, his surroundings suddenly blurred. When he came to once more, he was already standing in the midst of a lush green field. White clouds drifted in the beautiful blue sky, and vibrant verdant grass covered the earth. It almost felt like a utopia. Taking a deep breath, the air was rich with spiritual energy, as if one was standing right above a spirit vein. It made one's cells dance in exhilaration. It's indeed impossible for those of Saint 8-Dan and above to enter this area, Zhang Xian noted. The entrance of the distorted space was only strong enough to carry cultivators of their strength over. If those of the dimension-sundering realm attempted to enter, the distorted space would collapse. Looking forward, Zhang Xian saw Yuan Shao and the others standing nearby. Confusion could be seen reflected in their eyes. They were shocked by the sight before them as well. There were plenty of elders in the sanctum of sages who wielded a deep understanding of spatial laws too, but they were only capable of creating folded spaces. It was unimaginable that anyone would be able to create a space that bore such a deep resemblance to reality and harnessed such concentrated spiritual energy. The elder who left behind this ancient domain has placed the spirit vein in the valley into this folded space as well. Otherwise, how could he possibly breed an artifact on the level of the Dongshu Gourd? Said someone from behind. Luo Xianqing had entered the area as well. Placed the spirit vein into this folded space? Yuan Shao and the others were astonished. Even Zhang Xian felt that this matter was inconceivable. He had seen plenty of folded spaces, and he even had one with him at the moment. Under normal circumstances, folded spaces were separate entities from reality, so to put an entire spirit vein in and even have it continue producing spiritual energy, It was unimaginable what it would take to accomplish that. Brother Luo, do you know who the expert that left behind this ancient domain is? Zhang Xian asked. A person who could leave behind such a formidable ancient domain was bound to be a famous figure even among the countless experts who had risen in the entire history of the master-teacher continent. Luo Xianqing paused for a moment before saying, I'm not too sure whom the ancient domain was left behind by, but this place seems to have some links to ancient sage Qiu Wu. Ancient sage Qiu Wu? Zhang Xian was stunned. Indeed, in the past several dozen millenniums, other than Kong Shi and the old ancestor of our Luo clan, only ancient sage Qiu Wu has managed to comprehend the highest realm of space. This folded space is so exquisitely created that it could even sustain the growth of a treasure like the Dongshu Gourd. I really can't think of anyone who could achieve such a feat other than him, Luo Xianqing explained. Zhang Xian also nodded in realization. It was no wonder he was able to gauge the distortion space in terms of the levels of the heavenly art of dimension unravel prior to entering. In the end, it turned out that it was highly likely that this folded space had been left behind by that expert. Previously, he had quite a delightful chat with the ancient sage Qiu Wu's fragmented soul, but it was a pity that the latter could not stay for too long. If he could meet the latter here in this folded space, it would definitely be a good opportunity to exchange some insights regarding space. The Dongshu Gourd is right ahead, but there's a formation blocking the way. The previous time I came here, I studied the formation for quite a few days, but I was still unable to find a way to resolve it, Luo Xianqing said as he pointed forward. Looking in the direction that Luo Xianqing was pointing, they saw a river flowing in the midst of the sky. There was a long, thin vine wrapped around the river at a certain point, and connected at the other end of the vine was a lush green gourd. The gourd was not too big, and there were no physical traits to suggest that there was something exceptional to it. But for some reason, there was a bizarre distortion in the space around it that gave a feeling that the gourd existed in another dimension. It was a sensation that made one feel as if one would be unable to touch the gourd even if it was right before one. Upon seeing the gourd, everyone's eyes lit up. They were still wary of the dangers they would have to go through before reaching the gourd, but to think that it would actually be so close to them. Let me take a look. Out of curiosity, Yuan Shao took a step forward, intending to fly forth to harvest the gourd. However, the next moment, cold sweat rained down his body, and he hurriedly retreated in fear. Despite his swift reaction, he was still a step too late. A huge force that seemed to have appeared out of nowhere abruptly struck his chest. Pong! Before he could even grasp what was going on, he was sent flying. He skidded several dozen meters across the fields before he was finally able to dispel the force, and his face paled in fear. If not for his swift reaction and superior defense, he could have died right there. That's a formation? The eyes of the crowd narrowed in apprehension. From the current looks of it, it was apparent that the gourd that seemed to be within reach to them was not as easily obtainable as it seemed. The entire area was filled with all kinds of formations, and one would have to overcome all of them before reaching the gourd. I was stuck at this point the previous time I came here, too. I was unable to overcome the formations. Luo Xianqing nodded. The previous time he was there, through his superior comprehension of spatial laws, he had managed to advance much deeper than Yuan Shao did. Nevertheless, he was still unable to get close to the gourd, as if it could only be watched from afar. Zhang Shi, are you able to recognize what kind of formation that is? Bai Hongyin asked. That isn't a formation. Zhang Xian shook his head. It isn't. The crowd was perplexed by those words. It's a type of manipulation of space. To summarize, it's somewhat similar to the seals in the subterranean gallery that serve to keep the otherworldly demonic tribe at bay. The stronger an individual is, the greater the rebound they will face from the seal. On the other hand, if the individual isn't a cultivator, they won't face any rebound at all, Zhang Xian explained. He had triggered his library of Heaven's Path previously when Yuan Shao was attacked by the seal, and it was through the book compiled that he realized that it was a utilization of space instead. So, it should do as long as we suppress our cultivation, right? Luo Xianqing glanced at the injured Yuan Shao and frowned. I'll give it a try then. Regardless of whether Zhang Xian was right or not, someone would have to give it a try. Since Yuan Shao was injured, He could only do the job himself. Taking a deep breath, he sealed the zhenqi within his body, making him appear no different from an ordinary human. Cultivators who had reached his level were already more than capable of concealing their zhenqi completely in their dantian, making them appear to be no different from ordinary humans. On top of that, it seemed like Luo Xianqing was using some kind of secret art to suppress his cultivation even further, such that Zhang Xian would not be able to tell even with his eye of insight without examining closely. Incredible, Zhang Xian remarked excitedly. He had seen plenty of techniques that would allow one to conceal one's aura and cultivation, but those would usually fail before the eye of insight. It was truly frightening that Luo Xuanqing's secret art was able to deceive him too. Noticing the shocked gazes all around, Luo Xianqing explained, "It's a technique created by our old ancestor. It uses folded space to seal and conceal one's strength, making it impossible to circumvent even through spiritual perception." Zhang Xian nodded before moving on to grimly warn, after proceeding in, "No matter what you encounter, you mustn't tap into your cultivation. Remember, the higher the cultivation, the greater the rebound." The surrounding space was reminiscent of a wooden log floating atop a body of water. The more one tried to push it down, the faster and more forceful it would push back. Only ordinary humans would be able to remain unfazed by its attacks. Luo Xianqing nodded as he took a step forward. As expected, due to his sealed cultivation, he really did not come under attack at all. However, barely after taking a few steps, his face suddenly paled. It seemed as if he had been through something inconceivable, and the fear in his eyes was palpable. "Don't release the seal on your cultivation," Zhang Xian bellowed upon noticing Luo Xuanqing's peculiar state. However, before he could finish his words, his future brother-in-law still failed to hold it in, and zhenqi gushed out of his body. Boom! A resounding explosion sounded, and just like Yuan Shao, he was sent flying as well. "Brother Luo!" Alarmed, Zhang Xian hurriedly rushed forward and passed over a recovery pill infused with his Heaven's Path zhenqi. Luo Xianqing took the pill and swallowed, and a moment later, when his injuries alleviated slightly, he opened his eyes once more and shook his head apologetically. "I'm fine. I told you earlier that you mustn't tap into your cultivation no matter what you encounter." Zhang Xian frowned. "Why did you still?" He had made it loud and clear to the other party that he had to suppress his cultivation by hook or by crook, but barely 3 breaths after entering, the other party forgot what he said and was forcefully thrown out. "Aren't you a little too absent-minded? I encountered an illusion in there, and I saw someone bullying my younger sister. That's why I wasn't able to hold myself back," Luo Xianqing replied awkwardly. He had resolved himself to keep his cultivation firmly suppressed at all costs prior to entering the area of the seal, but as soon as he saw his younger sister being bullied by others, all of those thoughts instantaneously vanished from his mind. Hearing those words, Zhang Xian could not help but shake his head with a helpless smile, as expected of this overly affectionate brother. Despite knowing that it was an illusion, he was still unable to stop himself from making a move. "The little princess is much stronger than you in terms of fighting prowess, so what can you possibly do against an opponent who can even bully her?" Bai Hongyin grumbled in displeasure by the side. Yun Lianhai and the others also found themselves speechless after hearing what Luo Xianqing had said. The little princess of the Luo clan did not just possess superior talents in cultivation, more importantly, she had assimilated the dimension silencer. With just a mere thought, she would be able to seal the surrounding space and crush even Saint 9 Dan experts with ease. Considering that Luo Xianqing was only at Saint 7 Dan, how could he possibly help his younger sister? If there was anyone who had to do the protecting, it was the little princess. "My strength might be beneath my younger sister's, but I still won't hesitate to pit my life against anyone who dares bully her," Luo Xianqing declared with conviction. A hint of gentleness and sadness surfaced in his eyes. "Our mother died while we were very young, so she became my only true kin in the Luo clan. Thus, I resolved myself to not allow the slightest grievance to come to her." "Is that why you harbor such deep enmity for the Zhang clan?" Zhang Xian asked. "Indeed. In terms of bloodline purity, that bastard young prodigy of the Zhang clan is indeed worthy of my younger sister. However, He's so arrogant that ever since the engagement was set, he has never appeared before my younger sister, not even once. This is a show of blatant disrespect and disregard toward my younger sister. How can I possibly not be mad at him? Luo Xinqing harumphed coldly. Recalling that fellow who was snatching his girlfriend from him, Zhang Xian puffed up in rage too. He could not help but agree. That bastard young prodigy of the Zhang clan really needs someone to pull him off his high horse. If he was the one who was engaged with Luo Ruoxin, he would surely spend every single second of his life by her side. That's right. Luo Xinqing roared furiously. If I ever catch sight of that bastard young prodigy, I'll definitely smash his head into his neck. That's right. Zhang Xian waved his hand grandly and said imposingly, "Count me in. I'll make that bastard young prodigy crawl all over the ground, searching for his teeth." Watching as the enraged duo lashed out at the young prodigy of the Zhang clan, Yuan Shao, Bai Hongyin, and Yun Lianhai glanced at one another in bewilderment. And this bewilderment was directed right at Zhang Xian. It's understandable that Luo Xinqing is worried that his younger sister will have to spend her life in misfortune. But as an outsider, why on earth are you getting involved in this matter for? Not to mention, to even get so indignant at the matter. Is there really a need for that? Unable to withstand it anymore, Yuan Shao turned to Zhang Xian and cleared his throat. Ahem. Zhang Shi, if I recall correctly, the young prodigy of the Zhang clan shouldn't have offended you before, right? Zhang Xian was stunned for a moment as he recalled his current position, so he fumbled for a moment before hurriedly replying, I am just feeling a little indignant for Brother Luo. To anger someone as kind and tolerant as Brother Luo to such an extent, that bastard young prodigy must definitely be a shameless and despicable scoundrel. As master teachers, we have the responsibility to teach such scum of the world a lesson they will never forget. The crowd glanced at one another. Kind and tolerant. Well, putting that aside, there was not anything wrong with what the young man was saying. But why did it feel like there was something rather weird about his words? Luo Xinqing was also slightly taken aback by Zhang Xian's impassioned response. He took a closer look and noted that the young man was truly furious. It was not just an act to win his favor. Thus, he could not help but remark, "What a great brother you are. Why aren't you my brother-in-law?" Chapter 1358 3 Dan Heavenly Art of Dimension Unravel, knowing that the others would get suspicious if he continued dwelling on this matter. Zhang Xian decisively changed the topic. Brother Yuan and Brother Luo are injured, so I'll be counting on you to take care of them. I'll head in to take a look. Let me do it instead. Bai Hongyin stepped forward and said, I specialize in dealing with illusions and soul attacks, so I should be able to withstand them better. All right then. Zhang Xian hesitated for a moment before nodding. There's a good chance that there are many different formations in there, so be careful. Make sure that you don't use your cultivation regardless of the situation. The illusion formation was a separate entity from the spatial seal, which was the reason why Zhang Xian did not notice it through the Library of Heaven's Path. Otherwise, he would have surely reminded Luo Xinqing in advance. Bai Hongyin nodded before sealing her cultivation completely. Her ability to seal her cultivation was not as absolute as Luo Xuanqing's, so Zhang Xian was still able to see through her using his Eye of Insight. However, she was still able to keep her zhenqi from emanating, and the formation was unlikely to be sensitive enough to sense the zhenqi concealed in her dantian either. The young lady began proceeding forward, and in just a few steps, she arrived at where Luo Xinqing and Yuan Shao came under attack. As if something had come to her vision too, she abruptly stopped as well. Be careful. Yun Lianhai could not help but remind her. There's no point shouting. The spatial seal in there prevents sound, and even one's spiritual perception from getting through. Luo Xinqing shook his head. It seals off spiritual perception as well? Astonished, Zhang Xian tried to extend his spiritual perception over, but upon reaching a certain point, his spiritual perception seemed to disappear in an abyss. No matter how he pushed on, he was unable to sense anything at all. It was a very perplexing and bizarre situation. It was obviously something that was right before them, but due to a profound manipulation of space, It felt like these two spaces were in completely different worlds. Amid everyone's worried gazes, Bai Hongyin continued advancing forward steadily, but eventually, she was still unable to hold herself back from driving her Jinqi, and as a result of that, she was jolted out of the spatial seal just like everyone else. Zhang Xian rushed over and asked, "What happened?" After entering the spatial seal, I was teleported into another space where a saint beast was rampaging all around, devouring everyone in its sight. Unable to withstand it, I could only make a move in the end, Bai Hongyin explained with a reddened face. She had been determined to suppress her cultivation down to the very end, but she simply could not bring herself to stand by as the saint beast attempted to bite off the head of a child. Teleported? But you didn't move at all, Yun Lianhai exclaimed. All of them could clearly see Bai Hongyin with their own eyes, so there was no way she could have been teleported somewhere else. Don't you think it's weird that we are able to look into the spatial seal despite being unable to perceive it with our spiritual perception? Luo Xianqing suddenly interjected. This? Yun Lianhai fell into deep thought. Sometimes, what the eye saw might not necessarily be real. Just like mirages in the desert, no matter how lifelike and authentic they seemed to the thirsty explorers, they were actually all illusions. The reason cultivators believed in their spiritual perception was because they were extending their consciousness directly toward their surroundings to perceive it, so it was much more unlikely for them to perceive something incorrectly. In their current situation, they were indeed able to see the entire situation clearly with their eyes, but who could guarantee that what they were seeing was real? Brother Yun, can you help us sense if that Dongshu gourd is real? Zhang Xian suddenly spoke up. All right. Yun Lianhai nodded. If what they were seeing within the spatial seal was false, there was a good chance that the Dongshu gourd could be fake as well. A droplet of blood flew toward Yun Lianhai's glabella, and an eye abruptly opened up between his brows. The eye quickly turned its gaze toward the gourd in the sky. A moment later, he shook his head and said, I can't sense the presence of any treasure. You can't sense it? Luo Xuanqing's face turned pale. He had prepared for a very long time in order to acquire this Dongshu gourd. If it turned out to be an illusion, he really might break into tears. Let me take a look at it, Zhang Xian said with a frown. He could not make a clear assessment of the situation with what they had gathered so far, so the most effective way was for him to enter the spatial seal personally to check things out. Be careful, Luo Xianqing instructed. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Xian suppressed his cultivation before making his way into the spatial seal. The method he used to seal his cultivation was not as advanced as Luo Xianqing, but the Zhenqi he cultivated was the Heaven's Path Zhenqi. As long as he willed it so, not even Saint Nine Dan experts would be able to discern his level of cultivation, let alone the others. As soon as he entered the spatial seal, his surroundings abruptly turned completely white. He tried to extend his spiritual perception to the limits, but he was still unable to perceive anything at all. It was as if he was standing amid a barren land where he was the only man existent within this world. Luo Xianqing and the others had already vanished without a trace, as if they had not even been there in the first place. This sure is a little unnerving, Zhang Xian thought with a frown as he slowly proceeded ahead. Shortly after, a mountain range appeared before his sight, after which he arrived before a waterfall with a lake at the bottom. The cascading water sounded deafening in the surroundings. Taking a closer look, Zhang Xian's heart began beating in agitation. He had been there before. That was where he had first met Luo Ruoxin, the verdant mountains of the Huanyu mountain range. In this very place, he had witnessed countless spirit beasts gathering around the waterfall, and he had thought that they were intending to do Luo Ruoxin harm. So, he had charged forward in the hope of saving her. That was how they had first met. He quickly turned his gaze over to the waterfall, and a beautiful figure stood calmly over there. Just as always, she stood with an air of indifference, reminiscent of an inviolable lotus. It seemed as if there was nothing in this world that would be able to faze her. Ruoxin. This was not the first time they had met one another, but even so, Zhang Xian's heart still could not help but skip a beat as if it was the first time. He had thought that he would be able to meet Luo Ruoxin as soon as he came to the Sanctum of Sages, but as he came to learn more about their current situation, he felt more pressured. It was to the point where he was not sure how he could face her anymore. Even so, the yearning in his heart never died down even for a moment. On the contrary, it had only been growing stronger with time. No, this isn't real. This is just an illusion. Clenching his fists tightly, Zhang Xian endured his urge to charge over, and his breathing gradually calmed down as well. His mind had been confused for a moment, but as rationality slowly returned to him, he recalled that he was in the midst of finding the Dongshu Gourd, and there was no way he could appear in the verdant mountain all of a sudden, let alone meet Luo Ruoxin. Even if it was not an illusory formation, it was likely to be some clever manipulation of folded space that allowed for the reflection of his memories. So, having calmed down, Zhang Xian was just about to advance forward when a sharp glint of light suddenly flashed across the sky. In the blink of an eye, it sliced right across Luo Ruoxin's body, following which a young man with a vile look on his face appeared before Luo Ruoxin, and he uttered with a cold sneer, "You are my fiancé, but you fell in love with someone else. Since that's the case, why don't you just drop dead?" The young man had a demented look in his eyes, and his facial features were deeply reminiscent of Zhang Chun. But for some reason, the young man seemed to bear some resemblance to him too. The young prodigy of the Zhang clan. Zhang Xian gritted his teeth in fury. How dare that bastard young prodigy of the Zhang clan make a move against Luo Ruoxin? He's courting death. Just as Zhang Xian was about to unseal his cultivation, the library of Heaven's Path in his mind jolted. For an instant, he felt as if a resounding bell had chimed right next to his ear, causing his body to stiffen in shock. He was forcefully jolted back to rationality, and he told himself, "It's just an illusion. It's just an illusion." At the same time, he drove his state of mind swiftly and re-entered the state of heart of tranquil water. When he looked over once more, the young prodigy had already disappeared, and Luo Ruoxin was nowhere to be seen. In fact, even the entire verdant mountain had vanished. Everything had returned to a completely white space. That was a close shave, Zhang Xian thought as cold sweat trickled down his body. Even though he knew that it was an illusion, he still could not help himself from making a move upon seeing Luo Ruoxin being injured. It seemed like the spatial seal did not just seek to confound. It intended to play on the emotions and feelings of others as well. Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. It's fortunate that I have the Library of Heaven's Path, or else I would have been jolted out like Luo Xinqing and the others. Just as he was about to proceed ahead once more, he suddenly felt the ground beneath him giving way, and he abruptly plummeted downward. The piercing whistling of the wind reverberated in his ears. When he lowered his head, he could see the earth accelerating toward him at a fearsome speed, and it seemed like he would collide anytime soon. He had suppressed his cultivation entirely, so his current strength was only at that of an ordinary human. If he fell from such a height, he would definitely lose his life. In response to the danger perceived, his zhenqi began jumping into action, attempting to push its way out of the seal so that he could break the fall. It's an illusion. It's an illusion. Zhang Xian suppressed his zhenqi with greater force as he slowly closed his eyes. If not for what he had experienced earlier, he surely would have succumbed. However, the previous experience had left him prepared for whatever was to come, so he was no longer as panicked or affected as before. If he really used his zhenqi, the spatial seal would immediately rebound against him, and that would cause him to get injured. As soon as his heart had returned to perfect calmness, the deafening whistling of the wind and the falling sensation disappeared without a trace. When he opened his eyes once more, he found himself still standing amid the white space. Using space to conjure effects reminiscent of illusions, I have never really thought of that possibility before. Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief as he examined his surroundings once more. His comprehension of formations had reached the level of 8-star pinnacle, and he had learned the heavenly art of dimension unravel as well. Under normal circumstances, a folded space would not be able to trap him. However, this place was actually able to breach his mental fortitude without him sensing that anything was amiss. The means of the owner of the ancient domain were truly astounding. Activating his eye of insight, Zhang Xian noted that the structure of the surrounding space was reminiscent of a beehive, consisting of small cubes placed together. However, Unlike an ordinary beehive, the cubes were not stationary. Instead, they were flowing along with drifting water, forcing one to go along with its momentum and fall under its effects. Space is basically ripples moving at a frequency. As long as I can find the true nature of this space, I'll be able to manipulate it too, Zhang Xian thought as he went through what he had learned in the heavenly art of dimension unravel. Sometime later, Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. I see. Through analyzing the structure of the space around him, the various parts of the heavenly art of dimension unravel that did not make sense to him previously suddenly made complete sense. Back when he cultivated the heavenly art of dimension unravel, his cultivation was still a little too low, making it highly difficult for him to comprehend the deeper nature of space. However, with his cultivation being raised to leaving aperture realm pinnacle, he was able to better analyze the space around him and advance his understanding of spatial laws to a higher level. Zhang Xian nodded in realization. It's no wonder this spatial seal is able to evoke illusions. Space can be formed using formations, and the inverse is true as well. So, naturally, it can be used to influence the thoughts of others as well. Formations could be used to set up space, and space could be set up as formation. Building on this, that would mean that it was possible to embed formations within space itself to make one see the things that they desired the most. Exhaling a mouthful of turbid gas, Zhang Xian's eyes glowed in excitement. Having comprehended this, my understanding of space should have reached the level of control. There were mainly 5 levels of the heavenly art of dimension unravel, namely compress, traverse, control, creation, and destruction. Compress allowed one to compress space and hasten one's movements. Traverse could be considered as a deepening of the concept of compress. Through a greater understanding of space, one would be able to execute movements reminiscent of teleportation, covering a distance of several hundred meters in an instant. One who had comprehended this realm would be able to breach the dominion of a phantasm space realm expert without being affected by the latter's control of space. Control referred to gaining the ability to manipulate space. Upon reaching this realm, folded space and the sort would no longer be able to trap one. In fact, one would even be able to tap into the strength harnessed within these spaces to suppress one's opponent. As for creation and destruction, Zhang Xian still had not managed to fully comprehend those two concepts. He could tell that the creator of this ancient domain had reached the level of creation at the very least, but for the time being, he still could not say for sure what creation in terms of space represented. Since I have managed to reach the 3-Dan heavenly art of dimension unravel, this spatial seal won't be able to trap me any longer. Zhang Xian chuckled inwardly. With his current comprehension of spatial laws, this beehive-like space was an enigma to him no more. Even the various formations embedded into the spatial seal that induced illusions in his head earlier also appeared clearly before his eyes, and he could destroy him on a whim. I should leave now. Zhang Xian drove his shunqi and lightly waved his hand. Then, he took a step forward, and the next moment, he was standing right before the river. A lush green gourd floated right before him, emanating an overpowering aura. Chapter 1359. Zhang Xian got beaten up. The river was a spirit vein, and the spiritual energy flowing through it was so concentrated that it felt almost tangible. The gourd was just hanging right beneath it, absorbing the spiritual energy as nutrition and growing slowly. Now, I just have to pluck it and take it back. Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. If he wanted to level up, he just had to collect sufficient cultivation technique manuals and spirit stones. As valuable as the Dongshu gourd was, it was of very little use to him. It would be more worth it for him to use it to develop a good relationship with Luo Xianqing. As long as he could win Luo Xuanqing's goodwill and get him to speak up on his behalf later when vying for Luo Ruoxin's hand in marriage, everything would be worth the effort. Thus, he reached out to grab the Dongshu gourd. Even though he did not use any strength, with his comprehension of heavenly art of dimension unravel reaching 3-Dan, his grasp easily caused the surrounding space to turn viscous. As if a fish trapped in a net, all escape routes for the gourd were sealed. Just as Zhang Xian's hand was just about to reach the gourd, the lush fruit suddenly woke up and began struggling. Gotcha! The sealed space immediately broke, and Zhang Xian felt an overwhelming force pressing down on him, threatening to grind his arm down to dust. Zhang Xian narrowed his eyes in astonishment. He quickly drove his zhenqi to form a massive barrier before him. With his enhanced comprehension of space, even if he were to drive his zhenqi now, he would not suffer a rebound from the spatial seal. The gourd hanging on the vine shook its bottom. Sila. The massive barrier was immediately torn apart as if it was a piece of paper. Zhang Xian hurriedly placed his hands up to guard against the attack. An intense pain assaulted his arm, and the next moment, he was smacked down onto the ground. With a pale face, Zhang Xian struggled to his feet. His entire arm had already gone numb from the impact, and his bones were creaking in protest, as if saying that they would shatter if they had to endure any more than that. Zhang Xian's physical body had currently reached a level of resilience on par with half-saint high-tier artifacts. Thus, he would not feel anything even if a saint intermediate-tier artifact tried to slice him. Yet, with a slight shake, the gourd was able to leave him in such pain. The strength of the gourd had far surpassed his imagination. Damn it! Zhang Xian quickly drove his Heaven's Path zhenqi to recuperate from his wounds as he glared at the gourd with reddened eyes. I don't believe that I won't be able to capture you. Taking in a deep breath, he flicked his wrist, and a sword appeared in his palm. With a slight flick, a burst of sword chi shot toward the gourd. The Lingshu sword. Considering how the Dongshu gourd could help one achieve a breakthrough to dimension-sundering realm, its tier was probably quite high. Having suffered against it a moment ago, Zhang Xian dared not take the gourd lightly, so he used his most powerful weapon right from the start. Tzzzzzzzz. As soon as the Lingshu sword appeared, the surrounding space immediately began distorting, seemingly ready to be torn apart at any moment. In the first place, folded spaces were not as stable as the spaces outside. On top of that, Zhang Xian had already comprehended the third dan of heavenly art of dimension unravel. Even if he could not rip the folded space open, it was not too difficult for him to create a distortion in it. Watching as a burst of sword chi flew in its direction, the gourd shook its body once more, reminiscent of a large-bottomed individual flaunting their figure. Tzila. A powerful shockwave rippled from the gourd, halting the incoming sword chi in place, preventing it from moving even an inch closer. Zhang Xian's eyebrows shot up. Even though he did not use the three swords of Lingshu, he had still harnessed its offensive sword quintessence in the attack. Not even a Saint 7 Dan Phantasm Space Realm primary stage expert would dare take the attack head-on. Yet, just by shaking its body, the gourd actually managed to neutralize his attack. Was it not a little too strong for a mere gourd? Knowing that he could not afford to hold back, Zhang Xian quickly whipped out 108 swords and commanded them to attack. Go! So, a barrage of sword chi instantaneously filled the area as the zhenqi in Zhang Xian was swiftly sapped dry. The 108 swords warped into flashes of cold light as they charged in the direction of the gourd. Pada. The gourd also seemed to sense the devastating might wielded in the move, and it shook its bottom even more joyously. Puha. Due to its excessively large movements, it dropped off the vine and flew over in Zhang Xian's direction. Boom, boom, boom. It clashed directly with the sword chi, sending ripples diffusing into the surroundings amid brilliant bursts of colorful light. As powerful as the sea-severing sword was, it seemed to be completely ineffective on the gourd. The sword's chi simply bounced off it without causing the slightest mark on its surface. Instead, the gourd was even able to speed up in the midst of those attacks, tiding across the entire barrage of attack in just an instant. It's actually so powerful? Zhang Xian narrowed his eyes in astonishment. Sea-severing sword was already his strongest move, and even Yuan Shao and the others would suffer a great deal if they were to take the attack head-on. Yet, it was actually so easily neutralized by the gourd. This was really inconceivable. Was it normal for gourds to be that powerful? However, the gourd also did not plan on allowing Zhang Xian any time to rest. Right after breaking through the sea-severing sword, it slammed its body forcefully toward his chest. After executing the three swords of Lingshu, the zhenqi in his body was already on the verge of running dry. Fortunately, With the recent breakthrough in his physical body cultivation and soul cultivation, he was not completely powerless without Jinqi anymore. Without any hesitation, he raised both of his palms while driving the Heaven's Path soul art to draw upon his soul energy to augment his defenses. Pong! The crisp sound of a shattering bone echoed clearly in the air. Zhang Xian's arm had fractured under the impact. His body was sent flying into the distance before crashing heavily onto the ground. This short encounter had caused several bones of his ribcage to shatter as well. Despite being a mere artifact, the fighting prowess of the Dongshu gourd was simply too powerful. If not for the sea-severing sword neutralizing a portion of the offense, that previous slam would have left him completely incapacitated. So, before Zhang Xian could climb up from the ground, the gourd shook a little in the air and charged toward him once more. This time, its movement was way faster than before, to the point where its figure was nothing more than a slight blur. It seemed as though it would not rest until it was able to smash him into his grave. Zhang Xian's face paled. In a frontal encounter, he was completely no match for the Dongshu gourd. On top of that, his Zhanqi was completely expended at the moment, and he was severely injured as well. If he allowed the gourd's attack to fall on him, he really might just lose his life there and then. Spatial seal. Clone. Zhang Xian was not sure whether those outside were able to see what was happening within, but to prevent Luo Xianqing and the others from seeing his trump card, he still snapped his fingers to seal the surrounding space, preventing anyone from seeing what was within. At the same time, he released his clone. After cultivating the Heaven's Path soul art, the prowess of his clone had risen by leaps and bounds. Its fighting prowess was significantly higher than his, so it should at least be able to defend against the Dongshu gourd for some time. As soon as his clone appeared, Zhang Xian immediately filled him in on the situation through their telepathic connection, and the other party charged forward to engage the Dongshu gourd. However, as fast as his clone was, he was still lacking compared to the Dongshu gourd. Before he could even throw a punch, the latter was right before him. Pada! The Dongshu gourd crashed right into his clone's face, imprinting its shape onto his face. Screw you! Zhang Xian's clone immediately went berserk. How dare you hurt my handsome face? I'm going to kill you. Each time he was released from the myriad ant hive nest, he would derive great joy from mocking his main body and flaunting his overwhelming strength. But this time, before he could say or achieve anything, he ended up being quashed by a mere gourd instead. This unprecedented humiliation left him feeling so angry that it felt as if he would explode from sheer rage. While roaring, the clone did not forget to throw a furious punch toward the Dongshu gourd too. Boom! It was a direct hit, but the clone felt a jolt run through his body instead. With quivering lips, he quickly turned to the main body and said, "I can't defeat him. You should quickly run away." Even though his fighting prowess was far stronger than the real Zhang Xian's, it was still a huge way off from matching up to the gourd before him. Run away? Zhang Xian hesitated upon hearing those words. He was here to obtain the gourd for Luo Xianqing, and to run away after all the effort they had put into this mission was really a little hard to accept. If you aren't going to run, you can face that fellow yourself. I won't be accompanying you, goodbye. The clone roared with gritted teeth. Under the furious onslaught of the gourd, his body already bore no semblance of a human anymore. Of course you can still afford to hesitate when all you are doing is hiding behind my back. If you don't want to run away, why don't you try facing this monster of a gourd yourself? All right then. Zhang Xian nodded with a reddened face. He also knew that he would not be a match for the Dongshu gourd with his Zhanqi sap dry at the moment. So without any hesitation, he waved his hand and withdrew his clone and all of the swords back into the myriad ant hive nest and his storage ring respectively before fleeing back the way he had come. Gotcha! However, it seemed like the Dongshu gourd still had no intention of letting him off. It charged over in his direction once more with the same astounding speed that was nigh impossible to dodge, so he had no choice but to reinforce his defenses and brace himself against the impact. He was sent flying once more, but fortunately, he had managed to retreat back to the area where the illusions were generated once more, and with a flash, his figure vanished from the spot. Before vanishing from the spot, Zhang Xin vaguely saw the gourd in the sky, shaking its bottom triumphantly before leisurely made its way back to the vine and hanging itself back on it. In the blink of an eye, everything returned to normal, as if nothing had happened at all. Some time ago, prior to Zhang Xian's fight with the Dongshu gourd, after seeing the young man off into the spatial seal, Luo Xianqing and the others could not help but pace around the area worriedly. Zhang Shi should be fine, right? Zhang Shi has a deep understanding of formations. Even though this isn't exactly a formation, it does bear some resemblance to one. I think he should be fine. As long as he can resist the urge to release his cultivation, he won't be affected by the rebound of the spatial seal. Even though these were the words that they spoke, uncertainty and apprehension still continued to plague their hearts. This was especially so for Luo Xianqing. He had paid a heavy price in order to obtain the Dongshu gourd, and if he could not touch it after all that, he would really be at a loss. Look, Zhang Shi is heading forward, Yuan Shao said. The crowd quickly turned their heads over and saw Zhang Xian slowly making his way over to the gourd in the sky. However, barely after taking 2 steps, he abruptly vanished from the spot. He must have cleared the illusions. Luo Xuanqing's eyes lit up in agitation. However, just 2 breaths later, a figure suddenly flew out of the spatial seal, and with a resounding pong, it crashed into the ground just beside them, coughing huge mouthfuls of blood. Zhang Shi, horrified, the crowd hurriedly rushed toward him worriedly. I am fine. As he struggled to his feet, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. It was fortunate that he had fled swiftly, decisively leaping out of the spatial seal. Otherwise, he could have died at the hands of that fellow. Looking at the severe wounds that Zhang Xian had sustained, Luo Xianqing could not help but ask, was Zhang Shi also evicted by the spatial seal? They had all been injured by the spatial seal due to them unintentionally exerting their strength while inside. Could it be that the young man had faced the same inside too? But his wounds appeared to be slightly different from the ones they had sustained, though? That's not it. Zhang Xian shook his head. What happened? The intrigued Yuan Shao asked. Could it be that other than the spatial seal, there was still something else within the space that could hurt them? If that was really the case, they would have to proceed carefully. With a face filled with embarrassment, Zhang Xian scratched his head and said, attacked by a gourd. Chapter 1360 Vine. It was no wonder Zhang Xian would be so crestfallen by the matter. All along, he had performed splendidly before his future brother-in-law, even impressing the latter through the taming of the netherworld azure dragon beast. His image in the latter's heart should have been flawless and impeccable, but who would have thought that a mere gourd would undo all of his efforts at this critical juncture? It was one thing if he could not defeat a saint beast or an artifact, but for even a gourd hanging on a vine to pummel him to the point where he was forced to flee frantically as if a mischievous son being evicted out of his house. This must really be the greatest humiliation in his life. You were pummeled by a gourd? Luo Xianqing was startled for a moment before he finally understood what was going on. That means to say that, Zhang Shi, you have met the Dongshu gourd? So, that thing really exists, and what we see isn't just an illusion. That's right. Zhang Xian nodded. Due to Yun Lianhai saying that he could not sense the presence of a treasure, everyone's heart was left on an edge, fearing that their efforts had all gone to waste. Zhang Xian's reassurance made all of them heave a sigh of relief. Since it really existed, they still stood a chance then. Seeing the dejected look on Zhang Xian's face, Luo Xianqing patted his shoulders and consoled him. As an item that could help others comprehend the dimension-sundering realm, its fighting prowess is likely to be on par with Saint 8 Dan primary stage experts. As talented as you are, Zhang Shi, your cultivation is still only at Saint 5 Dan, leaving Aperture Realm Pinnacle, a great distance from it. It's only natural that you won't be a match for it. In fact, even I won't fare too well against it. Considering how the Dongshu gourd raised the chances of a cultivator achieving a breakthrough to the dimension-sundering realm by 50%, how could it possibly be anything ordinary? As long as one's strength was not on par, putting aside capturing it, even if one were to capture it, there was no way one would be able to assimilate it. It was only after hearing those words that Zhang Xian finally felt a little better inside. He turned to the crowd and said, I have already deciphered the crux to the spatial seal before us, and I'll bring you all to the gourd later on. However, I just want to warn all of you beforehand that the fellow is extremely violent, and there's a good chance that it'll make a move on us as soon as it sees us. So, I think you all should heal up first and condition your physical state to your peak. All right then. The crowd nodded before taking a seat. Zhang Xian took a seat as well. He opened up his acupoints and swiftly absorbed the spiritual energy in the surroundings so as to replenish the zhenqi that he had lost earlier and heal his wounds. Thanks to the concentrated spiritual energy that was present in the folded space, it took him less than 4 hours to recover completely. While reinforcing his cultivation, Zhang Xian began strategizing against the Dongshu gourd. That gourd is really a little too powerful. It won't be easy to deal with it, even with our current forces. He had considered several ideas, but after some careful rumination, they did not seem to be feasible against the Dongshu gourd. Just as Luo Xianqing had said, that fellow was likely to possess fighting prowess on par with Dimension Sundering Realm primary stage experts, a level that was far beyond the current them. Unless he released Vicious Finger and had to collaborate with Luo Xianqing and the others. But of course, that would mean exposing Vicious existence, and for a master teacher to be rearing an otherworldly demon. If the matter got out, he would surely draw the wary gaze of the master teacher pavilion headquarters upon him, and there was a chance that his master teacher license might even be revoked. After quite some thought, Zhang Xian was still unable to think of any good ideas. In this moment, Luo Xianqing and the others suddenly stood up and said, Let's head off. While they had sustained rather severe injuries from the earlier rebound of the spatial seal, after swallowing the recovery pill that Zhang Xian had given them and utilizing the various means they possessed, they had managed to mostly recover from their wounds. Make sure to follow closely behind me. Don't even stray off by a single step, Zhang Xian instructed severely. Understanding the dangers that lay within the spatial seal, the others nodded. Zhang Xian swiftly sealed his cultivation before taking the lead into the seal. Having comprehended the 3-Dan heavenly art of dimension unravel, his grasp over space was stronger than ever. On top of that, he had already comprehended the secret of the spatial seal, so in truth, there was no longer any danger in here for him. In terms of absolute ability to manipulate space, Luo Xianqing was likely a little stronger than him, but within the spatial seal, Luo Xianqing would not even be able to come close to matching to him. With the prior experience of traveling through the spatial seal, the second attempt proceeded much smoother. It did not take too long for them to arrive in the vicinity of the river of spiritual energy, and they could clearly see the gourd hanging just beneath it. It's the Dongshu gourd. Luo Xuanqing's body trembled in agitation. He could not see it clearly from afar, but now that he was already in its vicinity, he could see that it was the Dongshu gourd. If he could assimilate it into his body, his chances of achieving a breakthrough to Dimension Sundering Realm would be increased by 50%. I don't think that I'll be of much help to you from this point onward, so I'll just wait for you here, Zhang Xian said. Unless he were utilized all of his trump cards, his actions would not mean much in comparison to the fighting prowess of the crowd. So, it did not matter whether he involved himself in the fight or not. It's fine. You have already done enough. Luo Xianqing and the others were pumped up. With our strength, we should be able to subdue it easily. Zhang Xian raised his clenched fist and gave a cheer of encouragement. Good luck. 3 minutes later, the group was back outside the spatial seal, and Luo Xianqing and the others were lying on the ground with bruised, miserable faces. Their collaboration was superb, and every single move they utilized was well calculated to corner their opponent. Nevertheless, they were still no match for the gourd, and they ended up being viciously pummeled instead. This was especially so for Yuan Shao. His entire body was covered with round imprints of the Dongshu gourd. Yun Lianhai hesitated for a moment before saying, Zhang Shi, why don't you bring the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast in? With it making a move, we should be able to destroy the Dongshu gourd easily. The Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast possessed strength comparable to a Saint 8-Dan Pinnacle expert, and even if the 4 of them collaborated with one another, they still would not be a match for it. With its help, they should be able to subdue the Dongshu gourd with ease. Zhang Xian was slightly troubled by that request. It was not that he did not want to do that, but it had not been long since he had constructed an awe-inspiring image before the netherworld azure dragon beast. And if he had to engage its help just to deal with a mere gourd now, his pride could not take it. Besides, the folded space seemed to be constructed in a manner that did not allow Saint 8 Dan experts to enter. Well, it might still be possible for him to bring the netherworld azure dragon beast in if he were to first store the latter in his myriad ant hive nest before letting it out. But such a course of action could possibly result in the folded space becoming unstable as well. If so, that would cause much more trouble than it was worth. While the crowd was still conflicted as to what they should do, Luo Xinqing suddenly gritted his teeth and resolutely declared, "Forget it. I'll use my bloodline ability then. I'll need you all to assist me later on." "You are going to use your bloodline ability?" Bai Hongyin frowned. "Are you certain? You'll have to rest for at least a month if you use it, and that might cause you to lag behind Zhang Chun. While activating the bloodline ability would briefly grant an offspring of a sage clan overwhelming fighting prowess, it would also put a great strain on their body. For this reason, they would only choose to resort to it in desperate situations. I know, but as long as I can capture it, I should be able to push for a breakthrough to Saint 8 Dan as soon as I recover after the month. This price is something that I can accept." Luo Xinqing replied. Given his current rate of cultivation, he would at least require a few more years or even a decade or two of effort before he would be ready to push for a breakthrough to Saint 8 Dan. However, with the Dongshu gourd, he should be able to succeed within just 3 months. So, resting for just a month was just a small price to pay. "I see." Bai Hongyin nodded. "Since you have made up your mind, let's do it." There was no such thing as a free lunch in the world. It would be blind optimism if a person expected to lay his hands on a treasure without giving something in return. Prior to making the journey here, Luo Xinqing had already resolved himself to make sacrifices for this aim. Having come to a decision, they quickly scattered to recuperate from their injuries and condition themselves back to their peak state. 6 hours later, they stood before the Dongshu gourd once more. "Hongyin, use your demonic tunes to interfere with its attacks. Yuan Shao, try to draw the gourd's aggression upon you. Yun Lianhai, you will be going on the offensive alongside me. We only have one chance, so we have to succeed this time around." Luo Xinqing said solemnly. "All right." The crowd replied resoundingly. "Let's begin then." Luo Xinqing bellowed. The next moment, overwhelming energy began billowing intensely within Luo Xuanqing's body, and it felt like his aura had been lit on fire. Following which, the space around him began to distort randomly. He took a step forward and raised his palm, and the space around the gourd seemed to instantaneously freeze in place. Sensing hostility directed toward it, the gourd immediately charged out indignantly, wanting to strike down its enemy. However, the strength that Luo Xinqing wielded from activating his bloodline was simply too strong. Despite multiple attempts to dash out, the gourd was actually unable to break out of the confined space. Trying Ting, Triarianing Ting. The melody of a zither began playing. Bai Hongyin had started her performance. Yuan Shao and Yun Lianhai also charged forward to make their moves. Watching the happenings, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. They should be able to succeed this time around. After activating his bloodline ability, Luo Xuanqing's prowess had more than doubled, and his current strength was not any beneath that of a dimension-sundering realm expert. As expected, one of the top geniuses of the Luo clan, the rise in his fighting prowess from activating his bloodline ability was frightening. He had fought with Zhang Qian in the past, and he had seen the latter activating his Zhang clan bloodline ability as well. Even though Zhang Qian's strength did grow significantly upon the activation, it came nowhere close to comparing to this. It seemed the purer one's bloodline was, the more formidable the effects when one's bloodline ability was activated. While Zhang Qian was still deep in thought, the 4 experts had managed to suppress the Dongshu gourd to the ground, and they were kicking it furiously. Bai Hongyin even raised her zither and smashed it down on the gourd furiously. Under the crazed onslaught of the crowd, the gourd could only tremble fearfully on the ground, forming a miserable sight in contrast to the arrogance it had shown before. Recalling how badly he was pummeled previously, Zhang Xian nodded in satisfaction at that sight. "You sure acted smug just now, didn't you? Take this to your heart. Revenge is a dish best served cold. This is the price you have to pay for acting arrogantly before me. Let's see if you dare do something like that in the future." Knowing that the battle was as good as concluded, Zhang Xian turned his head over to the flowing river of spiritual energy in the sky. This proved that there was indeed a spirit vein within the valley at one point in time, but someone had dug it out from the ground to nourish the Dongshu gourd. On top of that, it had been used to sustain the folded space as well, so at this point in time, it was already on the verge of drying up. What a pity. Zhang Xian sighed deeply. If this spirit vein had only been extracted from the ground not too long ago, the concentration of spiritual energy flowing within it would have been on par with pinnacle spirit stones. While there was still plenty of spiritual energy flowing within the river, the concentration had already dipped considerably. At this moment, its concentration was only equivalent to high-tier spirit stones, so it was not of much use to him anymore. Just as Zhang Xian was about to retract his gaze from the river, he suddenly caught sight of the vine hanging over it in his peripheral vision. This vine seems to be good stuff. It was roughly around the thickness of a finger, but its gleaming, jade-like exterior seemed to suggest that it was rich in spiritual energy. Previously, he had been paying so much attention to the Dongshu gourd that he had neglected it, but examining it intently with his eye of insight, he realized that the vine was actually incredibly resilient, and the concentration of spiritual energy within it was far purer than that of a concentrated high-tier spirit stone. Let me take a closer look. Unable to hold back his curiosity, he flew over with eyes gleaming in excitement. It did not take long before he was standing in front of the vine. The vine had a brilliant green color that was reminiscent of emerald, and it felt cold to the touch. It was hard to put a finger on the feeling that the vine gave him, but it felt like there were countless folded spaces packed densely within it, similar to a beehive. This, Zhang Xian blinked in surprise. He had felt such a sensation from the gourd as well. This should be what others called the power of dimension sundering, which was also what one had to comprehend in order to achieve a breakthrough to Saint 8 Dan. He had thought that such a power should only be existent in the gourd, but to think that the vine would carry traces of such power as well. Will I be able to assimilate it? Zhang Xian wondered as he touched it once more, and amid a cooling feeling that rippled through his body from his finger, a book materialized in the library of Heaven's Path. Zhang Xian retracted his finger and took a few steps back away from the vine before immersing his consciousness into the library of Heaven's Path to read the book. Kacha! Kacha! However, at this moment, a series of crisp echoes reminiscent of squeals of delight sounded from the vine, and it dashed straight for Zhang Xian. Alarmed, Zhang Xian raised his hand and grasped forward. Store. Who? In the blink of an eye, the vine was deposited into his storage ring. Chapter 1361. You poisoned the wine. The disappearance of the vine seemed to have robbed the river of spiritual energy of its support, and with a resounding boom, it exploded. Rampaging spiritual energy diffused around the folded space, causing the entire folded space to ripple unstably. Sensing the disturbance in the spiritual energy, Luo Xianqing and the others were visibly stunned for a moment. They took a look at their surroundings before swiftly returning to pummeling the gourd. Pung 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 pung. With the 4 Saint 7 Dan experts utilizing all kinds of means and weapons against it, be it swords, sabers, spears, hammers, it did not take long before the gourd was lying completely paralyzed on the ground, seemingly on its final breath. The gourd is going to die if you continue pummeling it. Why don't you rest for a moment before continuing? The alarmed Zhang Xian hurriedly rushed forward to persuade them to stop. Luo Xianqing waved his hand, and the crowd finally came to a halt. At the same time, he grasped his hand tightly together, and surrounding space distorted to form a bubble around the Dongshu gourd. All right, it's done. Sealing the Dongshu gourd seemed to have sapped the last bit of energy within Luo Xianqing. His face turned pale as he slumped feebly to the ground. There was a time limit on how long the bloodline ability could remain activated for. Back then, Zhang Qian had only used 3 moves before he was unable to lift his fist at all. On the other hand, Luo Xianqing must have executed at least 100 moves considering how long he had fought with the gourd, And that was really an impressive feat, congratulations. The eyes of Yuan Shao and the others were filled with envy, but they still clasped their fist and offered their sincere congratulations to Luo Xianqing. Even though they would have loved to make the Dongshu gourd their own, they were not willing to sacrifice their principles for that. Besides, given Luo Xuanqing's strength and standing, even though they were considered peers, they dared not offend him either. If not for all of your help, there's no way I could have succeeded, Luo Xianqing said. Just as he was able to place the spatial bubble into his storage ring, he would only be able to assimilate the gourd after conditioning his body back to its peak state. A powerful shockwave abruptly burst forth from the seemingly lifeless gourd. Selah! A huge rift was torn in the spatial bubble, and the gourd dashed out. T. Luo Xianqing narrowed his eyes in horror. He had already depleted all of his strength due to the activation of his bloodline ability, and he could not even summon the slightest bit of energy in his powerless body anymore. If the Dongshu gourd fled at this moment, there was no way he would be able to stop it. Stop right there. Yuan Shao and the others were startled for a moment, but they swiftly recovered and moved decisively to take down the Dongshu gourd. After all of the suffering they had gone through and effort they had put in to take down the Dongshu gourd, how could they allow it to escape now that they were only a step away from success? So. However, the gourd seemed to have known their attack trajectories in advance, and with just a slight shake, it managed to avoid the rain of attacks with ease. In the blink of an eye, it accelerated beyond the speed of sound, and it was headed in one specific direction, toward Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian felt as if ants were running on his scalp, and he nearly fainted on the spot. I didn't even make a move this time around, so why are you coming for me? Zhang Shi, be careful, the crowd shouted anxiously. Given how quickly the gourd was moving, Zhang Xian knew that it was already too late for him to hide. Thus, he gritted his teeth and braced himself to withstand the impact of the collision, just as he had done before. As soon as his palm came into contact with the Dongshu gourd, he felt a searing pain assaulting his hand. The Dongshu gourd had actually managed to puncture a glaring hole in his palm, causing fresh blood to spurt all around. Wong. In the presence of blood, the Dongshu gourd did not bother dodging at all. Instead, it shook its bottom and prepared to make a second move. Hula. This time, it dashed straight toward Zhang Xian's abdomen. Given the strength of the gourd, should its attack really connect, his intestines would surely be ruptured, resulting in severe injuries. It's not me. I'm not the one who pummeled you just now. The party who wanted to capture you is them, and the party who made a move on you earlier is them too. Why on earth are you coming for me instead? Tears nearly streamed down Zhang Xian's eyes this time around, but he knew that this was no time for crying. He drove his zhenqi and attempted to grab hold of the gourd before it struck its abdomen, but it was futile. He only caught air. But surprisingly, the pain that he had anticipated did not arrive. Instead, the gourd vanished into his abdomen. Zhang Xian was stunned. He had no idea what to make of the current situation. The others also turned doubtful gazes in his direction. Where is the gourd? Zhang Xian looked around him anxiously, but the gourd was nowhere to be seen. He used his spiritual perception to gaze inwardly into his body, and his lips suddenly quivered. Why is it in my dantian? Seated lazily in the depths of his dantian was the Dongshu gourd. Upon sensing the presence of Zhang Xian's spiritual perception, it even intentionally shook its bottom gleefully, as if flaunting its victory. What? Everyone quickly rushed forward and scanned Zhang Xian's body with their spiritual perception. A moment later, Luo Xianqing slumped to the ground with a dazed look and muttered, "You have actually assimilated the Dongshu gourd into your body?" Assimilated? The Dongshu gourd can help its owner comprehend the dimension-sundering realm. As long as one assimilates it, one will be able to infuse it into one's dantian, Luo Xianqing explained with his eyes widened in disbelief. However, the assimilation process is extremely complex. Not only does it require the cultivator to tribute their blood essence to it, more importantly, their cultivation must also have reached Saint Seven Dan pinnacle at the very minimum in order to make it acknowledge them as its master. Considering that your cultivation is only at leaving aperture realm pinnacle, 2 realms away from phantasmal space realm pinnacle. Just what on earth is going on here? He had put in so much effort and paid such a heavy price before he managed to take down the Dongshu gourd, but before he could assimilate it, it ended up diving into someone else's dantian. Luo Xianqing could not help but clutch his suffocated chest, patting it forcefully to alleviate the pain. Zhang Xian's face paled upon realizing what had happened, and he anxiously bellowed, "But I never intended to assimilate it. Gourd, you'd better come out right now." He had come here to help his future brother-in-law procure what he needed, and to end up taking it for his own instead. "You are really bent on destroying the noble and righteous image I have established before my future brother-in-law, aren't you? You homewrecker." Hoo-hoo. The gourd continued shaking its body gleefully. "You." Seeing how the gourd continued flaunting its victory smugly, Zhang Xian felt so angry that his body quivered in rage. Left with no choice, he could only face Luo Xianqing with a deeply apologetic look. "Brother Luo, I really had no intention of assimilating the Dongshu gourd." "I know." Luo Xianqing shook his head and sighed in resignation. "Artifacts possess spirit as well. What's not meant to be is simply not meant to be. There's no point forcing it." Even though he felt so stifled that he could spurt a bucketful of fresh blood out at the moment, he still managed to think things through. Given how the Dongshu gourd had chosen to dive into Zhang Xian's dantian despite all he had done, it could only mean that it had never been interested in him from the start. Zhang Xian's face turned scarlet from embarrassment. He really did not know what he should say in such a situation. What the heck was this? He was supposed to be there to help, but with such a happening, who else would dare ask him out to hunt treasures in the future? Zhang Xian pondered for a moment before speaking up. Brother Luo's intention of procuring the Dongshu gourd is to push for a breakthrough to the dimension-sundering realm, right? If I can help you achieve a breakthrough, would it mean that it wouldn't matter whether you had the Dongshu gourd or not? Considering how gleeful the Dongshu gourd was acting, it did not seem like it would be coming out anytime soon. This matter could not be considered his fault, but nevertheless, he still felt deeply guilty for taking what should have belonged to Luo Xianqing. "Help me achieve a breakthrough?" Luo Xianqing was visibly surprised by Zhang Xian's remark for a moment, before he shook his head glumly. Achieving a breakthrough to the dimension-sundering realm is not a small matter. Countless experts in history have been stuck at the phantasmal space realm, unable to take the final step forward. If not for that, I wouldn't have traveled so far and paid such a heavy price to obtain the Dongshu gourd. Despite the various miraculous means the young man had displayed so far, the difficulty in achieving a breakthrough to Saint 8 Dan was simply too great. Even cultivators who were privileged enough to receive the guidance from a 9-star master teacher might not necessarily be able to take the final step forward, let alone the fact that Zhang Xian was only at leaving Aperture Realm Pinnacle. "Since this has already happened, why don't you just give it a try?" Zhang Xian asked. If it had been a while ago, without having seen any Saint 8 Dan cultivation technique manuals, there was no way he would have been able to help Luo Xianqing achieve a breakthrough even if he could compile a book on the latter's flaws through the Library of Heaven's Path. However, with his comprehension of space achieving the level of 3 Dan Heavenly Art of Dimension Unravel, as well as his assimilation of the Dongshu gourd, he had already gained a significant understanding of the power of dimension sundering. With that and the Library of Heaven's Path, he just might be able to help Luo Xianqing achieve a breakthrough to higher realms. Give it a try? With the current state I am in, how can I give it a try? Luo Xianqing said with a bitter smile. The activation of his bloodline ability had depleted all of his energy. Putting aside pushing for a breakthrough to higher realms, even walking normally was an arduous task to the current him. "Oh right, don't worry. I'll find a way to help you alleviate the side effects resulting from the activation of your bloodline ability." Saying those words, Zhang Xian immersed his consciousness back in the Library of Heaven's Path and began studying the book he had just compiled on Luo Xianqing. He had compiled this book while Luo Xianqing and the others were fighting against the Dongshu gourd. He had been intending to use it to explore the secrets concerning the unique bloodlines of sage clans, especially since he felt that it would come useful when he vied with the Zhang clan for Luo Ruoxin's hand in marriage. The activation of the bloodline ability would result in damage to one's spirit, mind, and vitality, putting one's body in a state of extreme deficiency. In such a state, the cultivator would be unable to exert any strength, and any forceful attempt to do so would result in one's cultivation declining. Reading the description in the book, Zhang Xian's eyebrows knitted together. There was a fundamental limit to one's potential, vitality, and spirit, and the activation of one's bloodline would lead to excessive depletion of those. Without sufficient time, there was no way one could recover to full health. The Heaven's Path Xinqi is able to heal injuries, open up blockages in the meridians, and restore the spirit, mind, vitality of the ill. I wonder if it will be effective in this situation too? Zhang Xian wondered. Due to the incredible purity of the Heaven's Path Xinqi, it was able to easily dive into a cultivator's meridians and cells to repair the damaged portions. In a sense, the depletion resulting from the activation of a unique bloodline was a similar problem. Perhaps it might be of some use. With this thought in mind, Zhang Xian looked at Luo Xinqing straight in the eye and said, "Brother Luo, I have thought of a way that could possibly help you recover from your weakened state swiftly." "Oh? What kind of method is it?" Luo Xinqing asked curiously. The young man before him had produced too many miracles in the time they had spent together. While he did not bear too much hope in the matter, if there was truly such a method, top-notch sage clans like the Zhang clan and the Luo clan would already have been using it by now. He still wanted to hear what the young man had in mind. Simple. Zhang Xian flicked his wrist and passed a vat over with a confident look on his face. "You just have to drink this." "You want me to drink wine?" Luo Xinqing was still wondering what kind of solution the young man had in mind, but to think that it would be this. His eyebrows could not help but shoot up. Bai Hongyin stepped in and intervened. Luo Xuanqing's body is currently in a bad shape. Drinking wine at this moment will only worsen his condition. "Are you serious about having Luo Xinqing drink your wine? Look at how frail he is at the moment." Yuan Shao also stepped forward and offered, "Zhang Shi, if you really wish to drink, why don't I accompany you instead? This is the method to help him recover swiftly from the side effects of activating his bloodline ability," Zhang Xian explained to the crowd before turning his gaze back to Luo Xinqing. "Brother Luo, if you believe me, you should give it a try. If it succeeds, I'll help you achieve a breakthrough to Saint 8 Danbai today. Even if it fails, it's just a vat of wine. It won't cause too much harm to your current condition." Seeing Zhang Xian's insistence, Luo Xinqing hesitated for a moment before nodding slowly. "All right then." He took the wine from Zhang Xian's hands and stared at it for a moment before raising his head and gulping down the wine. Guguga. As soon as the wine washed down his throat, a spicy feeling arose in Luo Xuanqing's body. However, it did not seem to be making any difference to his current condition at all. Just as he was about to berate the young man for fooling around, his body suddenly shuddered involuntarily. He widened his eyes in astonishment and exclaimed, "This wine! There's something wrong with this wine. You poisoned the wine?" Yuan Shao immediately turned to Zhang Xian with a darkened face, and a powerful aura immediately burst forth from him. Luo Xinqing. Zhang Xian, you're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.